We live? Okay. Hello. I know who that is. Hello. I don't know who that is. Ada Havali? Hi. If I'm seeing this right. Oh, man. I had this whole thing set up. I had a title. I had a thumbnail. Everything's sucking. Oh my gosh. I let people down. There was at least one person who was actually waiting. And I don't know if it was one of you too. I'm sorry. I had it titled Ranking Ween Songs. I guess I could retitle it here, but I don't want to mess up with the connection because it was saying I couldn't, and then I just started another one. I don't know what was happening, man. Hey on Puds. Hello. Hey up. Um, I'm gonna try and edit the title of this because I made it. I made a title and a thumbnail and everything, and then I tried to stream it, and then it just didn't happen. Sup, DZ. Oh, thanks. This is so embarrassing because I had it. I was like, I'm gonna start right on the dot. I'm gonna be professional, even though I'm the least professional person I know. I mean, look at me. But let's see if I can. Hopefully that works. Frenzy PS or leave. I know who you are, by the way, Mike Roch. I know who you are, so I know that you haven't. I know that you haven't even listened to that. I better not see you messing up this whole thing by doing intentionally bad takes of songs and albums. Well, not ranking albums, but songs that you have not heard. You better not do that. Um, I know you're going to anyway, but I don't know I don't know anyone else here personally. I know that you're awesome for actually showing up to this and putting up with. Like I've done nothing so far, and I've already made like 20 mistakes. But Beacon Light SSS here. We'll get to that. So yeah, boosted you a couple times. Ready, Fret, go! Thank you very much. That's awesome. This is surreal. I would have tried to start this at like 5:45. I really would have, but I had to restart everything. Okay, so enough dilly dallying. Before, I mean, you all see this. What's before you? You should be seeing. If you can see and hear me, just like if you could say I see and hear you, and you're seeing this tier list template in front of you. Um, and I had like 4 likes on this video too, but they all got taken away because the stream didn't start. Okay, enough whining about that. I would like to say, this is by complete coincidence, and I didn't realize this until like 2 days ago. It is October 22nd, and tomorrow. This was not planned, but tomorrow will be the 16-year anniversary of the release of Ween's most recent and hopefully not final album, La Cucaracha. I didn't realize that, but now I'm kind of freaked out by that. So the stream is cursed, as clearly as evident by the fact that, I had to restart it. Everything always happens like that. So we've got all these songs here. We've got these. So this is ranking Ween songs. As you can see, there are 165, I believe, is the number I count, songs. It's just this wall of songs. And what I want what I want to happen here is, uh, yeah, La Cucaracha's, it's grown in stature with me over time. It's just, it's not a great like final album. That's just kind of what it ended up being. Like if they put out a Quebec style quality level of quality album as their last, it would be a lot more like a proper period to the whole career. I know they don't want to do new stuff, but a Shinola 2 would be great. Yeah, I believe the story with that is, I think the last we heard about it is Diener, like after this was like 2016, after they got back together and started doing shows, Diener was like on social media, someone asked him about Shinola 2, and he's like, oh yeah, I've got like a track list and everything, and I'm really excited for it. I'm going to show Diener. And then we never heard about that again. So I can only assume that, Diener's just not down for the idea. I know they've said they're not as interested in going back in the past and whatnot. So that's totally fine. That's them. But it's a shame because we all know how many insanely good songs they just kind of sweep under the rug. Anywho, there's no rarities included in this because I think I might just that's just it's too much right now. It's too much right now. And you see we've got these tiers here. So it's S, A, B, C, D, E, and F, and then triple S. This is basically just, there's no double S, just, I don't know. It just seemed like a waste of time. It's like triple S. I would save that for a very rare few songs. But my main goal with this whole thing is I want to hear your guys' opinion. If I wanted to hear my opinion, I could just ramble like I'm doing right now. But any opinion you guys have about any of these songs, like I want to hear you. And the way I would say it is like if I was to throw like a number system of like out of 10, I would say S. The triple S is like it's one of the greatest songs ever. It's like S is like a 9 out of 10. A is great. It's like an 8 out of 10, and people forget that 8 out of 10 is like a really, really good score. Everyone just assumes that everything below 8 is like a bad score. But yeah, a B for me would be like a 7. It's a good song. C is just okay. It's like a 6. It's a fine song. And then D is meh. That's like 5. A 5 out of 10 is just a completely average song. You don't feel compelled to listen to it or anything. It's just kind of there. So it's like meh. And E, that's when you get into like below 5 out of 10, which is like actually bad songs, like below like a 4 out, like anything below a 5 out of 10. And then F is "You Killing My Mother," which is just like really garbage. It's like one of the worst songs, right? But I want to hear your guys' opinion on these albums, on these songs, because that's the point of this, right? I love hearing your guys' sort of my opinion contrasted with everyone else's to know how much of a crazy person I am. Exactly. A lot of people think 7 out of 10 is average. Hey, on. Wish they would do an album with songs that had evolved from the original. That would be cool. Like a live, not a live album, sort of like a cross between a studio album and All Request Live. Like, cause, cause All Request Live sounds great, but it's still a live album and it's awesome. It's great hearing them play live like that. But so basically just going into a studio and doing with, the 5-piece and just recording, and, you can do, that's the great thing about recordings. You can do layers and stuff and still have that, but just like Touch My Tutor is like a rock anthem now. But if you listen to you get that live. And then there's also songs that are like live staples that have never had a proper recorded version. Like, it's, Booze Me Up and Get Me High. So there's stuff like that. Ready for it, go. Are you hip to Claude's solo efforts? Amandla. I've listened to some of it. I know that Claude like plays so many different instruments, and he's he's basically like virtuoso level. It's crazy. I know. I saw a clip. There's some clips where they're playing. I want to say they're covering Hot for Teacher or some song. Of course, they've covered Hot for Teacher and stuff, but I want to say that at one of their shows, like Claude picks up the guitar and starts shredding it, and Diener makes some kind of quip about, "Oh, you should be the guitar player," or whatever. I'm sure you're all very bored of hearing me ramble like this, and we haven't gotten to the rankings yet. But I just wanted to reiterate, and by the way, the template, whoever made this template for this tier list, is it's totally awesome. It's got the specific song card styles and stuff. It's got the fonts. Ween fans are insane. Anytime I love that people actually like watch my videos and want to learn these great songs and stuff, and I hope I do an okay job of them. Anytime I hear about like everything I try and do is just like pales in comparison to what the awesome people like you do online in relation to Ween. Like there's so many good like templates. People go crazy. They really go. They really do. I'm probably not going to try and dwell super long on each song because if I spent 1 minute talking about each song, just that alone would be like close to 3 hours in length. So I'm going to try and just. I mostly want to hear what you guys have to say though. So if you guys are if it's a song that I think is in like S tier, and you all are like oh it should be an F, then I don't know. I guess that'll average out to like a C. I don't want my opinion to override it too much though. In fact, I'm almost contemplating. Would you guys rather me? And I'll get to what you guys are saying in a second. Would you rather me not have my opinion have any weight? Because I kind of would prefer that. Because I just want you guys. I just want your opinion to sort of reign supreme here. I want to see what you guys on average think of like. And it could be funny because maybe there's one person in chat who will be like, "Oh, the Argus is F tier," and everyone else is saying S, so that might drag the average down to like S or A. So that would be funny to see. So let me know if like, should I just judge this based off of what you guys say? The Rhyme and Run on Golden Greats. Are you talking about Ready for It Go? Are you talking about when they played those songs with the? I don't know if it was Shit Creek Boys or who it was, but they played it with a whole bunch of session guys, a country band again, like in more recent years. That would be great because those sounded great. It's fun to hear people ramble. Yes, it is. Well, it's not so much fun to me because I'm so insecure about how I'm an idiot. Bag of fat, love. They both play guitar on that? On Bag of Fat? I like when Glenn adds the fills. I think it adds a bit more depth to their live sound, but that's just me. I promise I'll get to these in like 1 second. I didn't know that like Bag of Fat features both of them. I mean, on the record, it could be anything. It could be Dean doing all the guitar, Gene doing all the guitar. It could be anything. But I don't know if I've ever seen him play that live. I've only seen Ween once. I mean, I'm referring to like live footage that they've done. Well, if I get you all to vote on a song, then I will pretty much just treat it as like whatever you guys think. Bag of Fat, well, that's not on here because that's technically a bonus track. I'm not huge on it. It's kind of funny. But I don't want to be negative Nancy, but I will be honest. I'll be like, this song's whatever. But anyway, so the first song that we have here, Can You Taste the Waste? All right. Can You Taste the Waste? That is the title of the song that I'm hovering right now. A deep cut. I saw them play this live when I saw them at the oh good lord. See, I'm brain farting right now because I've got a million different things on my mind. Oh gosh. The Fillmore. I saw them in the Fillmore in Silver Spring, Maryland at the end of 2021. One of my favorite concert experiences ever. I loved every minute of it. And they played Can You Taste the Waste? They kept like reintroducing it. It was so awesome. They did a false ending like 5 times. It was great. If you look at the set list on Brown Bass, it's just like they keep reintroducing it. It was awesome. That being said, on the pod, it kind of hurts my ears. The guitar tone's not, it's the pod and just the whispered "Can you taste the waste?" makes me laugh. But it's like it's not much of a song. So I like to be as honest and fair as possible. Like it'd be cool to hear this live, but I'm judging these as songs, right? And I have to sort of balance my opinions on it live and the album version. So yeah, just by the way, just say a letter for what tier you believe it fits in. Hey, French Boognish. Want a tutorial on how Mickey's playing the Grobe out of key Hendrix rhythm fills. Yeah, he throws in lots of fills live as a great guitar player, rock guitar player should. He really You guys are still in B or A. I'm gonna be honest. I would say like C, not D. That's a bit harsh, but I would say C for this. But I'm judging this based on what you guys say because I enjoy seeing it live, but I'm trying to be as honest and fair as possible. Like, I want like if this was solely dictated by my opinion, which again I'm going to try and base it off your guys, and I'm not going to spend this much time on each song, but I would like I'm I would not give very many songs in the long run SSS, triple S, you know. Oh man, we're getting some variety in opinions. Fillmore, hey, Toronto. Okay, so we're seeing like B and C, B or A. I guess that's B. Averages out to B. Okay, one down, 164 to go. All right, so this one's tough for me. I'll try and answer any like kind of questions or whatever that y'all have. Um, there's only a handful of Ween songs that you like, or you're saying that you like or you don't like. Uh, there's only a handful. Man, this is gonna be a rough list for you, buddy. Sorry. Um, Mike Roch. Oh wait, you have listened to the pod in its entirety. Mike Roch, you're the only person here who I know for a fact whether or not you've actually listened to anything. And I know that you've only vote. You can say stuff and stuff, but for only vote for ones that you've listened to. Ooh, someone said D. Ethan Lee. Thank you, Ethan Lee, for joining. It said D. I think it's still average because so they said B, C, D. People are saying. I guess it would be either B, C or B that it averages out to. It's only a handful of songs you don't like. Okay. Yeah, I guess, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, I actually did my own ranking beforehand of just like to see what my average out would. And, I mean, it's 165 songs. There was like 14 songs that lied below the like D tier for me. And for, that's pretty good for 165 songs. Well, we'll get to those songs, Dr. Scotty Jones. I guess since there's more people, I guess it would average out to C tier for Can You Taste the Waste because more people are sort of getting their opinion in. I guess we'll start there. Okay, She Fucks Me. Wonderful, wonderful, amazing, one of their best songs ever live. Pretty much any live version will do. The one on Live in Chicago is great. The Paint the Town Brown version's awesome. I got to be honest, on the record, it's it's a little funny at first. I got to be honest, it's a rough listen for me on the record, which is a shame because live it is an amazing song. So honestly, for me, this would be like A. Maybe not quite S, but definitely A. Like A is a very positive. If I wrote a song that got an A tier and was great, I'd be very proud. If I factor in the album version for me, it would go a bit lower. But just y'all go with your gut instinct. What is She Fucks Me? It goes from being like this kind of funny, weird joke song on the album to being this beautiful, touching, sincere ballad. Record version D. Yeah, I gotta be honest. I would go D because it's kind of funny. Honestly, I would maybe even go E if it was just recorded version. But if we're factoring live version, B A D C. This is all over the place. B A D C A. I guess that averages out to like B or C or B. I don't know. I guess people are saying it. No one's saying like E or anything. I guess that's like B because I think some people said S or C. Because it averages out to B. Yeah, it's a tough one to rank. That's one of the extreme examples of, okay, now we're getting into one that should not be hard to rank at all. Stay Forever. If you all, I want to hear your all's opinion, but I'm just going to put it up like here right now. Once again, like this is basically a perfect song. Like it's fantastic. I personally would not put it in SSS just because like I would reserve that. But if you all think that this is like their best song, you guys just say, whatever you think. Just say a letter, say a tear, right? Love She Fucks Me. The pod doesn't get credit. Deserves. Yes. Yeah. Michael, I completely, I sound like a teacher just using your first name, or your parent or whatever. But, yeah, I love the pod. You can actually hear me throw some words of praise at the pod at my most recent video, What Makes This Song Brown, The Stallion Part 1. You can watch that there. I mean, ASS. Wow. More people are actually watching and voting on this than I expected. You guys are awesome. ASSAV. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty. And definitely remember that the top tier is triple S. So say if you not brown enough. I got to be honest, like I just like a great song. I appreciate brownness if it's well integrated into the songs. I really do. But if a great song's a great song, that's how I feel about it. And if it happens to be brown, that's awesome. But I guess this is averaging out to S from what I'm seeing, or maybe A. There's some people who are saying B. I'm gonna say it averages out to S from what I'm seeing. Among his tribe, I guess we'll just move on. I want to get as many people's opinion in as though. I just want to try and, because you guys are doing me such a favor by participating in this. You guys are great. I feel like I return the favor. Among his tribe, how do we feel about it? Among his tribe? Among his tribe is a really cool song. It's very unique in their canon. It's very low key, and a lot of people really love it. But it's it's a sleeper. It's not like dude, Among His Tribe, that's one of the greatest songs ever, unless you are super into this particular thing, right? So that's how. But it's super good, and Aaron's voice just works so well in that context, and it sounds tribal. It sounds archaic, and like it's from many a moon ago, which is just great. It's a vibe. Only listen to him and listen to the whole album. That's true. Yeah, like I said, it's not like I don't swip it on. I'm like, oh yeah, Among His Tribe, because by design, it's not supposed to be like that. Good, but not for me. C. A lot of people saying A. Oh, this is when things are getting like all over the place. I'm not seeing anything lower than like C, so I guess it averages out to B since a lot of people are saying A. They're great when they play it straight as well. It defies expectations for newcomers. Whole White Pepper album is pretty straight. Kind of the point of it. Yes, Michael Corcoran. I'm probably not going to try and pronounce entire names too much because I'm bad at that. But C on a Ween scale, but a low C. I get what you're saying, just because I agree they have so many great songs, but this is what's so great is that some people's definition of a great song for Ween is like different. One of the songs I think the least about. Yeah. There's so much other stuff that happens on Quebec by the end of it. Like as if you can save yourself, you save us all ends. Your immediate thought is not going to be, but dude, Among His Tribe though. You're going to be, your mind's racing. I guess this averages out to B from what I'm seeing. All right. Now, LMLYP, this is from what I understand, this is like a big this is a big Hey on Puds, I agree about the dynamics, and I love the weird all the weird soundscape stuff they do in there. SS, awesome guitar. Yes, there is some awesome guitar. Dude, Godween Satan is probably like one of the most fun. Mike Roch, I thought you didn't like this song. Godween Satan on the whole is probably like the most fun song to play along with on guitar. Just because it's a lot of reckless abandon. You can be kind of sloppy with it. Let's say the stuff like the Mollusk. White Pepper is probably the most like pristine, like normal sounding, like you want to play rock guitar. There's lots of fun solos and stuff. But Godween Satan is just so much fun to play on guitar. LMLYP, it's long, it's crude, but depending on certain live versions, it's hard to deny its power, but at the same time, it's weird. Unofficial Stallion 6, Catch Your Melody is not possible. I gotta be honest, I don't know who Aaron McCartney is. I'm sorry. That's probably someone really obvious in top 3, every song, somewhere else. Mike Roch, be serious. D for me. Yeah, I totally see it. I gotta be honest, I don't love this song. I'm not like, oh, this is one of my favorites. I've never been that way. but it's got a power to it that I think is hard to deny. It's got some awesome shredding. It's super funny. Remember, there's no double S tier, so if you say double S, I'm going to assume that you're talking about triple S because I'm an idiot and I can't count. White Pepper's perfect album. It's great. Yeah, there's no stinkers on White Pepper, I'd say. D for me, a lot of people are saying A or S, so it's like A, I guess that averages out to B because there's like some extremes in there. Maybe A would be more accurate because some people are saying, I guess that it goes up there for average because some people are, I would say roughly. This is awesome, by the way. I was expecting like one person to show up. You guys are the best. Probably done this as their encore. Yeah, they always do. And that's cool. Like, I get it. Like the hot, sweaty, stinky version where there's lots of women come up on stage and it goes on for 40 minutes. But I got to be honest, like that's not my vibe to listen to as I'm driving down the road unless it's like a once in a lifetime thing. Right? But again, this is what you guys, and I think what you guys are saying is averaging out roughly to like A or B because some people are saying D, some people are saying way up here. So I guess A. Old Queen Cole. This one's just kind of exists, right? It's one of those songs on God, Ween, Satan where it's like, it's got a lot of energy. Well, thank you for watching my lessons. I mean, I don't love the song either. Can't tell the story. Yes. Totally. The story of Ween is all of their songs, even the ones that aren't great. Well, there's some that I could do without, even though they help tell a story, but you know what I mean. B. Mike Ross, do you actually remember this song? I keep wanting to say your actual name, but I'm not going to do that unless you are just like, yeah, I don't care. But yeah, this song just kind of exists. It's got energy. I like how it kind of stomps along, but you know, it just kind of exists. It's fine. Godwin, this sort of helps cement Godwin Satan's status as their punkiest album. If you like punk or aggressive music more than anything else, then Godwin Satan's your album for sure. Mike Roch, you're okay with if I just say your name? Yeah, it doesn't translate as well. Yeah, I mean, even on the record, it's just fine. And even at the show, you know, C, B. Yeah, it's like, I don't know, C. Unless someone lobbies for like A, I think it averages out to C. Right? Good day from Australia. Oh my goodness. I would have never guessed, Nigel. That does remind me, hey on Puds, I know you said that you're in the UK. Are you actually, this is the dumbest question anyone's ever asked, but are you actually like British? Like or are you just visiting, or have you just lived there for a while, or you lived there your whole life? Because it does kind of interest me. Ethan Lee says, oh, we call D, so I guess it averages out to C, because everyone else is saying like B. Do you actually, born and raised in England, what is the perception of like English, of British people, on when it comes to Ween? Is it sort of viewed like it is here, where a lot of people who don't know about them are just like, oh yeah, they're like a funny joke band, they're a wacky 90s band? Or is it, you know, do people think that they're like geniuses, or you know, I know I'm kind of dumb for asking you to represent a whole nation or whatever. Israel, speaking of nations, Israel, the song Israel, I always like this one, but it's, you know, it's really awesome to see live. There's so many performances where he just breaks down in laughter. Me personally, I would put this in good. Definitely not any higher than that, because it's just kind of what it is, but it's funny and charming. So I'll hear what you all have to say about it. B. People don't even know Ween where you're from. You're in America someplace, or another country, or A. A lot of love. E from Hey On. Yeah, I get it. It's not like the greatest song ever. That's probably going to drag the average down a bit. But, well, a lot of people are saying B, A. Never been a fan. I think like C. Turkey. Okay, cool. No one knows Ween. That's a tragedy. That's a tragedy. It's awesome that you do, though. That's all that matters, man. Not a huge Ween following. Aussie Ween cover bands? That sounds like the most awesome thing ever. Oysterhead. Huh. Yeah, I'm surprised they haven't done more stuff together other than like fish. But that also makes it funnier, you know. They just spend their time fishing with each other. That's right, there is some cool. All the keyboard stuff's really cool. It has a really nice vibe to it. All right, so I'm seeing B's, some A's, and E. I guess that averages to C, right? I think that's fair. That might even be like average out to D, but I'm gonna say C. I think that's pretty accurate. Oh, I was gonna do this thing where I do that where I have the albums in chronological order. Don't ask me to like rank the albums and put them in that order right now because I don't know if I can handle this much mental processing at the moment. And I'd like to apologize again for the late start stream. I thought I had everything planned out, but I didn't. Like you asked all the people, know him from Push the Little Daisies, Beavis and Butthead, Ocean Man. So it's probably like over here, except probably just less. I meant more so like, do people look down on them? Like the people who know about them. Because I know there was this one social media post on Instagram that I saw. I wish I could like link it. Maybe I'll like share it somehow, but they had a bunch of like newspaper headlines from the UK of when Ween played there live, when it was them as a duo. And I think it was a pretty, like a lot of them were like, they're surprisingly intelligent given how crude they are. It was basically that. People reviewing Ween where they're like, they want to compliment them, but they're like, they feel like they're embarrassed to compliment them for some reason. I don't know why. They're great. King Gizzard, the new Ween. I think they're their own thing. I think trying to be Ween is kind of a flawed thing because Ween tries to be their own thing. So you got to just be your own thing. And King Gizzard's definitely doing that. In a loose sense, I guess you could say. They definitely seem to be way more popular than Ween ever was in the current climate. Think they're great or a weird meme band? Yeah, exactly. Ween is the new Ween. Yes, ever since they gotten... All right, that's like post that up on your wall, worthy. That's great. Great job, Dr. Scotty Jones. Loving you through it all. I gotta be honest, I would probably put this in like D or E. I had a whole tier list of my own where I ranked these. I don't remember where I put this. It was like D or E. It's total meh. But what do you guys think? It's very not memorable. The only thing memorable about it is the fact that it's supposed to be this like sincere love song, and it's sort of juxtaposed against the fact that it's on pure guava, and so they sound like they're asleep while they're doing it. If you love this song though, like I would love. They've still never performed this live though, right? Isn't that right? I know they performed I Fell in Love Today recently, which was awesome. D, D, A, B. Yeah. C. This is going to average out to C or D. I know if we keep doing this average thing, everything's just going to be in the middle. So many people are saying D. I might just put this in D. Right? I don't want everything to just be in the same tier. Jeaner's performed it. Okay. I guess we'll put this in D, right? Is there enough people voting for that I can just do that? Loving you through it all again. It's funny. It's this next one is gonna get me crucified. Again, just be honest and say what your opinion is. Laura. Now, it's funny. I'm not gonna say with who. There's someone I know in real life who we were listening to this album recently, and and they got to Laura, and we were in a car and they had to pull over and go to the bathroom. And after he got out of the bathroom, he was like, yeah, sorry, I just need to go. And that song wasn't helping. Laura, it's a very anxiety inducing song. I gotta be honest. I feel like one day I will like Laura because I should like it. It's interesting. It's like the whole point of it is to make you feel uncomfortable, like you're in this like bad relationship with this person. The vocals are weird, but they're funny and they serve a purpose. It's murky. That guitar lick at the end's cool. I just don't like it. I wish I did. Even the live performances that I've seen, I just don't like it. I want to. I really do. I will one day. Okay, we got a person saying triple S tier. And by the way, I want you guys to be honest as possible. I know it's easy to just like say a song that you don't like and put it in triple S tier. And but if you really like this song, like be honest and say triple S. And I'm assuming that you're honest because I know a lot of people who love this song, and I should like this song. I just don't to this day. I don't, which is a shame. A lot of more negativity than I've noticed, but a lot of people are saying S. It's like S and D. So, but we got triple S and E, C. I play the pawn front to back. It's perfect for that. Yeah. It's all about building a vibe. I will like this song one day. I swear. I swear it's just going to click with me one day. As of right now, from what I'm seeing from everyone, I'm guessing it goes right there as an average, right? I think that's fair to say. Alcan Road. This is an interesting one. It's very tranquil. It's kind of like Among His Tribe, where it's, uh, what is S? What do you mean by that? Do you mean like what constitutes an S? I would say S is like a 9 out of 10 song. SSS is like one of the best songs ever. Like 10 out of 10. Like it's just an awesome song. Yeah, Alcan Road it's kind of boring if you're just like, but it's kind of supposed to be. I consider it's like Among His Tribe, where it's supposed to be setting a mood. Alcan Road just sounds very like Gregorian chant like, and it's very like post-apocalyptic. You can imagine a bunch of monks singing it. But it's also like 5 minutes long. It feels a lot longer than it is, I think, but it sounds great. It's very Floydian. It sounds great, and it's perfect. I think what makes it work for me is that it fits Quebec so well, especially in the back half of Quebec when everything's supposed to be dark and dour. C, D, B. I guess that's C, right? Because I want to represent your guys' opinion as much as possible. Okay, Flies on My Dick. We're just getting all the wacky ones. I know they've performed this live. I don't know how recently. I believe they haven't performed it live since the 90s. Is that right? Either way, this is certainly a wacky one. Guy Heller. And if you know the story about how this thing came together, you know that they just kind of threw it together. They're like, hey, Guy Heller, you should come over and do stuff. And they did. And this is the result. Alcan Road C. Yeah, especially with all the crazy stuff in Quebec. But you need that like variety. You don't want every song to just be like a rock anthem like Transdermal, because then there's not as much variety. Is it Where'd the Cheese Go? Use synth or the synthy Blurbles guitar? I'm almost certain that's synth. Little Casio keyboard effect. Low to high thing. Do it. That does sound like fun to emulate on guitar. I've never tried emulating a guitar. Where the Cheese Goes, just like an awesome tiny little ditty. It's not like the best song in the world, but it doesn't need to be. Okay, we're seeing lots of D's and E for Flies on My Dick. I was expecting at least a couple people to be like triple S, but we're just getting everyone's saying D. I guess we'll go D. Yeah, but Meh is like a 5 out of 10, where it's just average and not you wouldn't recommend it. It's just kind of like it's not a good song. It's not that bad of a song. I feel like when it comes to the absolute worst ones, I don't think we're gonna agree on the bottom tier, because the ones I would put in the bottom tier are I guarantee you there's gonna be some people who are like, yeah, I like that song, which is great. That's honestly great. It means everyone can get something out of this band, right? Flies on My Dick. That's pretty firmly in D tier. Buenas tardes, amigo. Let's talk about the exact opposite side of the spectrum. Just from my opinion, I believe on my personal list that I made before this, I put it on triple S. And I feel pretty confident in that. Triple S, but also S is totally fine. I mean, it's just amazing. It's a repetitive song musically, but there's so much care put into the arrangement of it, and the storytelling is legitimately really great. The first time I heard it, like I did not see, like it's a song with a plot twist, and it's really good. I think the fact that there's lots of live versions that are great. the definitely triple S tier live. I even think the album version's great. Stefan Said's little background thing, the fact that it's quiet in the background, it ends it's so much depth to the composition. Pizza Hut should release 6 Ween submissions. Yes, do it. I don't want any more footage of UAP, unidentified aerial phenomenon. I don't need any more proof of aliens. I want the government to force Pizza Hut to release those submissions. That would be excellent. That would tell us more. The line about the chickens. It's a dark song, but it's got a little bit of humor to it. But it takes itself a little seriously, but it's also goofy, but not too goofy. It's like perfect Ween tone. Awesome song. Lots of A's though. S. Someone said B. Someone said triple S. I guess that's A because so many people are saying A. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Sketches of Winkle. Awesome. It's, it's such a jolt. If you listen to the pod straight through, Sketches of Winkle just comes out of nowhere. It's this thrash metal anthem. I heard a friend of mine when we were first getting into when I was first showing him Ween, and he was like, Sketches of Winkle, it kind of sounds like if the Butthole Surfers did thrash, and I'm sure the Butthole Surfers have done some form of thrash at some point, so don't get down my throat about that. But it's like more than that. It's not just thrash. It's like the drum machine on the album is great, and the way Claude sort of has to simplify it because there's so much crazy hi-hat stuff going on. But it's great. It's lots of energy, and it's just fun. It's such a jolt. There's nothing else on the pod that sounds like it, but it still has that sludginess to it, murkiness rather, whatever. S-A-S. It's an awesome song. Should I put it A or S? I want to start putting stuff in like the lower and higher tiers because I know there's lots of songs that people are like want to go in those tiers. They keep getting dragged down or dragged up. I'll put it in S. I think there's enough people saying S that I can do that. Mister, would you please help my pony? I actually really love this song. At first, when I first got into Chocolate and Cheese, I didn't appreciate it as much. I'm just like, oh, they're doing like another wacky song. That Lego music video for Where the Cheese Goes, it's a classic. It's, yeah. Mister, would you please help my pony? It's an awesome song. It's so weird and wacky, but musically, it's really, really good. It really is a legitimately great song. There's a lot of musical merit to it. The arrangement's great. Other than the fact that like the lyrics are so goofy and there's that weird effect on the vocals, but it sounds cool to me. I don't consider it like a joke song, even though it kind of, lyrically it basically is, but it's a great song and it's very Ween, A, S, 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 A. Okay. Oh man, a lot of people are saying triple S for this. Wow. Maybe I should put it up in triple S, but there's definitely at least S. I guess S. Okay. This is where I'm realizing how many songs I have left. Good Lord. I'm realizing how many songs we're going to have to start kind of speeding through these. But this is going well so far. Dear solos are so good. Yeah. Is Papa Zit next? Yes, it is. Papa Zit, surprisingly good, but there's nothing, I think it's a much better, like, kind of God, Ween, Satan deep cut than, say, Old Queen Cole. Old Queen Cole's just kind of fine, but Papa Zit's awesome, especially on God, Ween, Satan live. When they do this live, and that middle section with the riff, and Claude's drumming is so freaking insane. It's so great. And Diener's solo, I don't know if he solos on this per se, but just his lead guitar, that main riff is so cool to hear, like, high parts like that. I think it's surprisingly good. It's easy to kind of discard it because the vocals are so, like, abrasive and kind of dumb. But it's good, I think. B, B, A, C. C is understandable too. It's not like the best song ever, but it's good. A lot of people are saying B. I guess that's a B. Okay. Molly, oh boy. I think I like this song more than I used to, but boy, oh boy. It's still not totally there. I think I like it more than Laura, which again makes no sense because I should like Laura more. Laura is like more of an actual song than Molly is, but I still like Molly more for some reason, but I don't love Molly. It used to be like a, F tier. It's kind of funny, but it's, that beat is kind of cool. It's whatever. I noticed the viewers, I don't know if this is coincidence, it's probably coincidence. The viewers got up higher than they were before as soon as we started doing Molly. Everyone's just watching this, waiting to me to get to Molly and to put it in S tier. They don't understand that I'm using you guys to rank these. Okay, F, F. I think this is the first time we've got like multiple people saying E and F. Tough one, D, I guess. Wow, we got two Fs that I'm seeing. Molly, SSS, best song to get people into Ween. Why do you have to mess this up and make this complicated? Yes, Popposite, it's hard. That's what makes, punk and those kind of genres great, right? It's just super solid. But back to this tune. Talking about, call it Mandy instead of Molly over there. Do what the Beatles did and re-record it for a different market. Like, Come Give Mer Deine Hand, I Want to Hold Your Hand. Re-record it Molly and make it Mandy. And they put that on Shinola too. Wouldn't that be great? I think that would be great. I'm joking, of course, because I wouldn't put Molly very high. Okay, D, F, E. I guess E it averages out to. Our first E tier. I'm kind of... Well, someone did say triple S, though, but, come on. If there's literally only one person, I guess I will have to just, like, kind of... Not ignore them, but be like, okay, it's going down at E, because... Gotta put some... I like to fill out this tier list a little bit. But again, be honest. If you really do think that this is the best song ever, and you're being genuine, then you're an insane person, or you're just trolling. But, be honest. Woman and Man is, I know that they put... Okay. I don't want to stop people from joking, though. You can joke if you want. It's just, I like hearing from people who genuinely think that certain songs are like awesome or whatever. Woman Man, this song tears you apart. It kind of does for me too, but it's because it's like, it's not that good. I want it to be like the best song ever, and that's clearly what they were going for. They put a lot of time and effort into recording it and getting it right. That's fair. I liked your version too. Thank you so much. I thought I didn't want to shill and just like be like, my covers, blah, blah, blah. And I don't have the gall to say any of my covers are better than the original, but I do try to either do my own thing with them or try to improve it, but I'm not going to be egotistical enough to say that it's better, because it's probably not. But it's just a little too long, a little too repetitive. That's why I added a chorus and stuff and shortened the solo significantly in my version. And the solo's like, it's okay, but it's not like that amazing. It just seemed like, I like the intro. I know a lot of people don't like the intro. I love the intro. That's like the most unique part of the song. So I can totally understand why someone would think that it's like an awesome song if you just want to like freak out and oh my gosh, this amazing long song, but I don't know, not for I don't hate it. There's A, C, B. I guess we're getting another B tier on this one. Cold and Wet. The live version of this is awesome, especially on the God Ween Satan live. On the album, it's still really cool. I used to think that I liked it less than I really did. Might be 150 songs. There's 165. Thousands of unreleased stuff. Oh yeah, there's just a ton. Cold and Wet, Triple S, following Fat Lenny, but on its own beat. That's true. It is an awesome 1-2 punch with Fat Lenny, which is, we'll get to that. Massive Santana vibes? Are you talking about Cold and Wet? No, you're talking about Woman Man. Sorry. I'm easily amused. I really am. Cold and Wet. Actually, SSS, no joke. The live version, absolutely. On the album, though, it's great, too. It really is. The guitar work is legitimately freaking awesome. Yes. I got confused. I thought you were talking about Cold and Wet for a second. I'm like, wait, he's obviously saying woman and man. Um, I don't mean to like, uh, did Laura dirty. You know, I get why people love it. I will like it one day. I promise you that, Michael Corcoran. I will like Laura one day, but not today. Watch London 93 performance. There's so many good performances. And the early duo days, the DAT days have their own charm, and they can be awesome as well, especially for early songs. I mean, of course, early songs, because that's what they did. Demon Sweat. Ooh, Demon Sweat's definitely a highlight, but I wouldn't say Laura is in that same league. But that's an interesting. I will like Laura one day. We're talking about Cold and Wet now, and I still haven't ranked it. People are saying C, but on its own B. We're saying on its own, but I guess we're saying C. But it's a really great. It's a surprisingly good song. The vocals are what they are, but for some reason they're just funny to me. They don't annoy me. You know, it's a fine line between what did Nigel Tufnell say, or what one of the guys from Spinal Tap. It's a fine line between clever and stupid. Tastes good on the bun. All right, this is another one. This is another one of the brown ones, the brownest ones. Tastes good on the bun. It's one of the album openers of all time. Woman and Man totally has Achilles' Last Stand vibes. That's totally what they were going for, but I don't think it's as sort of sprawling of a composition. Songs objectively looking as a song Ween fan. Yes, I totally agree with what you said there. 2060. I try to be honest, and because I actually do hold them to a standard. And Mr. Would you please help my pony? B. Well, that was back. Where do we have it? We put it up in S. C tier, kind of mess start to. Yeah, I guess it's supposed to be crap start. Yeah, I don't enjoy listening to it, but I guess the point of it is that it's supposed to be a brown start to Shinola. It's supposed to be like, this is for fans. But like, I don't like it. It's fun. It's funny. There's a lot of songs where it's like, okay, it's worth a listen once, but I'm never going to listen to it again, like as just to jam out to it. D, A. Some people are saying A. Come on. Again, I want you to be honest, but thank you. You guys are. I love all of you for doing this. I legitimately love hearing from people who legitimately think Tastes Good on the Bun is like worthy of A tier or whatever. Or maybe you're talking about Cold and Wet. I don't know. No. Separate the music. It's hard to separate from the music from the live stuff. Yeah, because there's so. I just sort of try to account for it all, right? That's why She Fucks Me. I would definitely put it in like my S tier. Definitely at least A tier, but because the live version, it kind of drags it down a little bit. So I guess Tastes Good on the Bun is going in C or D. I guess C. That's what people seem to be leaning towards. The Stallion Part 1. My most recent video, you can watch it right here. This link that I have right next to my head. No, I don't. But you can just watch the most recent video on my channel. What makes this song brown, which Beato very rudely tried to plagiarize that concept from me. He tried to just copy my videos. I really like this song. It's not like one of my absolute favorites or anything, which some people might assume because I made a whole exhaustive video explaining why I like it. But no, I really like it. I like it a lot more than Stallion Part 2, which we'll get to. But I really like it. I like how menacing it sounds. I go into the details of why in that video, so I'll just have to listen to you guys. A, B, Part 1B. I start on track 5. What's track 5? I could just pull it up, but you guys are so awesome. You'd B for Beato. Yeah. Looks like we're averaging out to B. It's pretty solid that we've got here. Yeah. And keep in mind, like, good is good. If I put a song, this is just for me personally, like, if I was ranking this list, I would, very few songs I would grant like the triple S tier, but this is you guys. So Puffy Cloud is next. Menacing sound. Yeah, I love how menacing it is. Puffy Cloud. So this one, I know a lot of people like it. It'll be, and I hope to the Lord above that what I'm about to say is not like a jinx at all. But I hope that, it'll be very sad when Jeaner and or Diener passes away. And I'm sure when that happens, I'll listen to this song and I'll break down and cry because it's so emotional. It's between two guys just having fun, innocent times. But just listening to it as a song, it sucks. It's not supposed to be a good song. It's just them messing around, but like it's not a good song. It's just not. And I get that it's the Ween tradition to close on like a down note on this, but it's whatever. We got A, B, B. I don't know if they're talking about Stallion still, but C, D, B. Part 5 is, yeah, it's really cool. Mickey's a really underrated rhythm player, especially when you see Waving My Dick in the Wind live and stuff. He's absolutely great. If you wanted to judge solely on a technical level, like whether or not he would be hired as a session musician, he would probably he's probably a better rhythm player than a lead player. But of course, we love his lead playing. I'm just saying, like, if you wanted to be a jerk and be like whether or not you want to get invited to the music college. I'm blanking. I'm having so many brain farts that you're watching me function at like a third of my actual intelligence level. It's pretty cool. Parts 1, yeah, that's like the second time they've ever done that since All Request Live, right? That's so awesome. God Wait Satan songs are greater within the context of the Berkeley. Oh my God, thank you. If this was any other day that I wasn't live streaming, I would be like, oh, you wouldn't be invited to Berkeley. I'm such an idiot. Part 4 has only ever been played live 4 or 5 times. Yeah. That's awesome. I'd love to hear why they did that. I guess they can just do whatever they want. They have all these amazing songs they can just pick from. But okay, guys, Puffy Cloud. Did you guys already vote for? Yes, you did. Oh my gosh, I'm an idiot. I guess this averages out to D from what I'm seeing. Someone said C, but like, come on. Fluffy. Speaking of closers, and it rhymes with Puffy, so that's something. Fluffy. I like Fluffy, but I know a lot of people who don't. It's not like an amazing melody or anything, but the arrangement is nice and the chord progression's nice. I could see how people love it. This is like every Ween song where it's like, I could see how you like it. Least favorite song? Yeah. I usually stop the album before it starts, to be honest. That's fair. I mean, it's not like the best song ever. So live version, it's like, for most of the live versions I've seen, it like almost gets to that level of being amazing, but it just stops short. This is exactly how I wanted this stream to go so far, by the way, aside from the horrible technical failings I made earlier, where everyone's like participating and stuff. You guys are awesome. And, I know it's a fan favorite. Man, I really just don't enjoy it. Yeah. A lot of people saying A, E, someone said triple S. I guess B, because so many people are, it's cool live, but I don't think it rises up to, I think it needs to rock a little bit harder, and it needs to be a little bit, he was just on the porch, it's cinema. I like it. I'm gauging your guys's, so I'm going to say, because some people are saying D or E, but a lot of people are saying like A and triple S, I'm going to say it averages out to B. I'm surprised you guys are being really polite. I'm waiting for someone to like yell at me for, putting something in E tier, like Molly, instead of putting in triple S. I'm waiting for someone to just, freak out at me, because yes, clearly I'm the one who said that, and I'm not gauging your guys. But you guys are being cool. You guys are Ween fans, so you're like one of the more intelligent groups of people on the planet. Live version of Fluffy. Yes, it's real good. Right now I'm like, yeah, Fluffy's fine, I guess. How dare you put Molly in E? I'm sorry, Narv Eland. You're awesome. You guys are great. Speaking of cool, Wayne's Pet Youngin. It's a really good song. Like it's, I think, and I know that they said, "How dare you call me intelligent?" Um, you know, it's people have different opinions to mine. Rude. Um, Wayne's Pet Young is great. 2016 Lock. Yeah, the 2016 shows are great, but I think they've been great ever since. Honestly, like they've been shockingly consistent with the quality of their shows. Yeah, Wayne's Pet Youngin is certainly Wayne's Pet Youngin is it has a lot of energy, but it's not like Old Queen Cole where it's just energy and that's it. I mean, it's not a genius song, but it's just short and fun and well executed. And I remember it's is it Stubbs? Is it live at Stubbs where he goes, "We wrote the song when we were 12." Pretty good for songs they wrote when I was 12. I didn't write songs till I was like, I don't know, 16, and they were all horrible and embarrassing. And they still are to this day. I mean, I'm working on a solo album and it's great. That's going to take forever to make. Anyway, you can tell. Oh, yeah, you can tell, especially since the lyrics are just references to whatever that show is. Yeah, they did a good job at the South Park show. I wish I could have seen more of the songs they played because I know they played a lot, but they only included so many of them. S, A, C. I guess it's averaging out to A, right? People are pretty positive about it. The fuck jam. Okay. I'm all ears for anyone who legitimately thinks that this is like a triple S tier. I've never liked it. I think it breaks up the pacing of Quebec. Quebec should have been like, it should have gotten to the point where there's like, I mean, it's not a joke song necessarily. It kind of is. But to me, Quebec, once you get to like the last half of Quebec, it should have been like dead serious. And I know a lot of people are like, no, that's not what Ween's about. But I think that's the whole genius of Quebec. It's that it's this trying to mask the emotions behind, some goofiness. And it's like, you get that. But when you get to the fuck jam, it's like, dude, I get it. It's just 3 minutes of a waste of time. And yeah, it's like short. It's not 10 minutes, but like the fact that it's short shouldn't be like a justification for it being, a waste of time. If it was like 30 seconds, sure. And I get that they do the false ending and that's fun, but it's just whatever. It's fine. Yeah, it's just a preset. And it's like, I could do that. I could just get a Casio keyboard and just thunk, or it's a micro Korg, and just hit a button and have at it. It's just boring and it's a waste of time to me. But again, you guys are saying E. Yeah, I mean, it's obviously the worst on Quebec. I'd be very interested to hear someone's argument for why it's not the worst song on Quebec. F, E, D. This might be our first F. Well, people are saying E and C. Maybe a C. I guess E, right? Efforts taking a spot away from things you already know. Oh yeah, what a shame. There's so many. I mean, there's so many instances of that. They should just put out. They just put out like more than one album a year for all the songs that like put out a main song and then like like put out Quebec and then put out like an album that sounds a little bit better, but is kind of on the same quality of demo-y as like Craters of the Sack the same year, so that you kind of get some of those. Or of course, if we lived in a perfect world, I would just say, keep cranking out awesome albums, but that's not how it always works, right? Yeah, I pretty much skip it absolutely is. It's an amazing song. I like Pink Eye on My Leg way more just because there's infinitely more going on there musically. Spring Theme, yes. Oh my gosh, Spring Theme is so good. There's songs on less so the pod. They still show up on the pod, but especially Pure Guava, where they're just bangers. They're just actually really good. There's no qualms about it. I mean, they obviously sound really lo-fi and there's weird effects on certain things, but like Spring Theme's just an actual banger. It's great. I agree, 2060, but we'll get to that song eventually. I hope. Good Lord, there's so many songs left to do. Oh, boy. A, B, triple S. I would probably put in an S. I guess it averages out to S from what I'm seeing. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, Nan. Unless someone else has anything else. A. Yeah. Well, people are saying A, but someone said triple S, and another one said S. I think it's fine to. I think it's fine to average out to S. Nan is awesome. Nan is so good. It's so funny, but like musically, it's really good, and it gets you in the head of this character of Eddie Dingle as portrayed in the song. Yes, it's funny and weird, but it's actually a really good song. It's like everything that Ween working at their height should be about, or just songs that are less weird but that are still good songs. That's what the mark of Ween to me is, that their style of songwriting, more so than like, oh, they're funny and wacky. But this song is funny and wacky in it, but it also gets you in the head. Like, dude, if I opened your head, tell me what would I find? That is some Patrick Bateman stuff. It's so good, but it's so funny because the character that he's singing as is just like a dummy. He's like, it's so good. And I love how abruptly the song ends. I don't give a fuck about you or Dan, you bitch. And that's it. Yeah, it's risen for me. I used to just be like, it's like a goofy whatever song. You've seen them live 21 times. That's only saw Spring Theme 1. That's amazing. They should bring this out more if that's the case. People who've seen them live that many times, it's awesome. When did you first see them live? I'd love to hear that. Was it back in like the 90s? Or maybe it was like the 2000s? Or maybe it was recent. I'd like to hear. Yeah, Nan is awesome. People are saying S, triple S, A, C. Man, it's definitely S. I almost, because multiple people have said triple S. I almost want to. We haven't had any go up there. We haven't had any go to F either. Maybe once we'll have all the songs, 3 years from now, actually out on the board, I'll like kind of ask you guys, okay, well, can we push this track, up from S to triple S and down from F? I've only seen them live once and oh man, but that's what's so awesome. That's what's so awesome about this band is that there's so many awesome videos of them online that, seeing them live was great, but it's awesome we have so many resources and stuff to just to pull from online. But yeah, I hope you can see them live one day. I really do. And they still sound great. Speaking of sounding great, awesome sound. Does not sound great on the album. But it's really funny. On the album it's really funny. There's like he sounds like he's singing through a bowl or something. I got an awesome sound going down. He sounds like that. And he's doing a James Brown type thing where he's like, oh, hit me again for the drum machine, but it's so not tight at all. But live, it transforms in this beautifully awesome, like when it crushed live when they did this. Absolutely crushed when I saw them at the Fillmore. I can't believe I had so many brain farts that I had a life-changing night at the end of 2021 at the Fillmore in Silver Spring. And I was like, what's the name of that venue? Triple S for live, but A or B for the album version. Yeah, it's funny on the album. I think the fact that it's funny kind of helps it out. If it was just the song and not an extra funny bit like how there is on the album, it wouldn't be as good, but it's good. Doubt they'll ever come back to Australia. Yeah, I don't want to crush your dreams. Hey, maybe they will. I mean, they're Ween. They can do whatever they want. Saw them live once in Chicago. So, I mean, the fact that they toured Australia is kind of amazing. For show, all they played left. I Fell in Love Today for the first time. Yeah, that was cool. Feel Your Pain. Why can't this band just be everywhere in the world at once? See, that's the rub, right? A, D for the record one. Yeah, I think everyone's on the same boat. Is like live, it's triple S. I guess B is where it's kind of landing. Are you guys having a good time, or is there any way I could sort of like make this a bit more entertaining to watch? Because I'm trying my best, but you can be honest. Bumblebee. I love this one live. It's so much energy and awesomeness live. On the album, it's just kind of noisy and dissonant. It's funny, but live, they transform it into just like arena rock anthem, and it's like, who else could do that? Who else could turn this into an arena rock anthem live? Jebby, you try to fight me in real life anyway. This is nothing new. You're just trying to find a reason why. This is fine. Well, I certainly hope you guys are enjoying yourselves, because I'm enjoying it so far. S for me. Again, I'm trying to sort of balance. I'm keeping in mind the album and live version, right? Yeah, I'm very partial to this, but like live is like I jam out to it regularly. It sounds so good and it's so energetic. Album, it's just kind of funny. A, C, S. I'm gonna say this averages out to A because we got so many triple S's and stuff. Okay, Mutilated Lips. Oh boy, we're getting. Is this our first Mollusk? Yes, it is. It's our first track from the Mollusk, and like arguably one of the best. Such an amazing song, so unique. It's really not a very complicated song structurally, and the solo's not complicated at all. But the arrangement is so freaking good. I don't think I've ever heard anyone say that they like don't like the song. And again, be honest. If you think this is E tier, I would love to hear why. But I've never heard anyone say that they don't like the song. Actually, even someone when I was first getting to Ween and I made the horrible mistake of being like, "Oh, you should listen to this band." I was being like kind of rude. This is back in like when I was 16 or 15. And I showed them Mutilated Lips. I'm like, this song's awesome. And they were like, this sounds weird. And they like didn't like it at first. But then once the song's over, they're like, this is a good song. Yeah, Triple S. I think this is going to be our first that actually does make it to Triple S. Unless someone comes in the last minute and it's like, D. I'm going to put it in Triple S. The Going Gets Tough from the Get-Go. Another great one. Good Lord, there's so many songs left. I'm trying. I'm really trying, guys. But The Going Gets Tough from the Get-Go. Go, man, go. This one's so much fun. Yeah, the production's amazing on Mutilated Lips. But Going Gets Tough from the Get-Go is a lot of fun as well. It's just, and I love the fact that it's so short. It's like 2 minutes flat. And live versions a lot of the time throws in lots of, I mean, the live versions from the DAT days are probably the best to watch of that song. They're so funny and they play off of each other so funnily. S, B, A, B. Looking like it's probably going to be S. Sorry, it's probably going to be A. I would put it in at least A, maybe S. C. So that's the funny thing is that there's no like lead instrument. There's just like the most lead instrument is probably, I mean, the bass is doing the heavy lifting, but there's the little bells, whatever you call them. I mean, they're definitely digital, but the doom 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 boom. It's a funny short song and it's a lot of fun. Looking like this is going to be A or maybe B. Some people are saying C. I'm going to go with A. Okay, Touch My Tutor. This is one of my go-to examples of, man, live, this one crushes. The All Request, not All Request, Live in Chicago is so good. That's probably my favorite version of the song. It's so good, so much energy. And the album version is just funny, but it's also kind of grating. But what's still great about the album version is the middle section, the bridge, I guess. And I love the entrance of the guitar solo, the brow, brow, brow. And then they put that like a delay effect on the guitar, and that melody is really cool and winding. Yeah, live, it's absolutely S, maybe even triple. Yeah. Album version D. I mean, it's funny. I'm assuming it's Gene singing on the album. It probably is. Yeah, it is. Because he does it live. His voice just sounds so ridiculous on the album. B, A, D. I'm keeping them both in mind. Because I try to think like, what would I rank the album version and what would I rank the live version? And I pick sort of in the middle of those. So the album version's like C. Yeah, I would say album version C or maybe even D if I'm feeling like mean. Live, it's so great. Forget why my brain's so muddy. It's not as easy to do that like at a proper volume as you'd think, and it's so good. And it sounds so heavy live. That big fat bass sound. A, C, it's kind of all over the place for this one. B, I guess B is what it's looking like. Reggae Junkie Jew. The controversial song, if you don't know anything. If you don't know that it's about a specific guy and all that. You guys heard that interview? There's so many interviews and so many radio station talks and with them in the 90s of these obscure radio stations. And there's the one where Mickey's talking to some guy and he's like, I think that song Reggae Junkie Jew is really offensive because you keep saying Jew. I don't think that's cool, man. And he says that him and Gina are both Jewish, which I'm assuming he's joking about himself being Jewish. Maybe, I don't know. But obviously Aaron is. And it made the guy really uncomfortable. Anyway, the All Request Live version is cool. The album version just goes on a little too long, but I really like the stuff that's going on. Like it's a cool beat. The bass line's really cool. It's super loud. If you ever listen to this song in the car, the bass gets super loud. It's kind of ridiculous. Show me why my brain is muddy. Show me why my brain is muddy. B. S. Okay. I don't hear a lot of people say this is S. Store drum. Yeah, the instrumentation's cool. It goes on a bit long, especially in the later half when they're not adding a whole lot. The song gives your ears a massage. That sounds like in a positive way, but I could also hear how someone would be like, the song's ear grating. Wow. So a lot of people, this might average out to A from what people, Reggae Junkie do D. But a surprising amount of people are saying S. So maybe B or A. I guess A. Tastes good on the buns, B. Where is it on our... Oh, we have it in C. That's kind of high. Anyway, Reggae Junkie Jew is probably gonna... I guess I'll put it in A. I don't know where I would... Where would I have it personally? Probably B or C. Probably B because it has some good qualities to it. I don't love it live, honestly. I think it goes on way too long, but that's just me. I like the LP version of Even If You Don't the other day. Aaron sounds kind of like the guy from Squeeze. I only listen to Squeeze a little bit. Wake 'em in the morning. Na 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 na. Luster quickly for me becomes a skip, thus making it E tier. Ooh. I don't think I've heard any. You know what? I have heard some people complain that it's just too long. Making a song that long is tough, but I think the storytelling and the arrangement is so good. Argy bargy. What? Anyway, what song is this now? Fiesta. Is it just me or like I heard recently on the Ween Satan podcast? I don't know if you guys listen to that. You should. It's a good podcast. They literally just came back after a hiatus. They've had personal troubles being able to record and get together, but it's pretty cool. And recently they're discussing, and they're about to cover La Cucaracha, and he said that from what he understood, a lot of people don't like Fiesta. And I never got that vibe of people not liking the song. I think it's fun. It's a fun opener. The horn sample on the album is like, it sounds really cool to me. Like it's obviously synthesized, but it sounds good. It sounds like kind of cool. By all means, come in guns blazing with all of your opinions, man. Nothing's off the table. I just, you can joke around, but I also would love to hear your actual opinions. Because I think it's cool to learn. Fiesta D doesn't feel like Ween to you. Is that sort of the yes, I love on the album where the drum machine, I assume it's drum machine or whatever. I don't know if they like it sounds kind of like real drums to me as well though. So maybe they did something with the tempo, they sped up or whatever. But that glitchy part's real cool. I think it's a fun little opener. It's also the only opener that's instrumental. Is the general 2060, is that the general kind of vibe from people? Is that it doesn't feel like Ween? I think it feels like Ween. I think it feels totally at home. And I think it's cool that, the first time you hear vocals on the album is Blue Balloon, and his vocals on that album, on that song are, we'll get to that, but. So B, C, D. I guess C is what it's looking like people are saying for Fiesta. I would definitely have it higher than that, but, well, I would have it at B. Ooh, dang. I saw your opinion on the song The Mollusk, but we'll get to that. Sweetheart in the Summer. Oh man, this one's just great. I would definitely put this in A if this was mine. But what do you guys think for this one? It's not a very talked about song. I feel like it's a talked about song between fans, but like no one seems to really address this song. Diener's vocals are, charming, but the backup vocals as well are charming. It's a very nice, pleasant song. It's got a nice vibe to it. Thinking this is B or C? A to B. Actually, just remembered Solo on the Mollusk. I don't mean to keep laughing because I know that it kind of sets this microphone off into clipping. If whenever this microphone clips, if it like hurts your guys' ears, let me know. So if I have to turn the gain on it down a little bit, but Bulletproof Panda, I like that. Oh man, I just remember the Solo on the Mollusk. Never mind, A tier. Nigel Chapman S. So C, A to B, B, S. I guess B. All right. Sweetheart in the Summer, B. I don't want it. Oh man, you guys better. I want to say not that I'm gonna make all my comments on this just about the Podween Satan podcast, because I've listened to it a bit and it's real good, but it's not my only source of commentary that I listen to for Ween. It's just I remember on this they covered I Don't Want It, and they were like they liked it fine, but they weren't like raving about it or anything, which was kind of what I was expecting because I think this is one of their absolute best songs. I would put this in triple S tier. It's too poppy. You're thinking of Sweetheart in the Summer is too poppy? If LMYP is A, do you have Monique the Freak? We will get to that. And by the way, this is me polling you guys more so than me inserting my own opinion. Maybe I'll show you guys what my actual personal one is because I have it pulled up somewhere, but it's not easy for me this setup to just pull it up. Too poppy. Aaron's so many awesome. Aaron is one of my favorite singers. Even like this band is great, but even if I wasn't head over heels about the band, I think he would still be on my list of like favorite singers. He's so awesome what he does, and his voice still sounds really good. Most of the songs they do, he can still mostly do them. He can't do some of the obviously screamy stuff or the super duper high stuff as well, but he's still out there, and his voice is not completely gone yet, from what I can tell. So great for him, and I love his voice. His voice on this song is so good, and that guitar solo, which is him. Triple S, A. I'm not seeing anything particularly negative about this. We could put this in S or triple S, I think. I definitely. I'm not seeing anything negative, so I'm going to say we're going to put this in triple S. Because why not? It's where it belongs, in my opinion. It's going to be all right. Another positive one. Wow, okay. I was going to say, we're having a string of really good songs, and I saw Moving Away was coming up. We'll get to that. So it's going to be all right. All right, y'all better not disappoint me. I Don't Want It. S. Yeah. It's going to be all right. It has just an awesome production to it. It's so the vocal layering. LMYP's easy S. Well, it's where it is. Where is it? It's in A. It's gonna be It's gonna be is a really tough one. Ooh, someone who actually calls it it's gonna be. Someone who actually calls it what it technically is called. Um, S to A, B, A. This is not as universal. I thought it was gonna be people just saying like triple S. This is interesting. I again would this one be would is this one a little too makes you feel something? It makes me feel sad. It makes me feel like, oh man, this is sad. But it's so atmospheric and stuff. Does anyone here think that this song is too poppy? We're getting B's, A's. It pains me to say it. It looks like it's averaging out to A instead of S or triple S. I guess it's going in A. I love people showing up and they're like, this guy's an idiot. He has this song in this tier. And it's like, you don't know what's happening, do you? Anyway, so what's up? Waving my dick in the wind? Is that next? Okay. So, yeah, there's another one. This is one that I'm not sure which one I like more, if it's the live version. I mean, the live version and record version, aside from having that recording sound to it, it's a bit more, polished, and it's got the drum machine and stuff. Aside from that, it's really it's pretty comparable live. And Diener's rhythm playing is it's fun on the album, but it's really awesome live. And it's probably the goofiest song on the Mollusk. I guess Pink Eye is technically goofier, but but it's really not that goofy. There was this one review of this album that someone uploaded a while ago, and I think I don't know if I just can't find it anymore, if they deleted it or whatever. This is back when I was like first getting into this album, The Mollusk, and they pointed out that "Waving My Dick in the Wind." If you look at the lyrics, it's goofy because he says "dick," isn't that funny? And the whole bit with Jimmy Wilson's fun, but like the song is about him. He's like a drifter, and he's he's trying to make it home tonight, and he's like a truck driver or something. And there's that weird like train sound with the synth that I love in the background, "Lost in the Sauce." They probably didn't coin that, if I had to guess. Maybe they did. If they did, that's awesome. I'm gonna pretend they did. Okay, everyone seems to like the song more than it's gonna be on all right, which is pretty funny. I guess it's going in S. Again, I'm trying to sort of speed through these more than I should before. Moving Away. Okay, I want to hear loud and clear from someone who just like loves this song. Why? Everyone kind of immediately goes to a song like Molly as a song. I've even heard more people say like Stallion Part 1 is like a worse song than Moving Away, and I don't get it, dude. I don't get it. I don't know what they're trying to do. I think they're trying to do a different thing with this song, and then at the end they like sped up the tape or slowed down the tape. Probably slowed down the tape, but sped up the vocal because the vocal's high pitched. And Moving Away, it just sucks. So if you legitimately, again, if every time I clip this mic, let me know if it's like hurting your ears or whatever. C. Wow, you guys are being a lot nicer to the song than I would be. What do you guys hear? Like, honestly, I would be totally fine putting this in F. I would put this in E or F. I think I put this in E on my personal ranking. It's like you would have to completely rework the song, like even live. I don't know have they played this live? They've probably. I don't know if they played this live. They must have, but you'd have to completely rework it. Like the state that it's in, it's kind of bluesy, but it's not like a blues jam. It's just it sucks. But you all are saying C, and 2060 is right. 2060. Well, okay, I don't want to be a jerk to you all because you all are awesome, but. I agree with 2060 on this one. It's an E, but y'all are saying C. He says E. Maybe I'll just put it in D to average it out. We haven't put one in D for a while, in a long time actually. Demon Sweat. Okay, if this one gotta get up and get down for Demon Sweat. I really love the album version. I know a lot of people. I heard some people say they only like this one when they do it live. And I love Demon Sweat on the album. I think it's really cool. I think it retains that. I think the lyrics are really cool. It's poetic and you're not quite sure what it's about, but it gives you enough pieces of the puzzle that you'd be like, okay, it's about someone who it's about either a breakup or I always imagine it's like someone got kidnapped in the middle of the night or it's so cool. It's got a great atmosphere to it. And when they play it live, it tears the house down and stuff, of course. but I still like the album version. Uh, you like the album version better than live? That's I think that's totally valid with this song. I'm not sure which I like more. I mean, obviously, if I see them, I saw them. Yeah, I saw them play Demon Sweat, and it was awesome. I think they're both pretty equally great. You know, A tier, A, triple S, A, S. A lot of people saying A. So I guess S, is that fair? Because most are saying A, but some people said S or triple S. So S it is. Up on the hill, down by the river. Up on the hill. There's not much to this song really. It's literally it's so funny what they did. They literally just had this song. They had this song and just repeated the lyrics. But you know, they had the they just ooh, F. Dr. Scotty, are you talking about Up on the Hill, or are you talking about, you're not talking about Demon Sweat, are you? Yeah, I love Up on the Hill. It's fun. Live, it doesn't seem to work as well when they try and do it live. And I get why, doing the whole doo-wop thing, but I love on the album all those weird, and Jeter's voice sounds cool when they do that. Bops, you want it up on the hill, and they're like, I assume they're sped up, or maybe he's just doing high falsetto stuff in the background. But ooh, up on the hill, F. Wow, is it just you're just not a fan of the? I'd like to hear why. Is it you're just not into the lyrics or the vocals? Like, what's kind of souring you on it? We got A, F, C. Oh man, I guess this might average out to D, just because of F, B, A. This might average out to C, because it's C or D. I guess C, because there's only one person saying F. Just never liked it? That's fine. Sometimes it's just like you don't know why. It's just not your jam. C tier. So I guess C tier. That's fair from what I'm seeing. I would probably have it. Where would I put it? I would probably have it in B tier because it's not great, but it's good, and I think it's really cool. Pumping for the Man. I love this song. I love this song so much. It's so fast. The bass line's great. I saw that the Ween Kid channel recently uploaded an isolated bass on that. I mean, you can hear the bass pretty clearly on the album, but it's cool they did that. That's really cool of him to do. And yes, I love this song. I was worried that everyone was going to be like, eh. Oh man, we got S, triple S. This is really cool to see that so many people are. Yes, I'm so happy. We might put this in triple S. I'm not seeing a whole lot of negativity for it. I mean, it definitely seems to be one day I like, other day I don't. B tier. Okay, we got B, S, triple S, probably even triple S, A. So maybe not quite triple S. Looks like we're going for S on this one. But yeah, I love. It totally captures the. It totally captures that like. The. Oh, we're saying S. I think we're saying S. It's insane in every way. It kind of is. It's manic, but I wouldn't call it. Yeah, I put it in. I guess we're settling on S. I think that's fair to say. I made a little mistake there. Mushroom induced madness. I think it's just the resentment that you feel towards the world and everyone from working at a gas station in Jersey. I mean, that would drive anyone insane. I've only been to Jersey once, and I don't know. Why would you even keep on living when you live there? Oh boy, it's not the prettiest place. Did you see me? Yeah, I mean everyone loves this song, right? It's it's a proggy song, but it's really not that long. Like 5 minutes by prog standards is like 30 seconds. So, Did You See Me? I mean, it's a really cool song to put after Gabrielle. That's a really good 1-2 punch on Shinola. It's never, I'll be honest, it's never been my absolute favorite. And what I mean by that is, I mean, it's not like, I was never like, oh, this is one of my absolute, top 5. This is in triple S tier for me. Right? Dr. Scotty, where are you again? Where are you from? Very Floydian. Yeah, a lot of people point that out. And it's, I guess it is fair. It is fair. Well, everyone's uniformly saying A. I guess you should probably go an A. Yeah, I was expecting more people to be like, oh, it's got to be, triple S tier, but yeah, I would probably put it in S, probably, which, that's certainly not faint praise. That's awesome, but I've never been like, this is my favorite. Plays Soul on Fancy Pants. Fancy Pants is insane because, well, it's insane when you listen to it. I'm almost certain that there's some, it sounds like they had to just mess with tape speed and whatnot. And they could have even had Glenn or whoever have a keyboard patch to synthesize and, put through some sequencers and stuff. It's probably Mickey doing all that guitar work, but it's going through all sorts of processing and stuff. All the, they definitely sped that up, it's still cool. He vastly undersells his considerable skills. Yeah, a lot of guitar players tend to do that. A lot of Nashville in the house. Woo! Hamilton, Canada. That's right. I'm horribly forgetful when it comes to locations and stuff. So thank you very much for, saying that. I play it off legit. This is, oh my gosh. I saw him play this live at the Fillmore, and it was like the greatest. Honestly, that's like, that might be the performance that I remember the most. Junior's hitting the clavs, the little sticks that are like the length of your index finger. And he was just walking around on stage, had the biggest grin on his face. He looked like he was having the time of his life. And he's like 20 feet away from any microphones. He's just standing next to Claude or whatever, and just like facing away from any microphones hitting him. And he comes back over. The line about, I wear this awesome shirt when I wear it on the shit, and I play it off legit. It was awesome. Oh my gosh. FD? Oh my goodness. I feel so betrayed by all of you. I'm so, my heart can't take it. I mean, it's certainly, it's unique for Ween. I don't think they have another song like this. Even something like Going Gets Tough from the Get-Go. It's certainly not like this. Okay, we got A tier. Atta is coming through. Bulletproof Panda. You guys are great. I mean, you guys with the incorrect opinions over here saying it's an F and D, you guys are great too. It's just, your opinion on this song is not. But thank you. All right. I don't want to come across as too antagonistic to you guys. Okay, so we got B, F, great palate cleanser. Yeah, that's kind of true. I mean, there's a couple. Sarah obviously sticks out. Sarah sticks out like a sore thumb, though. It's an awesome song. I might actually do a What Makes This Song Brown on that. It's not super brown, obviously, but I just love that song. But yeah, just being honest, absolutely, yes. I'm just, I want you to be honest, Dr. Scotty. Thank you. You're awesome. I'm not actually mad at you for having a different opinion on me. It's a great palate cleanser. So is Sarah, but Sarah, as awesome as it is, it kind of feels like they took this song that's awesome in its own way and kind of plopped it in this album, which is very Ween. But I Play It Off Legit feels like it sort of fits in line with the rest of the album better, if that makes any sense. So I can kind of say that. I just love it. I think it's so funny, and they just break down laughing at the end. And on the album version, you hear the bleed from whatever tape they're recording over, like some jazz thing. It's the funniest thing ever. And then immediately following that up with Pumping for the Man, because I believe that's what happens next. Okay, so we have F, D, B. So I guess that's going to be C that it comes out to. Pandyfackler is next. Pandyfackler is next, and I like this song. It's probably my least favorite. Please stop. Yeah, please stop ranking songs before they get there. Thank you, Hayon. I didn't want to have to say that, but yeah, we're. I mean, if you're just trying to stop by and say what you feel about the song, I can understand that. But if you can stick around, then just wait till we get there. But thank you either way for being here. Pantyfackler, A-S. Okay, there's lots more positivity than I was expecting on this one. I got the impression a lot of people just didn't like this one. If you guys are hearing like buzzing and stuff from my microphone at any point or any weird noise, let me know. Anywho, Pantyfackler is it's a good song. It's I think it's certainly not a bad song. It's not. I think the thing that gets a lot of people is that it doesn't have a very like singable chorus or anything. It's a very instrumentally driven song, and I was kind of surprised at one point to find out that Diener sang it when I first realized it, because it sounds like Diener could have sang it to me. And I think there's also footage of him singing it. I saw them the first time I saw any footage of them playing this live. It was when Diener did it with the Ween group, I believe. So that kind of furthered my impression that, Diener must have sang it, because it's a very girl. It's not a very demanding song vocally. And it's a very Steely Dan-y sounding thing, but it sounds really good. It sounds so good on the album. And it's nice. And Glenn's keyboard solo, I'm not a fan of when it goes on for like 40 minutes live sometimes, but I get why they do it, to give people a bathroom break and stuff. So that's fun. I guess it's going to A. I was expecting it to go to like B at the highest, but it's going in A. I'm Holding You. This is I guess it's probably one of my more favorites on the country album. I think it's an awesome opener. I've told this story sometimes. When I first listened to this album, and of course, I was first starting to get into Ween, right? And I was sort of first starting to decide that I liked them, but I didn't fully come to that realization yet that they were like going to be one of my favorite bands or anything. And I was like, oh, they have a country album, and I heard Piss Up a Rope, because that's like the song to hear from the album that people always make a deal about. And I was like, oh, this is going to be great. Someone deleted your message. What was your message? I did not delete anything. I don't even know how to. I mean, I probably could just assume. Yeah, I could delete messages, but I have not deleted anything at all. But I listened to I'm Holding You, and I put on the album expecting, and like a minute and a half in the song, after the first chorus probably, I had a life-changing realization that oh my goodness, it's a real country album. It's not just them making fart noises in the microphones. And I wasn't necessarily expecting that, but I wasn't expecting it to be a wacky joke album exactly, but I was expecting it to not be what I'm Holding You was. And it was so... I laughed for literally half an hour. I had to stop the song. It was like, oh my goodness, it's an action. It's a real song, and it was so pretty. And Jeaner's voice is so good, and those backup vocals by the Jordanaires are so wonderful. The main guitar lick, and the chorus with the pause. More precious than fine ore, baby, holding you. It's so good. On Top Chat, YouTube filters, what I consider spam, live chat, Top Chat. Oh my goodness. Stupid YouTube. Anyway, okay, I have it switched to live chat now. I can see I can't believe I didn't. I had it switched to live chat on the preset of the other stream I did, so I'm apologizing for this horribly run thing. Anyway, we're seeing A's, B's, I guess A. Most people seem to be agreeing like A. Again, this is another one that I've seen. It seems to be somewhat sort of divisive among people. She Wanted to Leave. I've always thought everyone loved this song. If this was me, this is an easy triple S for me. I love this song. But I guess some people might just find it boring or something. I don't know what else you could possibly want from a closer for the Mollusk. The hidden track, I usually don't care about hidden tracks. I think they're kind of like a waste. One of the only times that I enjoy a hidden track other than this would be um, probably the first real hidden track, which is Her Majesty from the Beatles. I think that's like one of the 3 times that someone's done a hidden track and I actually like it. And She Wanted to Leave, the hidden track at the end is just, the little reprise of I'm Dancing in the Show Tonight with the wind sounds, makes you feel like you're on the beach at nighttime with the gray, dark gray and green sky in the background, just like on the cover of the album, just like how it was conceived when they were doing it. Oh, it's so good. Did you change your mind? From S to triple S. Oh my gosh. Yeah. A, B. Wow. This might be the most, yeah, people love this song and I love it too. Beautiful vocals. Yeah, it's beautiful vocals, even though I could see someone be like, it's a little jokey and weird because he's doing the 3 men all they were little accent, but it's awesome. Okay, this is definitely a triple S tier. Yeah. Tick. Awesome song. I love this song. I love this track. Your dad sang it to you when you was a kid. I mean, I definitely figured that that's the case for a lot of people. Just logically, because so many younger people have gotten into Ween, and so many people for so long have become parents now. But it's just so weird for me because to me, Ween is just something I've discovered in recent years. And the one time my parents found out about it, they're like, "What is this Satan album you're listening to?" I was like, "No." And I usually don't listen to weirdo rock, or not that I would categorize Ween as that. They're a bit more. There's a bit more to them, obviously, than that. But I don't usually listen to avant-garde music a whole lot, and I wouldn't call Ween's its own thing, but it's hard to explain that to people. A. Yeah, lots of A. A is a pretty good tier for Tick. If I was feeling, I could probably put this in S. I think it's just an awesome song, but A is totally good. It's a great song. Tick, 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 tick. Powder Blue. All right. What do you all have to say about Powder Blue? Because I gotta be honest, it's just like whatever for me. Powder Blue, I like it more than I used to. It used to be my least favorite song on the country album. It's no longer is, but it's fine. The riff is good, but it's just and you know what I used to think it was like there was nothing memorable about it, but the riff's good, and once again the Jordanaires backup vocals, the Powder Blue, bum bum. That's really good. That's really nice. Top 3 on the album. I don't get like people who just absolutely love it. I don't get it. It's just like fine for me. But if you do, that's cool. It's not the censored Muhammad Ali bit. I actually prefer. It's funny, and the story behind it's pretty funny. How I had to remove it. I actually prefer the version that's cut short, where he just goes, "And ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to present Muhammad Ali," and then the song just ends. I think that's hilarious. And I know that's not what they meant to do. So forgot about the Muhammad Ali part. A tier. So you would put the part that is cut short that's on Spotify and stuff in C tier. Okay. The Muhammad Ali part, it's funny, but I honestly think it's funnier when it's cut short. No disrespect, but blah, blah, B tier, B, A, D. I guess we're going B on this one. All right, Mr. Mr. Richard Smoker. Mr. Richard Smoker, this is one that is sort of divisive for people. A lot of people, like to say, though, it's very... I mean, it's probably one of their most... it's a song that is very much like, okay, this song came out in the 90s. But and it's, this song and Piss Up a Rope are what people think of when they think of the country album. But the truth is, if you listen to the whole album, it fits way more because it's this like wacky side diversion. It's not like, if the whole album was like this, I could definitely see a lot more resentment being built up to the country album by a lot of people. But that's not what it is. This is just like a wacky diversion in that country album. That being said, musically, it's actually a lot of fun. The the chorus, I guess you call it the refrain or whatever. Junior's vocals are really nice, and that's such a weird, fun, good. It's such a fun little chorus in there, and there's lots of different solos happening, which is really appreciated. It's good. It's a good song. SB, such an emotive story. I agree. Gets me every time. SAB. So I guess this is going in A. I guess. Yeah, I guess A is fair. I would put it in. I would probably put it in A or B. Personally. Pork roll and cheese. This one's a classic. It is. How perfect would it have been if this closed the pod? Obviously, I mean, if you listen to the pod, a lot of people have gone out of their way to. People say it's homophobic. I don't get lyrics as English isn't my native language. Could you explain? Maybe it's a song. I mean, the title is a joke on Richard Smoker. Richard, shorthand for Richard is Dick Smoker. It's kind of simple, silly pun that people make in the songs. He's describing a weird old man who does gay things, and to me, it's always struck they're just talking about a weird, wacky character like Reggae Junkie Jew. They're clearly talking about. It's a different kind of character than Mr. Richard Smoker, but I mean, at the time, definitely there was more comedy in the fact that they're singing a song about a gay character. But I think in retro, it still works as like a weird song about a character. That's just me. I'm not going to get mad at anyone for not liking the song, but I think saying that Ween is now problematic, and I hate the way that word is used a lot of the time, because basically it just means, oh, that thing that is old, if you like it, you should feel bad for liking it. It's basically just a way for people to be, but not to get too heavy into that. It just strikes me as a character thing, but musically it's just a fun song. Yeah, Pork Rolling and Cheese. I think it's a great song, but I would not put it in triple S tier, but it's a very simple, comforting song. What I really like about it is that it's a dog whistle. I haven't picked up on anything. Yeah, it was more so like describing someone who's gay at the time was considered like, I guess that's just like, that's supposed to mine some comedy out of that, but it still works. It's just a song about a character. I certainly don't think it's worth anyone getting up in arms about, but you can't stop people from doing that. So whatever. Pork Roll S. It's live version SSS. Yeah, the one on the pod. Yeah, I don't. The Bulletproof Panda. Thank you. Being homophobic is gay. I agree. A for the record version, certainly live. The record version of Pork Rolling and Cheese, I think, gets across the theme of the song kind of being about after a night of partying or whatever, and you get up and you're just getting a nice meal from your mom. It's kind of a cheesy idea for a song. Pork Rolling and Cheese, get it? But it's really nice. And the record version sounds like, it's kind of you're waking up from a daze. And it's really nice, and it's got that watery, chorusy guitar effect on. The vocals are kind of, you must not succumb. I actually really like that. I think it works for the song. It's not annoying to me. And the vocal melody is so nice. It's such a perfect way to end the pod, but of course that's not how they actually ended it. Yeah, I would put it, I think I'm talking myself into putting an S, whereas the live version is more so like a jolt of energy, like, yeah, mom made me a pork roll and cheese, this is awesome. I saw Junior crying in his sleep. I freaking love this song. I I would put this in S. I love this song so much. It's so weird, and the live version on song hits the nail. I actually Bulletproof Panda. I don't know if I've mentioned this story on the channel, but I listened to the pod when I had COVID back in 2021. It was like the most brutal thing ever. It was real rough. I talked to a doctor and I told him all my symptoms, and they're like, "Well, other than like permanent loss of taste, and uh, smell, which I might have gotten some of that too, but I just don't know. I don't have a keen sense of it." They're like, "You got every symptom." It was rough. I had a real rough time. I lost like 15, 20 pounds, and which I wish I didn't gain back, but I listened to the pod and I didn't even get past the first track. I couldn't even listen. I couldn't even have the television on. I couldn't even have the television on in the background and listen to it. That's how bad it was. So I was just like, listening to the pod while sick is either going to be the best experience or the worst experience of your life. And I didn't make it past. I don't even think that's the album's fault. It could have been Abbey Road, and I would have had to turn it off after the first song because I was not in the capacity to be listening to it. But yeah, it's maybe I'll have to get COVID again at some point, and so I can test that out again, or just the flu, maybe just like a lesser illness. Jeaner is S tier. I agree. Oh, you're talking about I saw Jeaner crying asleep. I'm sorry, I got on this little tirade. I love this song. Love the mic messing up. Yeah, it's funny. You're fucking up. The little banter there. It's really funny. B, S. If this was me, I would put this in S all day, but we got some people saying B, so I'll put it in A. Love this song so much. And the vocal harmonies on the Paint the Town Brown version, they don't sing the main thing that's on the album. I saw Jeaner crying in his sleep. I tried to wake him up, but he made not a peep. They don't sing that part. So I sing that part when I listen along to it, and it creates this really cool, weird 3-part vocal harmony. I almost want to notate that and see what's going on there. It just sounds cool. Anyway, Sarah is a beautiful, fantastic song. When you're astronomical, yes. But it's hard for me to actually perceive what I'm listening to when I'm in a state like that. I don't do drugs, but when you're sick or whatever, it certainly has those qualities. Sarah is a freaking fantastic song, just out of this world good. I'm thinking about doing like what makes this song brown. Do you guys? This is a dumb question, but I want to hear you guys' opinion anyway. Do you guys actually care when I do what makes the song brown? Do you guys care if I did a song like Sarah? Would you be like, it's not brown enough? Because I don't think it's worth getting up in arms about. But only users lose what? Give me a brain aneurysm, Dr. Scotty. Sarah. Quality Ween jumps exponentially when Claw joins. Think Wilco, Niels Klein, elevated. Yeah, I guess I think that has more to do. Yeah, that's sort of true because Chocolate and Cheese is a big step up, but I think that has more to do with them having more at their disposal. Do what songs you like, man. I will. I was just wondering if anyone actually cares about it's not brown enough. It's no one cares. Come on. If it's a good song, it's a good song. A, SSS, A, I guess S because we have one SS and yeah. Sarah's just a fantastic song. I would put it in S if I was just doing everything. Wow, look at that perfect 3-track run. We've got Pumpin' for the Man, into Sarah, into Spring Theme, just like the album. Little Birdie, this is a hilarious opener. It's such a bad opener. It's I know a lot of people really like this song, and it's just a little behind the scenes info for this little dinky. Claude is an amazing drummer. He's so good. And amazing that he's as good as he is after everything that's happened to him health-wise. Just an inspiring individual and absolutely inspired drummer. Fantastic. And he's the perfect drummer for this band. He could do anything they throw at him. Little Birdie, S. Yeah, I you know what you're getting into? Yes, it's such a clunky, awkward opener. It does not get you pumped up, but it's like and it's not. It doesn't even hit you over the head with like noise or anything. It's just like weird and clunky and crappy. The live version, I don't like it that much better, honestly. I think the song has potential. Um, and I feel the same way about the next song on Pure Guava, but we'll get to that, where there's a really good melody in it. It just doesn't quite make it for me. The guitar hook is good. Artist listens to some of the best I've ever seen. What other bands do you love? Breakdown with instruction and analysis. I love Little Bird's one of my favorites. The song "Terrified You," yeah, that's totally understandable. It's like, what band is this? That's awesome. But now you're here, so that's awesome. I don't like what they do where they slow it down exponentially. Songs that Jeaner has to start with on the guitar usually end up being slow as molasses. Which is why the Argus is usually super slow. Thank you so much, Ready for It Go, and bands that I love that I would break down. I mean, the Beatles is a classic, but everyone and their mother's done that. So, mostly like really popular bands that I love, which is so maybe like the Cars. Maybe I mean, the other bands I love are like really popular songs. So it would probably just be like whatever songs I would want to just cover at the moment. Like I contemplated doing "Waiting for the Weekend" by the Vapors. I love that song. So it's not so much like bands. It's just like, oh, I really love this song. I'm just going to do it because I do whatever I want. So it's just like, that's what's cool about being on YouTube is you can just be like, I'll upload a Jaws commentary. And I love They Might Be Giants. They're one of my favorites. The Cars are like probably like my fifth or sixth favorite band. Yeah, They Might Be Giants. John Linnell is just like an alien songwriter. No one writes songs like him. Like Join Us and Nothing Else. That's interesting. Can't Keep Johnny Down's a great song. Anyway, back to Little Birdie. Little Birdie. What did you all even say? I gotta keep up with this. 1S, 2 B's. I guess we're gonna go with B. I could say A, but I think B. I think B is kind of the vibe that I'm getting from most of you for this song. Mushroom Festival and Hell. What do y'all think of this one? This is like the album version of this is, I'm going to say, whether or not this is true, I don't know. I'm going to say it's the most feedback ever captured on a recording. That's definitely not true, but when you're listening to it, it feels like the loudest, noisiest song ever recorded. And it makes me laugh every time. And it honestly sounds kind of cool. And honestly, I think it injects a lot of life into it. Because when you hear it live, it doesn't have that same level of energy. It's still cool. It's still really cool. Got Up By Voices have heard really cool things. I still haven't gotten into them. I'll have to give them a chance one time. I'm sure they're great. D and E. I was yeah. Bulletproof Fan. You're saying that this song is good the first 50 times, gets boring? Because I would say like once you listen to it like a few times, you kind of get it. Aside from the fact that it's so noisy and energetic, there's not much to it, I think. And also the fact that Licking the Palm for Guava and Mushroom Festival are very much like two parts of the same song, because there's not much to either. Aside from like the noisiness of it, there's not a ton to it, which is like why live I don't think it's as good, but it's still good. Like if I saw them play that live, I would still freak out. So it's okay. I guess we're gonna say either C or D is what it's looking like, is the impression I'm getting. So I'm going to say C. Is that fair? People are saying B, C, D, E. Did I see an F? No, it was an E. I guess D. D is kind of the vibe that I'm getting from everybody. Okay. Common Bitch. I know of the Rail Statics, the Canadian band. I'll have to check them out. I will. I've never heard of them before, but you know what? I'll probably give them at least a one. At least I love pop music. I really do. I like power pop music, like pop rock, like the Cars and stuff. That's really what I'm into. I'm not super into like avant-garde stuff. I think if I don't have like a niche per se, but if I did, I would say weird, quote unquote weird bands. that writes quote unquote normal songs. Because that to me is like what Ween can do. Like they can actually write and play songs. They're not just messing around. They do mess around sometimes though, but they're always able to incorporate it usually in a way that's compelling to me. Common Bitch is pretty good. C tier, C tier. Yeah, it's not like the greatest song in the world, but that riff is awesome. And I love the way the album version ends. It's awesome. And I think they typically end it roughly that way live as well. So we're saying C tier. It's okay. I'm not seeing a whole lot more than that. C or B. I guess we're going C tier on this one. Sorry, I wish I could just wait around until everyone chimes in. I legitimately do, but I kind of want to move on as much as I can because there's so many songs left. Mononucleosis. I love this song. Of course, I did a cover of it, and I'm still pretty proud of that cover. Ween take not being serious seriously. Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Yes, that is, because they take what they do for the most part, unless it's Morning Glory. We'll get to that. But they take what they do and they kind of mold it into something that's like usable musically. And something that's just compelling or funny or entertaining. That's kind of how I would describe it. Good job. Good work, Mr. Halon Puds. A-D for Mononucleosis. I love the melody. I love the weird groove. Because that's what kind of tuned me in of like when I had that idea to do the cover that I did is like the melody really works. The melody is just really solid in this one and it comes through, but it also, despite how like nice and especially relative for the pod, how nice and clear the vocals are relatively, the vocal melody comes through. And it also totally gets across that sick feeling of the song is brown and you feel like you're sick when you're listening to it. So I think it works really well as a song. Yeah, we are Ween, they always say. Bye, Ween. This is Mononucleosis. Bye, Ween. 10-minute pause. Bye, Ween. We're Ween. Anyway, A, D, B. So I guess that's going to put it in B. If this was just me, I would probably put it in, where would I put it? Would I put it in A? I would definitely put it in A, maybe S for me. You Were the Fool. Okay, this is my kind of confession. Y'all let me know what you think of You Were the Fool, because this is one that it's fine. I know people love this song, and I'm not going to argue against it being a good song, but to me, like, when's the last time that you listened to the, if you listen to the album version of this, dude, it's like 4.5 minutes. And the song literally ends at like 2.5 minutes. And the rest is just them droning. The rest is just them going, it's just, they're just kind of filling time, it sounds like to me. It's a fine song. Now the actual song where, the verse is great. Bless the Father, bless the Son, cross your heart, 'cause you're the one. Think about it, turn around, go back to the quiet sound. Great stuff. The actual song is really good, and the riff is fun. It's a nice song, but it's just too long. It's like they felt the need just, they didn't know how to end it, so they just kind of droned. That's just me. So I would put this song in like good, probably not okay. If I'm feeling particularly negative on a certain day, I'll probably just say it's okay. But I like the song. Some people when I tell them about it think I don't like it, but I like it. S, A, S, 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 A, S, S. Whoo, man, we got multiple SS's. B, so it might go in S. Or A. A or S. So we got... A or S. I guess A. I think that's roughly what people are saying. Pollo Asado, oh my gosh. You know where I'm putting. I would put this in. I would probably put this in triple S. I think I would. I either triple S or like very high, a strong S. It's between this and Captain Fantasy for my favorite on the pod. I just think it's such an awesome song. I freaking love Pollo Asado. It's so funny. It's never not been funny to me. It's always entertaining. It makes me laugh every time. Like, like just when you think you get the song, okay, it's a fast food ordering skip, but that's not just it. If it was just that, there's so many weird details, and I don't know how much of it's intentional or if it's just them saying weird things. Come on, it's a beautiful night for a walk on the beach, wouldn't you say? Yes, I would say that. What? What? What is? Who else would do that? It's such a weird. It's so yeah. It's a nice song. The music's nice. There's not much to it musically, but it's nice. And it's just so funny. And them getting the change wrong, and every time they play it live, it's the funniest thing ever because they get the change and stuff the same amount wrong. It's so good. And you can tell that you can tell that he actually worked at a Mexican food place because all those details about how the guy talks to him are right. The weird syntax he uses, the fact that he calls things a basket of chips, which Jebby, a friend of mine, he constantly says a basket of chiefs with an F, because that's basically what it sounds like he's saying. It's so good. Yeah, triple S tier. Some people are saying, yeah, I think everyone's just kind of saying triple S. It's so good. Okay, yeah, we're going triple S for this one. That's awesome. As it should be. Never squeal. It's fine. Well, I saw them play this live, and they actually ended their encore. They ended the whole show with Never Squeal because they let Claude do a drum solo, and the drum solo was cool. The song, it's I really like the part. I think they do this more so live, where they have this kind of break, where they do these stabs. Dun dun. No, I know you. What does he say? But he says, dun dun, and I know I turn you on, dun dun, but maybe you and I could get along, dun dun, something like that. When they do that break like that, it's really cool, and I like Junior's vocals on it. It's decent, but like, if I mean, the fact that I got to see Ween is more than enough for me. If I have to be like a snobby jerk about it, I would probably say like, it would have been better if they played this or that song, to close it out with. I probably would have preferred Your Party as a closer. Well, they did Your Party. I think they played it right before it actually. No, they did Boys Club right before it. I think they closed their set proper with Your Party, as they are one to do. So Never Squeal, it's good. It's just kind of a riff. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. I should have a G tier. I demand it. No, I'm not actually going to do that. Have we put anything in F tier? I don't think we have. No, we have not. We might not actually put anything in F tier because there's always someone who's like, that's my favorite song. Never Squeal, A, B, C. I guess it's going in B. That's absolutely fair. I mean, I like Papa's It like way more than Never Squeal. I would probably put Never Squeal in like okay, but I can't deny the power of it when they play it live. Japanese Cowboy. What do you all think of Japanese Cowboy? Buenos Stars Amigo. That's awesome. That's absolutely awesome. Ending with that. But Japanese Cowboy. If you dislike a Ween song, it's someone else's favorite. Yeah, I almost guarantee. Speaking of disliking Ween songs, Japanese Cowboy, I don't like this song. The story behind this one is that they basically had all the songs except this one when they came to record it, and Ben Vaughn was like, you need another song. You need like a hit or something. You need like a more like catchy kind of... you need like a... I don't know. And they kind of slapped together Japanese Cowboy, and obviously it has the melody from Chariots of Fire, and I think the lyrics are kind of really lame and bad. I don't think the lyrics are like good. I mean, I don't care super hard about lyrics, but like you can tell just the whole song, it kind of just feels like they're messing around, and it's just an excuse. Now the solos on the album version, and the introduction, it's a good introduction, but like they're carrying the song. I don't think the song itself is very good. So I don't really like this song. I would put it in like meh, or even I would probably put it in E. Just being completely honest and critical about it, I don't think it's a very good song. We might not get any Fs. You know, Poop Ship Destroyer exists, right? I like Poop Ship. Well, we'll get to Poop Ship. We'll get to Poop Ship. There's a lot to say about it, but again, I kind of have to barrel through these as much as I can. But I'm talking way too much. A, I hate Japanese Cowboy. B, in terms of votes for specific tiers that I'm seeing, uh, I can only really gauge it on like what tiers I'm seeing. So Bulletproof Panda, if you think it belongs in like E or F tier, just I'm trying to gauge it based on, okay, we have another A, B, and C. I guess it's gonna average out to B then. I guess. Okay, B. Yeah. Okay. Tender Situation. This is another tough one because the album, I was just listening to it with a friend of mine, and he said literally, he took the words right out of my mouth when he was about to say it, because I've listened to the song so many times. But he was like, there's probably a good listening to the album version. He's probably like, there's probably a good melody in this song. But it just kind of feels like it's buried under the fact that they're like doing weird, like whispery ASMR vocals, and they've got like either a bit of vocal distortion or it's just like clipping the mic because they're right next to the microphone. And there's a cool quality of that. But dude, live, this song is transcendent. My absolute favorite version of this song ever is I want to say it's from the reunion shows in February of 2016. By the way, February 12th, 2016, never mind what I was about to say. My favorite version is the one they did at those shows, and when Diener does those vocals, oh, it's so good. It's so good. His voice just fits that song so well, in the lyrics. He delivers it so well. He's got like a graveliness in his voice, but he does the second verse. And I think if they did it where it's like, do the first verse an octave lower, and then do the second one an octave higher, and then do like harmony on the last verse, and dude, it's a beautiful song. It's an amazing song. And that would also help vary out the fact that it's the same set of lyrics over and over again for each of the verses. Album version, it's fine. I think, the weird synth thing that happens is cool. S, C, S, S, S. Yeah, so I guess people are probably going to say S. There's one person who said C. I guess that'll bring it down to an A. A chord. Right to the ways and the rules of the world. We all think of this one. What is the main Poyosato chord? On All Request Live, I don't remember the moment. He's probably sliding it. I believe it's just I believe he has a whammy bar. And the thing is, I don't have a whammy bar on my Strat. I guess I like stripped out the thing. It was such a shame. I was getting a lot of use out of it at one point, but it doesn't work anymore. So that always depresses me. Pulled me out of a serious depression when they return. Yeah, dude, it was a magical moment. I'm glad that the Friends EP exists, Well, we'll get to that. We haven't done anything from the Friends EP yet. That's kind of funny. B, A. Yeah, this song is certainly, I think the chord Mickey's doing, I think it's just, I think it's a B, it's just a normal B major, like triad. And I think he's doing it with a bar on the album. It's what it sounds like. I don't know what else he could be doing. It doesn't sound like he's bending it. I'd love to talk. Love to talk gear with you. Oh yeah, I mean, I would not call myself a gearhead, because I kind of tried to be at one point, and then I was like, I should probably be a better musician. But I'm a novice musician, first year and a half of guitar playing. That's cool. Nowhere to go it up, man. My biggest tip is don't compare yourself to other people. Just get better at what you're doing. Look at Mickey. He started playing songs by just putting his finger across the fretboard, and now look at him. So to just focus on yourself, but also, not in a selfish way. Still suck. Dude, there's always, look at what's the example I always think of? And I don't like the band U2. I don't like U2, but look at their bass player. I forget the name of their bass player. He doesn't write any of the songs as far as I'm aware. I'm not a U2 fan, so I don't know if that's true, but I don't think he writes any of the songs. All he does is play eighth notes on the bass, and he gets to make millions and millions and millions of dollars. Like, that's awesome for him. And I don't like U2, but if you like U2, that's fine. It's just, you must be over the age of like 35, because I've never met anyone my age who likes U2. Anyway, Mickey Strat, which you choose and why? I'll get back to that in a second. That's a good question. A, B, B. So I guess, right to the ways and the rules of the world. It's good, but the album version can be a little bit hard to listen to because the clipping on the mic and stuff. So I guess we're gonna go with B for where it averages out. My eye hurts. Drifter in the Dark. What do you guys think of this one? He's been playing a black Strat recently. I have not seen that. I've seen the Alembic. The Alembic I know that was like super expensive. That's like that was like a $10,000 guitar or something, or $13,000 guitar or something, and he had it custom made with the Boognish on the fretboard. That's awesome. That's one way to spend all the money you got from like touring and stuff. That's pretty awesome. If I had to choose Mickey Strat or the Alembic, well, I guess, the Alembic. I mean, the Strat has more history to it, so it would be awesome. Wow, literally everyone's saying B for Drifter in the Dark. I like Drifter in the Dark. It's an awesome 2-chord song. And the background vocals are really cool. They're kind of I think Fantano, when he did his little talk about chocolate and cheese, I'll just put it in B tier. I think when he talked about it, he mentioned that the backup vocals have sort of a weird darkness to them because they're kind of dissonant sounding, but they're also cool. Stallion Part 2, what do y'all think of this one? This is like probably my least favorite Stallion part, but it's funny. So take Diener's Rocky Strat. It's Rocky Strat, yeah. Mickey Strat or the Duo Sonic, the Music Master, whatever, the one from the early days. That one just always seemed awesome to me. Stallion Part, get an E tier for Stallion Part 2. The Strat just has more history behind it, but the Alembic, I mean, I could just, sell it. I could just sell it. I don't know which one would sell for more money. But guitar is a guitar. It's like Johnny Ramone said, all guitars, they sound the same if you just play them loud enough. And he's right. So if I'm being cynical like that and just, trying to make it through this cruel life that we live, trying to make money. But in terms of playing it, the Alembic would probably feel better just because it's custom, but the Strat would have more history to it. Triple S Part 2 is so wonderfully demented in brown. It's funny. And I actually have a shirt from their tour that has the stallion on it, and on the back it says, "I get groomed." Which, I try not to wear that shirt in public, because if you don't know Ween, it's like, what? Speaking of merch, well, we'll get to the song first. D, E, we got some B's. No, that was for the last song. E, B, and D, and triple S. So I guess this is going to average out to, we got D, E, triple S. I guess C. I'll put it in C. I think that covers it. Someone said triple S though, so maybe I should put it in B. I don't know. Whatever. Fat Lenny's next. Oh my God. Definitely S, maybe triple S for me. I'm trying to move along as fast as I can, but you guys are giving some really awesome like conversation, which is cool. Hey on Puds, what time is it over there in the UK? Just out of curiosity. It's 8:26 over here, and you guys are however many hours ahead, 4. I just want to make sure that I don't make you stay up till like 5 in the morning. There should be 1,000 people here. Well, should is a strong word because, we are talking about Ween, so there should be 1,000 people here, but it's my channel, so I don't deserve that many viewers. So it's a push and pull. It's 1:30 over there. I don't want you to. It's 3:30 a.m. there. Wow. I don't want to torture you guys. I was just trying to start at whatever time was convenient for me to start. Where are you at? I'm in Eastern Standard time zone. I'm in Virginia, in the United States of America, in the bowels of Virginia. Um, oh, you're talking to him. I'm an idiot. Everything's about me in my head. Um, uh, I'm a dum dum. The sun never sets on Ween. So Fat Lenny, are you all going with A? Honestly, I was expecting you guys to all be like triple S. Home of Chris Chan. Oh, that's why I didn't want to mention it. I did that. I did a joke like that where I was like, man, there's so many musical celebrities from Virginia. There's Guar, there's Blitz Kid, there's Pharrell, and of course Chris Chan. And I forget what the person. I think I made someone laugh when I said that. But but more importantly, me. I'm the most important person from here. Fat Lenny. Wow, you guys really aren't gonna champion Fat Lenny being like triple S? I'm kind of shocked. I I'll put it in A because that's really the only thing. I'll put it in A, but man, this is kind of heresy. I'll put it on the top of A. Who cares? I'm organizing these by album in chronological order. I don't have it in me to like rank the albums right now. I'll do that one day. I'll make some sort of big video or something about that. Bananas and Blow. Everyone's got to have an opinion on this song, right? No one's not. I can't imagine there's a Ween fan who doesn't have an opinion on Bananas and Blow. Like, I don't care about it. Everyone, I mean, it's like one of their big songs and whatnot. So, I guess so, anyway. Awesome solo. That is Diener playing that solo. As far as I'm aware, I never heard any indication that anyone else could be playing that solo, but it sounds, it sounds really tight and awesome. Just that timbre of the Spanish guitar or whatever. I don't know if it's Spanish or classical guitar or whatever. It sounds awesome. It has that dry, snappy timbre. It's awesome. Great solo, and just the backup singers are so good. They made the joke about when we have backup singers, we'll know we'll have sold out. But dude, I don't care. I can't imagine like listening to White Pepper and being disappointed by it. It's like, oh, it's a sellout album, dude. It's awesome, fantastic record. It's certainly not. I mean, if you lived and breathed pure guava, and then the band made that, I can see how you're like, it's not the same thing. But like, the quality of songwriting was always there. The creativity was always there. SSB. I guess technically that could average out to S, but that can average out to A or S. So I'm going to say S is what that averages out to. I know how some fans can be kind of tired of certain songs. Like Ocean Man or whatever, just because like so many people are more familiar with it. Blue Balloon. This is a good one. This is an interesting one. This one rose up among the ranks for me. I used to think, because it's not the opener, but it's again the first time you hear vocals on La Cucaracha. I think it's risen up for me. It's a really cool, unique song, and it sounds great. It's got a really nice production to it. Oh, I love like ever since I like before I got into Ween, I just knew Ocean Man and Loop de Loop song. People started like making jokes about that song, and I know a lot of people. I never heard anyone actually talk about the song. They just like made jokes and used the song in memes and whatnot. And even back then, I was like, I actually like this song. I think this is a good song. But no one else ever said that. They just referenced it and made memes with it. A-A-D. Ooh, for Blue Balloon? Why? Is it just not into it? Is it the vocals are weird? It's kind of a sleeper, I think. It didn't grow on me until after. I think I knew that it had some cool soundscapes going on. The guitar tones and the synths and stuff sound cool. And I like the vocals, but it took me a while to sort of take it all in as a song because it's a low key song. I'd be interested to hear why you're not in love with Blue Balloon, but okay. A-A-D. Two A's, D. I guess that would make it like C or B. Just think as a weak track from a weak album. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you can definitely hear that is like the rub with La Cucaracha is like there's no sort that guy, I forget the name of his channel, but the guy who did the Let's Get You Into Ween's entire discography video, um uh I think he described it perfectly, where the album, I think it's a pretty consistently I think it's a pretty consistent album in terms of quality. The problem is that it doesn't have any soaring highs, and there's some very low lows. But there's a lot of good tracks. I think irritating but not awful. Yeah, there's no song on that album that would get past, like, honestly, for me personally. There's maybe one that would make it into S tier, but most of them, like the best ones, will probably make it into like A tier, which is not bad. I would love to write a song that makes it into A tier, but just compared to the other albums. Okay, so A, D. I guess it'll go in B because two people said A. I guess it'll go there. Fine. Dr. Rock. My favorite. I mean, this one's great live, of course, but the album version's cool. The album version it's funny, but it's also cool. It's cool in its own way. It's like a mid-tempo kind of thing. It has its own charms, but it's still like cool. It's not just funny. But of course, live, this is one of their best songs. My absolute favorite version is live in Chicago, but they've played it they played it well so many other times. They still play it well, despite how old they are. S. Okay, yeah, everyone's saying S. S. Are any Ween fans not like this song? I could see not liking just basing it on the All Request Live. Do they play it on All Request Live? If they do, then my memory is whacked out. I don't think they played on All Request Live. Do they? I must be going insane if they do. But okay, this is S. And now Boys Club is next. We all think of Boys Club. Like I said, they started their encore. It was just this and Never Squeal at their encore when I saw them in the Fillmore. I don't think they play it on All Request Live. I'm almost positive they don't. I am positive they don't. They play it on, there's a version on Painting the Town Brown, and there's a really awesome version of them playing it in Japan along with Voodoo Lady. There's a YouTube video, you can see them playing that. But they play it, constantly. My favorite version is live in Chicago. That version is just awesome. I think it's perfect. It's so epic and it's so tight. Triple S. Adore Boys Club. Yeah, the Paint the Town Brown version is the one where they have the little bit where Jeter says, I listened to Joni Mitchell and do something, and then it just cuts into the song. A. Okay, we're getting some A. But there's also someone who said triple S, so maybe I should... People are pretty heavily saying A. Should I put it A or S? I guess A. But someone said triple S, so I'm going to put it in S. I'm trying to account for everyone's opinion. Big Fat Fuck. All right. We all think of BFF. What do you think of the BFG, the Big Friendly Giant? There anything better than Live in Chicago? I'm trying to think. What a DVD. Yeah, I wish I could own that DVD. It'd be awesome. ABC. We're having so many moments of ABC. Cherry Axiom. God tier. Thank you for... I don't know if you've been here for a while, but this is the first time noticing you. A, B, C, C. Ooh, someone says, yeah. B. I think I'm just distracted by the fact that we've had A, B, C multiple times. A lot of it, but we've had C's and B's, so I guess it's going to average out to B, unless I'm... Well, no, a couple... These people say A... So people are saying A. I guess B. We're going with B for Big Fat Fuck. Yeah, there's not much to it, but it's an entertaining song. I think the way to describe it is that it's entertaining. Pretty Girl. What do you all think of Pretty Girl? We've still not. I'm not saying that this song deserves to be an F tier, but I think it's funny. We still haven't anything in F tier. There, there's one song, my least favorite Ween song. We'll get to it, but I don't want to override you guys, but like, it'll hurt my feelings. It'll hurt me. It'll hurt my poor little feelings if we put one particular song in anything higher than higher than like E. I might just override you guys. D tier, B, Pretty Girl. Yeah, Pretty Girl is I think it's fun. And the lyrics to it actually tells a pretty funny story. And I gotta be honest, I didn't think about it until I listened to the episode that Podween Satan did on this song. Is that it's, you know, there's the three different characters in the story. There's the like there's like this crude ugly guy, there's this like flamboyant guy, and then there's the girl, and she's focused on him, but the other guy's focused on her. There's an interesting dynamic in the lyrics of the song, but it's also just, you know, it's square dance, you know, type music. It's fun, and the banjo on it, and I love the I don't love how the vocals sound on the album version. I think they're mixed a little weird, where the low harmony vocals are too high. It's very muddy sounding. I wish there was a vocal harmony on the live in Toronto version. That's all that's missing from that version. Other than that, it's great. It's great. And I usually just sing along with them whenever I hear it. So that version's awesome. More energy and yeah. D tier, A, B. So, I guess we're going with B on that one. Pretty Girl is B. Everyone's just like waiting for me to get to whatever. Don't Sweat It. I actually really like Don't Sweat It. I was working on a cover of Don't Sweat It, but I'm not sure about how I feel about it. I don't think I'm doing the song justice, so I've kind of canned it for the time being, and I've started working on a cover of Little Birdie, which I'm excited for, but I haven't really gotten started proper on working on it yet. But I'm probably going to do a cover of Little Birdie. I've also tried to work on a cover of Young Shaolin, and that one's like close to being done. And I'm really excited for that cover of Little Birdie. And the Young Shaolin one, it's like good, but it's not quite, I don't know. I'd be interested. I might just put it out. No one cares anyway. Don't Sweat It, though. What do you guys think of Don't Sweat It? Don't Sweat It is a surprisingly good song. I love that vocal hook. Don't sweat it, don't sweat it, don't sweat it. That's an awesome vocal hook. And there's not much to the lyrics, but they're interesting. And the problem with the album version is it just doesn't sound good at all. Even by the pod standards, the vocals are all clipping and it's really noisy. And the solo's like bad. It's much better live. When this song live is just fantastic. We got D, B, A, D. I could understand D for the album version because it doesn't quite portray how great I think the actual song is. So we might go with either B or C on this one. Which one's our C tier is looking a little bare. Screw it. We'll put it in C. I don't think anyone's going to get too mad. Although I do think I would put this song in. I would probably, keeping in mind the live version, I'd probably put it in A for me personally. Don't Laugh, I Love You. I freaking love Don't Laugh, I Love You. I love the vocal harmonies. They're so good. It's a really nice song. The Godwin Satan version does get dragged down just a bit because it has, yes, triple S. Great song. The only issue is that the Godwin Satan version has that annoying, those spitting mouth sounds at the end. I get that's supposed to be their, sort of making fun of the fact that they're doing, oh yes, I was worried that someone was going to be like, oh, this song sucks. The bass line is so good. It's so freaking good. It's busy, but it's like really good. And it's super high. So the song has this and the song is sped up, or it's pitched up like a whole step from at least when they play it live, they do it in D. And that's probably how they do it. So it has this super chipper, chipmunk quality to it, squeaky clean pop thing going on. But the lyrics are really nice. They're cheesy, but they're weird, but they're nice. It's a nice sentiment. Like, I know it's goofy, but don't laugh. I love you. I know it's like, don't laugh. I'm not joking. That's, yeah. And the, that big jump near the end, I assume you're talking about the bass line, but also the end is kind of funny with the voices, but, which one turns up the rock and then rocks the bass line so hard? Live Chicago. Awesome. It's so good. And he forgets the lyrics and stuff because those lyrics are wacky. But yeah, I love this. Or I guess we're going to put this in triple S tier, and that's awesome. I was hoping I wouldn't put it quite that high. I would put it in, I think I might have put it in A in my list, but I would definitely put it in S. I love that song. It's super cheesy, but it's a great song. It's supposed to be. It's a legitimate. It's not even cheesy. It's just an awesome song. Piss up a rope. Piss up a rope. What do y'all think of Piss Up a Rope? Love. Yeah, the ending of Don't Laugh, I Love You is funny on the album, but it kind of hurts my ears, and it goes on for like a minute, which is way more than it needs to. Triple S, S, triple S, yeah. A tier, but not higher. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely like arguably, I think Pollo Asado is probably the song of theirs that is the funniest. It makes me laugh the hardest, but this is the most like conventionally funny song. you know, like normal people will probably find this funny. Pollo Asado is like for weirdos like us, where not only do I value the fact of the song, but it has its own weird brand of comedy. You know what I mean? Rig keeps freezing. That sucks. I can't believe, and I don't want to jinx it. I don't want to jinx it, but I have not had a whole lot of technical screw ups except for the very beginning of the stream. I hope I didn't just jinx it. S, triple S, A. So we're probably going to put this one in S. Yeah, I'm not. I think the licks and stuff on the album that the session guys play are just really awesome. I wish they tried to emulate that more on the live performances. I don't think it has quite the same level of Chocolate Town. We all think of Chocolate Town. Is this song, who wrote, I believe the lyrics of this song I recently learned were written by, was it Mean Ween? Did Mean Ween write the lyrics to this song? Is that true? Either way, the song's awesome. It's beautiful and it's catchy. It's awesome. So if anyone could confirm that, I think I heard that Mean Ween wrote the lyrics to this one, but I'm not sure because it was based off an experience that he had where he went down the streets of a bad place or wherever. But it's brilliant lyrics. And the vocal melody's so good. And it's so warm feeling. It's so weird that it's about like a bad thing because especially on, it's such a warm feeling song, especially on Quebec. Solo's great. And the sound, the tone is great. It's so like George Harrison, but not specifically George Harrison. Just very Beatles in the sense that it's very song serving. Second song I wanted to learn. It's a great song, dude. Great freaking song. Okay, yeah, this is pretty. It's the city that has the dog show. Don't you stop by the cards? Oh, that's an awesome song. No one talks about that song. I mean, that's that first album. Every song is like beloved almost. No one talks about I'm in touch with your world either. But Don't You Stop is like super underrated. That is a really awesome song. I love the Cars. Panorama might be my favorite Cars album. Yeah, this is pretty steadily going into S tier. 1.5 years ago, man. Well, if you started off with the Cars, dude, the Cars are like a great beginner band because they've got really simple rhythm parts, but also like surprisingly involved rhythm parts. And then the lead parts of Elliot Easton. Elliot Easton is the most underrated lead guitarist in all of classic rock, in my opinion. You can reasonably call the Cars classic rock. He's just awesome. Love his guitar playing. Love the Cars. Anyway, I fell in love today. This is one that I'm a psycho pony. Man, Bulletproof Panda, you and I think we would jive. We're jiving right now anyway. I fell in love today. They recently played this live for the first time. I don't remember where, and I don't remember what show, but like recently. Dr. Scotty Jones, you're saying C tier for I Fell in Love Today. And honestly, it pains me to say this, but I kind of agree. I've never loved this song. I don't dislike it. I do not dislike this song. Actually, B. It's this song conflicts me because it's a laid back song. I absolutely see why people love this song, and I'm glad that they played it live. If I saw them play it live, I would freak out. It's a good song, but it's just like okay for me. It's teetering on B or C. It's fine. I think Jeaner's voice sounds fantastic. I just wished it needed like one more part. It needed like a proper refrain or a turnaround, or it kind of has a turnaround, but it's just a very repetitive song. It's supposed to feel that way though. I get why people love this song. You got a C. Oh, sorry, no. We got two B's and two A's and then two B's. Love this song. Sorry, I like this song. I like the song fine. I would love it if it had just like one more little bit to it. If it had little have to sleep. Thank you for doing this and being awesome. Good night, man. Thank you so much for joining this and staying with it. And I didn't mean I don't want to keep anyone up. I don't want to keep anyone up for a super light time, but thank you so much for staying. I'll try and finish this. I really will. Many songs depend on mood. Yeah, this one's so I guess this one's going in B. Yeah, because someone said C. No, wait, no, he said B. Two B's and two A's. So I guess we're putting this one in A. Yeah. And if I don't want to keep all of you up too late, then I'll have to keep really cracking down. I really will have to try and speed through some of these. All right. Squelch the Weasel. I freaking love this song. One of my favorite guitar solos Diener's ever done. Period. It's shocking that he came up with something so like emotive and cool and psychedelic, but the tone of it's also really awesome. And Diener's vocals are really good. It's not a particularly complicated song, really, but it just works. It works incredibly well. And I love the effect on Jeaner's voice on the God Ween Satan version. That like, not telephone effect, but that distorted effect. They're EQ'd funny. They're like high pass. SBA. Another hour or so. All right. Okay. All right. Hey, on Puds. I'll try and get as much as I can. SBA. All right, I am officially now going to try and speed through these as much as I can, just for your all's sake. All right, Squelch the Weasel, SBA. That's going to average out to A. If it was me, I would probably say S, but like a high S. I absolutely love this song. El Camino. They played this one live when I saw them, and it's fine. This one's just kind of okay to me. I like the, especially on the album, I like when they do double time. The Quando. It's cool, but I don't know. Especially, they don't usually, I mean, it's fine. It's just not a song that I feel any sort of attachment to. I don't think it has any particularly great melodic turn. I've only seen them once, Tango. I've only seen them once at the Fillmore in Silver Spring, Maryland. It was an awesome show, but this is probably, I mean, honestly, this is probably one of my least favorite songs that they played at the performance. But again, I'm not going to complain about the fact that I saw them. B, B, C. I'm guessing this one's going in B. Marble Tulip Juicy Tree. This one's a banger. It's the musical climax of the album, because after this is Puffy Cloud, and it's like, what? They do the classic thing where they end on like a weird kind of farty out song, which is cool. I kind of like that they do that. You know, they end on a high energy, you know, A-list song, and then they end on, you know, sort of like the epilogue. Marble Tulip, yeah, it's definitely an S tier for me. I do think sometimes the live version goes on a little too long because they don't add that much to it. It's usually just the bridge where for the spoken word part, they just kind of fill space more where Jenner doesn't talk a whole lot, you know, before he gives the whole "look at the world in my hands" bit. He just kind of, I don't know. It doesn't feel like it needs to be that long. 5 to 5.5 minutes is like what you need out of it. But it's a great song, and the solo's great and all that, especially God Ween Satan version. A and S. I'm gonna say that it's O and C. We got a C. All right. Then I guess it's gonna go in A, right? Yeah, that's fair. Because I was saying it was going to go in S since there was just an A and an S. But by the way, the ranking of these like don't mean anything. I'm not saying that like Going Gets Tough from the get-go is definitively better than like I Saw Junior Crown and Sleep. That doesn't mean anything. It's just like in the tiers. And I'm arranging them by album. How high can you fly? How high can you fly? Can you get high? This one is certainly it's fine. Well, you know, no, it's cool. The riff is cool. The riff is cool, and there's not much of a hook other than that riff. It doesn't really have that much going for. And you know what? The solo is cool on the recording. It's really cool, and I have not seen them perform this live, even in terms of live performances. I haven't seen them do this really. I'm sure I know that they have. They must have played it at least a fair number of times, but I don't know. Let's see, B A, yeah, it's that's fair. It's B. I know some people love it, and I don't. Like, it's fine. It's fine. They played this at the one show I was at. Huh? Cool. I'm terribly sorry. What show were you at? You've probably told me at least 5 times by now, but let me know what show you were at. How High the Moon? How High the Moon? You ever heard that song? How High the Moon? Les Paul and Mary Ford. Good song. I recently went to. I'm going to put this in B tier. I recently went to the Les Paul. The Les Paul Museum in Waukesha, and Les Paul's awesome. I love Les Paul. One of the best guitar players. Truly, Freedom of 76 is next, by the way. Truly an innovator in music. Freedom of 76. I mean, what else do you need to freaking say about Freedom of 76? Beautiful tune. It sounds like bigger than Ween. It sounds like a classic song about Philly. It sounds like it should be in the American Songbook. It's so beautiful. That chord sequence is just fantastic. I would have no qualms putting this in triple S tier. Me personally, I would put it in just plain old S tier, which means it's like basically a perfect song. Triple S is like one of the best songs ever made. And I think obligatory triple S. Detroit Royal Oak Theater, April 2022. Awesome. You saw them more recently than I did. Played this at the one show. Blah, 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 S, A, triple S. So I guess S, because we got triple S, S, and A. So S is right in the middle of that. I probably should have been speeding through them kind of like this since from the beginning. Sorry, I get a little obsessive. HIV song. This one's fun. This is one of the earlier lessons that I did. And to be honest, great chord sequence. Absolutely, hey on. A, S, yeah, HIV song. It's fun. Like, it's funny. And when they play it live, again, the recorded version has this like kind of wacky. It doesn't rock as hard as when they play it live. It has a lot more energy, but the it feels more demented on the album, you know. And I like the guitar tone; it's cool. Great Renaissance coming now. Well, we'll see. Oh wait, yeah, yeah, it is. I'm getting my things mixed up. Okay, S A C. I guess A. Well, no B. With S, A, and C, I'll just go with. I'll go with A. Or no, maybe it should be B. I'll go B. I'll go. I'll go A. All right, Transdermal Celebration. Oh boy. See. I thought, I doubted you for a second, hey Han, when you said a Great Renaissance is coming up, because I was looking at my screen and I immediately saw King Billy and Spirit Walker. I didn't notice Transdermal, Exactly Where I'm At, and Someday. So yeah, I mean this is like your classic example of a triple S tier. No complaints about this song. Rock anthem. It's beautiful. The album version and live version alike is just beautiful. Great solo, but that middle part, I guess you call it the chorus. The hey, hey, a million miles to Marquee. Morning rain, it's his face. Awesome. Freaking awesome. Can't go wrong with that song. I put it in triple S tier. I'm assuming no one's going to be like, it deserves to go in like C tier. Are there any B-sides in this list? No. There's no rarities in this list. Because, I mean, this video is going to be long as it is. I mean, just look at this. It'll be fun. But Exactly Where I'm At, everybody. Exactly Where I'm At. Another case where, I mean, this is definitely at the least S tier. Not a funny story, but a transdermal story? What do you mean by that? Like the song is it? Anyway, Exactly Where I'm At. Yeah, there's Tango. There's no B-sides or rarities. I just call them rarities to encompass all the B-sides and movies and TV show songs and unreleased demos and stuff. There's none of that on this list. It's just the 165 songs. Ooh, that's kind of an interesting point. Bulletproof Panda Night. That's awesome. That's awesome. Why did you? That's if that's an actual story, that's awesome. Yeah, Dr. Scotty, that's a good point. It kind of doesn't, but that's what I love about Bulletproof Panda. That's awesome. Dr. Scotty, you have a good point. It does not have a chorus, but Ween does this amazing thing to me where they get around their songs having just like an A and B story, A and B section, so many different ways. And I think this way is another one. It's just not every song I think needs to have a chorus, but sometimes I think they like that. Like I think I Fell in Love Today could kind of use, a chorus or a bit more of a hook or something, just to vary up the song a little more. This one I think works totally, but you have, sort of a point. In what you're saying. So that is fair. So we have B, A, S, triple S, left and correct. Songs can be about anything. They absolutely can. Songs are about, the memories and emotions that you attach to them in addition to what they're actually about, Songs can resonate with you in different ways. It doesn't always have to just mean one thing. A, S, and a B, and a triple S. So I guess A. Which is lower than I thought it was going to be, but so this is all your faults, Dr. Scotty. No, I'm just kidding. I love hearing you guys. Someday is up next. What were we thinking about Someday? I haven't heard anyone say that they don't like the song or that they think it's one of their least favorites or anything, but I could understand someone thinking that, if that makes any sense. There's no blame. I think that's interesting. I think that's a good point to bring up about Exactly Where I'm At, instead of just saying like, oh, every Ween song is triple S tier, trying to we're actually trying to discuss them. Live versions of Someday. The live version's good, but I don't know. Sometimes when Giner does his over the top wailing vocal thing on this song. I don't love it. I think I do prefer the Shinola version at the end of the day. Yeah, this song's great. Isaac Hayes, you're talking about the bringing it all together, doing it all on my own, walking hand in hand like lovers. That's a funny bit. So we're saying A. We're saying A, S, and B. So we'll say A for someday. Blah, 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 blah. All right, now we have Spirit Walker. All right, just tell me what you think of Spirit Walker. Just lay it on me. Hey, lay it on me. You want to know what I think of Spirit Walker? It's my least favorite Ween song. It's garbage. It's garbage. I don't get how, like, I know Jeaner, he was doing some interview where he was talking about, it was some blurb for some, I think he was talking about food related songs in the Ween canon. Like, I think he talks about, talking about pork roll and cheese and stuff. You love it? Oh my God. I've never heard anyone say they love this song. What was I going to say? This is the one song where I don't want to, part of me wants to override your guys' opinion and just put it immediately in F, but I don't think I can do that. You guys are too cool for actually participating in this. You guys are awesome. I'm not going to do that to you, but, what was I going to say? Whatever. Oh yeah, he was doing an interview where he was talking about food related songs, and he brings up this song. And like, of all the songs that you've written, you choose to talk about this one. I hate this song. I've kind of discovered D A C F. I can't believe you're putting in A, dude. D C F. I guess that's going to average out to a D, right? I'm putting it in D. If I really, I want to put it in F so bad, but I'm not going to. If this was my list, I would literally do that in a heartbeat. King Billy. And you know what? Spirit Walker and King Billy being right next to each other made me realize if there's one kind of facet of Ween, Narv, are you saying F for wait a minute. I'm an idiot. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry, guys. I made a horrible mistake. This is how tired I am. I just said Spirit Walker. I was talking about the Fruit Man. The Fruit Man, where is the Fruit Man? The Fruit Man's down here. I thought I was talking about the Fruit Man. For those of you who don't know, I made a whole video called What Makes This Song Brown for Spirit Walker and how I actually like that song. So I would, let me recalculate that. I guess it's going in C tier based on what you guys say. I would put this in B tier. I think it's a good song. And I explain in detail why I think it's a good song. So for those of you who don't like it, I just pulled a reverse on you. Anyway, I'm losing my mind. King Billy. What do y'all think of King Billy? I actually like Spirit Walker. I would put it in B tier. And I think I made a pretty good case as to the merits of that song. I'm not saying you need to like it or dislike it. A for King Billy. C. What I was trying to say is with Fruit Man and King Billy and one other song that we'll get to, I don't really, if there's one thing that I don't think Ween really does that well is reggae. I kind of don't, the three reggae songs they've done, Nicole, King Billy, and the Fruit Man, they even did King Billy. King Billy has actual, like, I don't remember any of their names because I'm not familiar with reggae really. King Billy has legit reggae musicians on it. And I learned about that from the Podween Satan podcast. And they have quote from them where it has credits from them, and I never would have guessed that because it just sounds like generic MIDI created whatever. It doesn't. It's not the worst thing ever. I like it more than I used to. I would put it in like C or maybe even D tier. I used to hate it. I don't hate it anymore. It just goes on too long. And but there's some cool moments. The harmonized King Billy. Another Aussie here. Just mentioned Australian Ween tribute bands. I've got a couple of videos of a tribute band that I got to play at Halloween Bash. I put on. That's great, dude. That's sick. I'll have to look up Australian Ween tribute bands. See what I can find. But yeah, King Billy. What are we saying for them? We're saying D A C. Am I reading that right? I kind of threw everything off track. I'm sorry about making that mistake and embarrassed myself. I was going to make this whole defense for Spirit Walker. King Billy. Okay. I guess C. I think it averages out to C, which is higher than well, yeah, that's about fair. I'm so embarrassed now. Your Party, their like favorite closer now, I guess, ever since they've done it on the Cucaracha. What do y'all think of Fell in Love Today B? What do I have it? What do we have it in? I think we have it in B. No, we have it in A. Yeah, we have it in A. I would put it in B or maybe even C depending on the day. Arthur Dent. That's how I personally feel about it. I'm just gauging what the audience says. S for Your Party. Yeah, it's this is one of the top 3 on the album, I'd say. You could say they overplay it or whatever, overuse it as a closer. D. Yeah, I don't absolutely, I mean, I like it a lot, and I think it's a decent final track for them to go out on. Because this kind of just happened to be their last studio album that we know of for now. Hopefully they'll make another one, but I think thematically it works. But we have 2 S's and a D, so I guess that will make it go in like B or maybe A. Oh, we'll go B. We'll go B. Old Man Thunder. All right. Yeah, let's get all the triple S's out of the way for Old Man Thunder, because I've never heard anyone talk about this song and not been like, oh, it's a 10 out of 10 for me. They always say that. Love the instrumental. Vocals are boring though. I think I like Jeter's. I actually really like, that's one of my favorite things about that song. The instrumental's great, but I love how Jeter is playing up the persona of just being like this like not hypnotic, like what's the word I'm looking for? Kind of vocals are in a trance. He's just like, yes, we are enjoying this party and tri-colored pastas. I like Junior's voice there, but what do you all think of Old Man Thunder? You don't know Old Man Thunder? Well, it's how could you possibly forget Old Man Thunder? It's like, how long is it's 16 seconds, right? I believe it's 16 seconds, or maybe it's like 20 with dead air on the album, but it's he just goes, Old Man Thunder, sound of thunder, all to burst down. Oh, burn dancer, the path on down downtown. So that's literally the entire song, what I just did. Yes, this is off Godween Satan. It's actually the track right before Birthday Boy. It's like 16 seconds long. What I just sang there is the entire song with some acoustic guitar strumming in the background. So, okay, wow. A lot of people don't remember this song. That's really funny. But we have an A. For the people who do remember it, we have an A and a C. So I guess B. Okay. I like, it's funny. It's funny, and it's like 20 seconds. It's like 16 seconds long, and it's not annoying. It's just this funny little thing. Hey There, Fancy Pants. What do y'all think of Hey There, Fancy Pants? I really like it. I used to Overshadowed. Yeah, I mean, it's right before Birthday Boy. It's just this little thing. And I like on the live version of Godween Satan, right after they do it, he goes, it's a work in progress, which is funny. Hey There Fancy Pants I used to think was like annoying or whatever, and I love it now. That is to me is like the cream of the crop of not the cream of the crop in that it's the best, but I think it really drives home the point of Quebec, which is that it's hiding the darkness beneath a layer of El Arthur Dent. You're saying El Camino is C tier. That's fair. It's not one of my favorites. I saw him play live in at the Fillmore in Silver Spring, Maryland at the end of 2021, and it was an awesome show, but that was probably my least favorite song that they played. So we're saying two B's and an S. So we're gonna say A for Hey There Fancy Pants. Okay, Transitions. Transitions is sort of a sleeper song that not a lot of people know about. This is probably like one of the lesser talked about Ween songs. Well, we got some. We're getting to the deep cuts now because we also have Captain, which is sort of not talked about as much from what I can understand. But Transitions has kind of gone up in my quadruple S for Transitions. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people really like Transitions, and I got to tell you, I used to think it was just like whatever, but it has really risen. It has risen up for me. The vocals, the vocals are probably the weakest thing about the song, but they're still really good. Well, they're not really good, but they're more than serviceable, and the lyrics are funny and weird and very Ween. But I love Jeaner's delivery. Like the vocal melody is just kind of whatever, but Jeaner's delivery kind of sells it a little more because it's sort of everyone's coming out of the woodwork for Transitions. Oh man, it's either like C or a triple S for people. um, or B. We have so many triple S's, but some B's. So I guess I yes, the guitar work is absolutely stellar on that. It really is. Sucker for brown production on accessible Ween songs. It's kind of brown, but it's not that brown. It's really clean, really. But it's a psychedelic, trippy song with lots of really fun, wacky lyrics. Triple S. There's so many triple S's, but there's like a handful of there's like one B. So I guess that'll take it down to S, which is an embarrassingly low. Who would ever want a song to be an S tier? I'm joking, of course. Dancing in the Show Tonight. Dancing in the Show Tonight. This is a song that, for people like me who adore the Mollusk and Ween in general, I think you usually go through a phase where you're like, this Mollusk album is pretty cool, I guess, but I don't like the opener. But now I absolutely love How High Can You Fly B. What do we have it in? I think it's an A. No, it's in B. Weakest song in the Mollusk for me. It's not a conventional opener. It's obviously not. That's like the point. Going into this is a weird opener, but the sentiment of the song is like perfect. And I've heard the original thing it's based on, the Are My Ears On Straight? I've listened to it, and I gotta say, I think, a bias aside, I like Ween's version way better, even though it's technically like pretty much the same song. But the arrangement's way quirkier. I like the little Casio keyboard at the beginning because it sort of emphasizes what I love about the Mollusk. It's very cheap sounding on one hand, but it sounds like it's like integrated. They perfectly balance the brownness of production with the more hi-fi stuff they're doing. They make it meld together in this really cool sonic way. And it's a nice little tune, and the changing of the vocals is really awesome. And it's so cool because when you see him live and they do that thing with the vocals, they're just doing it with Jeaner's just doing it with his voice. Because on the record, they've got all sorts of different tape speed changing, and there's that little 2-year-old son or niece or nephew or whoever of Glenn McClellan, I think, or someone. It's like the little kid who's like 2 years old doing some of the vocals. And Jeaner just does all that with his voice. It's awesome. It's not like a standout awesome song, but it's a good opener once you're like familiar with what the record's going for. So we've got 2 S's, couple A's, S, C. I'm going to say that averages out to an A. I would probably have it in B for me. My Own Bare Hands. My Own Bare Hands. A lot of people really love this song. It rocks. It totally rocks. It totally rocks, and it's a lot of fun. Part of me honestly kind of likes Leave Diener Alone. I think this song rocks harder than Leave Diener Alone, like musically. But I kind of think the lyrics of Leave Diener Alone are funnier. Freedom S. What do we put Freedom in? I don't want to keep checking. I think we put it in S. We might have put it in triple S. Yeah, we put it in S. Okay. It looks by comparison like we're like blazing through this to me because you can actually see it in one screen, but oh man, there's a lot of songs left. But I love and appreciate every one of you for actually showing up to this. It would have been so lonely if I just actually did this by myself. Oh my god. Freedom ACAB. I know you're talking about HIV, Arthur Dent, but Hive. It's funny. But S, I think we put it in A. We put it like pretty high. So 2 A's, B, and C for my own bare hands. So I guess it's going in B, I think. Yeah, that's fair. Okay, I'll be your Johnny on the spot. I'll be your Johnny on the spot. This is another one. This is maybe my, honestly, even, yeah, I think for me personally, even more so than Pink Eye on My Leg. This one, I don't know if I'd say it's my least favorite on the Mollusk. There's not a single song on the Mollusk I dislike. It fits the least just sonically on the Mollusk. I think it's hard to argue with that, right? Because even Pink Eye on My Leg, like that, you know, it has that aesthetic going on with the guitars, the effect on those. They have that like underwater quality to them. Triple S, I mean, live, it's an absolute banger. Even on the album, I like the album version. It's just like it doesn't sound anything like. I think even Waving My Dick in the Wind. I don't know what it is about that song, but I think it fits better on the album just sonically. Am I even here? Yeah, I like Pink Cloud. I like. So we got triple S, A, S. I guess it's going in S. It pains me every time people are like championing for something to be in triple S, and I gotta be the jerk and be like, it's going in S. But I'm just trying to gauge what y'all's overall sort of impression is. Even if you don't, banger off of White Pepper, absolute freaking bangers, pure McCartney poppy goodness, but with some really dark lyrics. Arthur Dent, what do you mean by am I even here? I'm paying good mind to what you're saying, dude. S S S. There's something beautiful about when everyone just says the exact same thing. S S S. So I guess it's going in S. The Grobe. That's probably where it is. That Dr. Scotty, you're probably right. Wow, I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot for not understanding that. But the Grobe, ladies and gentlemen. What do y'all think of the Grobe? I wonder if I should like send a message in the chat to like address that and see like, hey Arthur Dent, I'm sorry, you might be like half an hour behind. um, I love the Grobe. It's heavy, and the lyrics are really weird, but it's a cool song. It rocks super hard. Great solo. Wow, everyone's saying yes again. Captain, this is one of the ones I was most interested in because even I'm not totally sure. Wish they would use two guitars in the Grove Live instead of Glenn doing the fills. I don't have a problem with Glenn doing what he does. From what I remember, does he use like a piano sound, or does he use some sort of synth? I think he uses like a synthesizer, like a distorted synthesizer lead sound, doesn't he? I don't have a problem with that. But yeah, it has definitely has more of like a classic rock sound when you do that. It's making me want to go back and listen to these songs before rank. I was contemplating doing that, just listening to Ween all day beforehand, but I realized I really didn't need to. Just to like clarify what my thoughts and opinions are. I'm not going to be able to get them all out there anyway. I wish they would. SAB. Um, Captain's a weird song. Captain's a weird song because it. I'm also trying to make sure I'm not reading someone's ranking for the last song we did, incorporating that. But yeah, Captain is a really effective, interesting song, but it's not like a banger. You don't go out of your way regularly to listen to it. But it's an effective song. So A, B, C, S. B, I guess, is going to be the, well, A or B. I guess B for Captain. Joppa Road. Oh, this is an absolutely wonderful, wonderful. All right, people, what do you got to say about the lovely, lovely Joppa Road? Can you all hear that my voice is like dying? I was expecting to be like wide awake. I mean, I'm wide awake. It's just like, well, I did have a brain fart earlier with Spirit Walker. Now I've backpedaled and I've doubled down on people thinking that Spirit Walker's trash, and I like Spirit Walker because there's footage of me like putting Spirit Walker and like wanting to put it in F tier. So my reputation's ruined. I'm sorry, Spirit Walker. I failed you. Hopefully my video will give people some more light on the song someday already. A or S. Joppa Road. Yeah, Joppa Road is wonderful. I'm surprised you aren't immediately being like S tier. I love Joppa Road. It's so nice and lovely. I like the live versions and the studio version, but they've got different vibes to them. They're almost different songs, really. The whole rhythm is completely different. So I guess we're gonna say A tier for that one. I'm sorry, Arthur, for you not being. I'm sorry for the confusion. Captain Fantasy. Oh, yes. You can't go wrong with Captain Fantasy. Such a great song. I love it on the album, but of course, when they play it live, it's a completely different experience. That's right. The blue FG2, great bass work. I believe that's Andrew Weiss doing the fretless kind of electric bass on. It's got a great sound to it on Joppa Road. At work, can't read every post. Well, thank you, Arthur Dent. I really appreciate you being here. Appreciate all of you being here. A, B, S. Yeah, Captain Fantasy. That's definitely like contender for me for best song on the pod. It's right up there with Pollo Asado. B. I guess we're gonna put it in A, which seems fair. It's a great song. I would probably put it in. That's our first pod song in A. They're either like S or like down here. Push the Little Daisies. We all think of Push the Little Daisies. I know for a fact that, well, yeah, Push the Little Daisies, super popular, well-known thing. I know for a fact that if this was just like one of you, if just one individual person, anyone in the chat, or if it was just me, there would be a lot more songs in either triple S or F tier or E tier or D tier, just because it's like everyone has those songs that you just can't stand. Push the Little Daisies, yeah, it's a little annoying for me, unfortunately. It's just the vocals, but it's not. The groove is legitimately cool. It's all you, it's me too, it's the world. It's just a little annoying. Honestly, I think it's me too. Um, it's really just music videos great. Well, it's great because you get to see them doing random wacky stuff. But I believe that the director of that film that music video is also the director of It's Pat, and that's why Ween's in the film. So you have him to thank for that. On one hand, that's a legitimately good thing because Ween's in a film. On the other hand, it's Pat. So, oops. But don't bulletproof. Don't. Oh, you're talking about the music video. It's whatever. Um, Beavis and Butthead making fun of it is arguably more entertaining than the video, but it's because it's Beavis and Butthead and Ween, so that's cool. But anyway, Daisies, I get why people like it. The beat is cool. The beat's cool, but the vocals are, they should be in every movie. Like, I was waiting for them in Avengers Endgame for them to come up through one of the portals. I know that someone's done an edit of that. Um, Shame they're in such a crappy movie, but that's also, it's what makes it funny. Like, of course, Ween can't be in a good movie. Their one chance to be actors in a film, they have to be in the worst thing ever. So that's kind of, but it is an awful film. It is an awful film. Daisies. A lot of people are saying A. I guess we're gonna put it in A. I was expecting it to be a lot lower. The Argus. Oh boy. I didn't realize we were getting to the Argus already. This is like a cornerstone moment. We're whittling the songs down though. We're getting close to the end, people. The Argus. All right. I'm very interested to hear anyone, because I know that there are Ween fans who don't think that this is like top tier. There are Ween fans that think this is like boring, or it's too sort of like too proggy or whatever. It's not funny enough or takes itself too seriously. But I think I can call it right now from what I'm seeing. The SpongeBob movie with other Ween songs. Yes, that's a great video. I saw it not too awful long after I started getting into Ween. Great video. I'm going to go ahead and say, I'm going to take a wild guess and say that it's going to wind up there. I have hated Daisies for moments, and I still love it. Being hipster. There's nothing hipsterish. I mean, people will call you a hipster just for liking Ween or whatever. So whatever. Don't have to pay attention to them. Friends EP. The Friends EP. What are y'all thinking about the Friends EP? Oh, sorry. The EP version. Not the Friends EP as a whole. The Friends as it occurs on the EP. Because this is our first... I was thinking that because this is our first song on the Friends EP. Super gay. I love it. You know what that reminds me of, Heian? Is an interview with again some radio show right when the music video for Push the Little Daisies is coming out, I think, and they're doing some interview, and Aaron's like, yeah, we just did this music video for Push the Little Daisies. It's totally gay. It's gonna be awesome. Wow, lots of people saying F. You just hate the song. Now it's just dumb and funny. F is for friends. Total burn. Wow. We got one S and then just everyone's saying F, and that's a shame. I mean, there's one S. I could reasonably put this in E, but our F tier is looking pretty well. Someone's saying C or B. I think I'll put it in E. Me personally, I like the song, and whether or not which one, I'll be interested once we get to the Friends that's on. I guess we're putting it here. Once we get to the La Cucaracha version, I'm interested to see what you all have to say. Stroker Ace. What do y'all think of Stroker Ace? It's fast, it's fun, it's in your face. But about the Friends EP version, I like it. I think Jeter's vocals, especially in the quiet bridge, I never got there, but the morning brings light, and so I keep on looking. That sounds great. More of the song should have had that. I mean, I know the song's kind of jokey or whatever. I think a mixture between the two versions would have done a lot good, because the Cucaracha version sounds more Ween, certainly. Stroker Ace, yeah, it's fast, it's fun. It's Gonna Be a Long Night's probably the better song, but Stroker Ace, Yeah, it's sort of like the prototype for it. A S A triple S. We'll put it in S for Stroker Ace. For Stroker Ace. I don't want to leave you on the farm. What do y'all think of I don't want to leave you on the farm? Yeah, Arthur Dent, I think you are caught up because you're saying Stroker Ace is S, and we just did Stroker Ace. Um, it appears so that you are caught up. And I don't want to leave you on the farm. It's a nice song. I used to think, uh, your boy Flats, I assume you're talking about when they sang Stroker Ace with the megaphone. Yeah, the megaphone I'm not hugely into. It just kind of seems like a waste. It's like too unintelligible to the point where it's like you can't understand it at all, or even what he's singing. Not just the words, because whatever. But yeah, I'm not huge on the megaphone either. BAS, yay, A. So yeah, we got C. People saying it's okay, and it is. It's a nice little song, I think is how to describe it. So I guess we got an S though. We've got A, B, C. So either B or A, I think, is what the general consensus seems to be. Uh, I guess we'll go with A, right? That's fair. Pink Eye on My Leg. What do y'all think of Pink Eye on My Leg? I've heard some people say that they like hate the song, and I'm like, really? I are I like to hear from any Ween fans who like the Fuck Jam but don't like Pink Eye on My Leg. I would love to hear why. I don't get that at all. Pink Eye on My Leg just has infinite. It just objectively has more to it. Yes, Blue FG infinitely. It's a better intermission than the Fuck Jam. The Fuck Jam feels like an intermission on a part of an album that does not need an intermission. Uh, it's kind of like what I don't know. That's like a Tool, right? They have like intermission tracks. I'm not trying to compare Tool and Ween because they're completely different, but um, yeah, it kind of feels like that. Whereas, Pink Eye on My Leg is like a fun. It's just like a fun little instrumental, and it's funny, but it also sounds cool. A B C S, kind of all over the place, but I think we're gonna go with A or B. I guess we're gonna go with eh. I guess we'll go with B. Oh My Dear, Falling in Love. I do compare Tool and Ween in a weird way. Yeah, I mean they're just completely they're the artistic conclusions that they come to and what they strive to do is just very different. They just do whatever they want. Oh My Dear, Falling in Love. I absolutely adore Oh My Dear, Falling in Love. It is such a rhythmically weird song. It is like impossible to solve that like riddle, that rhythmic riddle that they've got going on there. But my hair looks awful. I love that song. It's such a juvenile song, but it's so pretty at the same time. Uh, Bands based on the percent of music. Tool besides one album. Yeah, Tool's definitely quality. Well, if you're like most people, the one Tool album that you don't like is either their first one or their last one. Their most recent one, I should say. Great solo too on Oh My Dear, Falling in Love. Well, it's a solo. It fits the song. It fits the song because it's very like janky and whatnot. But yeah, I love the song. So we got B's, a bunch of B's, but we got some S's. I guess A, but we've got a bunch of B's, but a couple S's. So I wish I had hair. It's overrated, man. Don't do it. Um, so I guess we're gonna put this one in A. Our next Captain Fantasy. Those are some good songs. Back to Bassum. Oh, it's so good. Back to Bassum. Love this song so freaking much. It's so beautiful. So Beatles-esque. Beatlesque. Careful what you wish for. Hey, on Puds, yeah. from the Tool albums I've listened to, that one's probably my least favorite. But yeah, I have a bandmate who's absolutely in love with Tool, and he loves pretty much all their albums. Not all the same, but he was so excited for Fear Inoculum and when it came out. And I listened to it too, and I didn't like it that much at first. I thought it was just kind of meh. It was fine, but I listened to it more, and it's more of like a mood thing. So I like that album a lot more than I used to. Yeah, back to Bassum though. Beautiful, beautiful song. It's so good. It's just so good. It's so like perfect. It's the step into the world. Um, two A's, two S's, and a triple S. I think that's going to be an S. I was kind of hoping. Well, yeah, S is where I would put it if this was my list. I would put it in S. Right. Awesome. The Stallion Part 3. Yes, the best Stallion part. I think we've already done. Yeah, we've done Part 1 and Part 2. So we're getting to the third and best Stallion part. Fear Inoculum, same amount I listened to. The same amount I listened to La Cucaracha. That's fair. Fear Inoculum was too pretentious, rehashes too many old riffs. I think it wasn't as inspired. Yeah, I love Undertow. I like Undertow a lot, but I know some people are like, oh, it's not, Tool haven't found their identity on that. But I think it's cool. It's probably the most aggressive, I think. Stallion Part 3, Triple S. Love this song so much. It's such an interesting song because you want to talk about no chorus. There's like no repeated section of that song, but it works so well. And the melody's actually catchy somehow. I don't know how he did it. It's such a weird melody, but it's like beautiful. It's a really good song. Like if you get past the weirdness of the lyrics, like it's a great song. And we sort of embraced the weirdness of it, but it's great. Undertow's, yeah, Undertow's good and energetic and stuff. S, A. Oh, let's tie between S and A. I guess by the slimmest of margins, we'll. No, okay, yeah, it's definitely S. Someone said triple S. This would definitely be like either a very high S or a like just barely made it into triple S for me if it was mine. Flutes of Chi, another classic. You can't go wrong with this one. I mean, you can't go wrong with this one. Very simple song, but you can't go wrong with it. S. S. A. S. Yeah, this one's definitely going to go in S. I'm glad that you're caught up now, Arthur Dent. I'm not blaming you for not being caught up. I'm just saying like it's really good that you know. Birthday Boy. Another great one. Can't go wrong with this. Well, the album version is definitely its own thing. It's not the same as the live one. And even then there's so many different live versions. They opened up with this when I saw them. They did this and then they did a little acoustic thing. I think they went into what Diener's talking about right after doing it. Olympic gold medalist Barrett Christie. Oh no, Arthur Dent, don't feel bad. I'm just saying like I felt bad at first because I was like, oh man, he's off time, and I was like, oh, Arthur Dent, what are you talking about? You're not talking about the right songs. 'Cause I was being an idiot. Only song about Olympic gold medalist Barrett Christie. What are you talking about? You're talking about Stallion Part 3 or no? You're talking about Birthday Boy or another great run of songs. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of those because Ween's great. Um, Triple S, Triple S, Triple S, so good. Oh, cool. Didn't work out too well, I'm assuming, because Oops. We have a C from you boy Flats, and I'm assuming it derives from the album version being a very different thing, but I think they all work. I think they all work. So we have A, triple S's, definitely going to be an S. I met this girl named Nan. It's going to be a long night. It's going to be a long night. As you can clearly see by what time it is, I feel so bad for keeping you people up, but so yeah, it's gonna be a long night. What are you thinking about that? Oh my god, we do have an awesome run of songs. um, we have a sextuple S, right? That's six S's. Yeah, I will say, again, a lot of people say that this is like their favorite. A lot of people say this is like their favorite Ween song. I don't quite get that. It's awesome, and I think it's totally worthy of like at least A tier, and it's an awesome, awesome. Uh, I saw a movie, came back. Jebby, what movie did you see? Did you see The Creator? I wanted to see that with you. I'm sorry. Riff is so good. Yeah, it's a great song, dude. Triple S. We might put this in Triple S because the only other things I'm seeing are like S and A. Maybe that'll get it an S. Yeah, it'll. It is probably yeah. It's gonna average out to an S. What Diener was talking about? Oh my god, this is like my second favorite Ween song. Love this so much. Y'all better give it triple S. Please don't fail me. Oh, Jebby, why did you watch that? Why? Don't tell me you liked it. I didn't. I haven't seen it because I don't want to give those freaking fricks my money. I was gonna swear, but I don't want to do that too much. Um. Why are you, Jebby? Stop talking about that. I'm trying to talk about one of the greatest songs ever made. Triple S, 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 S. Um, I'm distracted. I'm thinking about horrible Hollywood schlock. Yeah, what Diener was talking about. So this is between. Oh man, this is between Triple S and S. We have three S's and two Triple S's. So by math, I should put it in S, but I'm gonna put it in Triple S because I'm mad because I have Hollywood garbage funneling through my ear canals. Big Jim, Big Jim. We all think of Jebby. You haven't even heard that song. Oh wait, yes you have, and you were like, "It's okay," because you're a psychopath. I'm so glad I can like beat on someone who I actually know and am friends with in this chat. Everyone else I'm like being really nice to because you all are awesome and you came here. Y'all can just start insulting Mike Roch. I'm gonna incite cyberbullying on one of my friends. No, yeah, Big Jim. It's good. It's a lot of fun live. Just I mean that's the epitome of the false ending, right? It totally is. Um, and the recorded version is, it's fun. The backup vocals, triple S tier, and a couple A's, so that might get it an S. I think I'm just gonna put it in an A. That seems to be the consensus. Tried and True. Oh boy, here's one. This is like the I don't know. This is like their big. This is like a song that everyone can kind of appreciate and like. There's not a whole lot to be turned off from listening to this song, right? Tried and True. I know that I have heard some people like what's that guy? Brad Taste in Music. If you guys ever know his channel, he listened to Quebec and he was sort of like mixed on. He was like, it's like decent, but it's like not the best thing ever. He thought Tried and True was just kind of whatever because he thought it was like very basic sounding. And in terms of production, it's definitely not. But like, in terms of, it's not the most complicated song ever, but it actually has like a proper bridge, unlike a lot of Ween songs. So it's a pretty normal song. Awesome song. Yeah, a lot of triple S's. Smell my whole life. But dude, that bridge, you've been awake too long. Let me rest in time while I blow your mind. And then that sound palette they have going there, going into that like sitar affected guitar. Awesome. Speaking of awesome, let's talk about the opposite of that. Hey Fat Boy Asshole. What do you guys think of this song? Yeah, great solo on that song. But what do you guys think of Hey Fat Boy Asshole? So, I mean, obviously, I'm not saying it belongs in F tier, but as you can see, the song has merit because I named my F tier after a line in it. You killing my mother! And I think that line is entertaining. And, if you listen back to that song, I used to put this in like F tier. It used to be like one of my absolute least favorites. It's not that anymore because instrumentally, yeah, whether or not that's a real sitar, it's probably not Arthur Dent, but it's real good. Um, the guitar work is really great in that, and it sounds awesome. Yeah, we're getting some Fs and some Ds, a B, I think. I believe that's for Hey Fat Boy. C's, we get an F, D. This is probably going to be D. Yeah, I'll say D. But musically, there's some cool stuff going on, but it does not command your unbridled attention. The mollusk, the mollusk, the mollusk. Um, the mollusk, people. What are we thinking? What are we thinking? S, triple S, but it's Jebby, so we don't count his opinion. Okay, no, I'm kidding. If it's a song I know he's actually listened to, um, S, triple S, yeah, it's just a fantastic song. But I think I move it down to A. It's not my number one favorite song off the Mollusk. Probably not even my top. Probably not even my top three, but that's because it's the Mollusk. It might not even be my top four, but I can kind of understand that. It's easy for when you have a song hyped up like that, and it's just the overexposure kind of factor. So we have couple triple S's, but we have a couple S's and an A. So I'm gonna say that lands in an S, which I think is fair. That's probably where I'd put it. Slow Down Boy. This is, I think, definitely the best song off of the Friends EP. Certainly. It's a really good song. Total. I never hear anyone talk about Tears for Fears when they. Because Tears for Fears, from the songs I've heard, they don't sound exactly like this. They're usually a lot more up tempo and stuff. But and I'm not super familiar with Tears for Fears, but I imagine their more ballady songs must sound at least a little something like this. Definitely in terms of the sound palette, but 100% the vocals. I know Aaron must like Tears for Fears at least somewhat. I remember on the Mark Maron podcast, he mentioned that when he was in high school, some girl told him that he looked like the guy from Tears for Fears, and that really lit up his day. So that's awesome. Yeah, this and Light Me Up are definitely like the best songs on the album, like by far. S, A. I think we got two S's and an A. Or he might have been talking. No, S A. So I guess that's S. Gonna have to go to bed. Nearly 3 a.m. Remaining unranked song. Gabrielle, don't shoot where you eat. Roses are free. Voodoo Lady, don't get too close. And if you could save yourself, that's awesome. Thank you so much for staying around. Hey Han, thank you all for showing up here. And I'll try and keep those songs in mind, but I'll probably forget about them when the comments scroll up. Thank you so much. That's awesome. Through stream, been fun. Sorry, I can't stay in. Oh, dude, the pleasure's all mine. You're awesome. Slow Down Boy. I think we're gonna put it in S. S. Blah, 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 blah. I've got to try and finish this before I'm the last one, and it's gonna be the most embarrassing, lonely thing. Okay, Ice Castles. I like Ice Castles. Ice Castles it's a jam. It's not like the greatest thing ever, but it's it's a really nice instrumental. It's probably the most atmospheric out of all of their instrumentals, right? I think that's fair to say, right? A, yeah. I forget the order on the album. Is it like it's Bananas and Blow, then Stroke Erase, then Ice Castles, then back to Bassum? Is that what it is? It works really well transitioning into. Not as good as Pink Eye. I think objectively it's better than Pink Eye, but Pink Eye has its merit. It's really good. It's got a really nice sound to it. A tier, actually really good. Um, so we're saying A or B, maybe S. Looks like we're going to average out to A tier. Pink Eye's tastier. I could see that. It's definitely like funnier because with the dogs barking and but especially the vocal thing. So I guess Ice Castles is going to be A, right? It's kind of what it seems like the consensus. Yeah, that's what it looks like. Is the Rift next? Yes, the Rift. I've listened to the original, the demo version from the Chocolate and Cheese sessions, and it's I think that's one of the ones where it's based on they use a lot of the same recordings. It's definitely the same drum track, I think, and it's not that different, but I remember the Shinola version is definitely polished. I know people really love this song, and I used to just think it was kind of overrated and whatever, and I still to an extent think it's a little, I don't know, it's a little, it doesn't totally grab me the way it grabs a lot of people. I think it works a lot better when they jam on it live, when there's a bit more variation to it. Um, but there's lots of cool spacey effects going on the recording for sure. It's really cool. Uh, for sure, it's so we're going. Y'all think about the Rift is like B or S, two S's and a B. Is that what the kind of vibe is? Or at least one S and one B. Okay, then I guess it's gonna be A, right? Okay, I'm fine with that. I would put it in B, but that bass line's really cool, and I love the harmonized. Ooh yeah 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 yeah. My voice is like gone. Help me scrape the mucus off my brain. Help me scrape the mucus off my brain. I'm not I'm not a super deep country cat. I'm not a huge Merle Haggard fan. I just have barely listened to him. Um, I'm not against, the old school country or anything. Uh, but I just haven't dedicated a whole lot of time listening to it. I have not listened to If We Can Make It Through December. I'll have to listen to it and see what how similar the melody is, because apparently it's basically just lifted, like it's basically the same. Um, yeah, people are saying triple S A, sextuple S, right? That's the proper word for six of something, right? Sextuple. A S triple S A. I guess this is gonna land in an S. Although technically, your boy Flat said sextuple S, so it should go up to triple S. If I applied that logic like retroactively, that would change everything. So I guess it's going an S. Yeah, you can't. It's a good song. It's definitely good. And I think Diener singing it just like works surprisingly well. Cold Blows the Wind, beautiful song. I think they totally make this song their own. With the, I think they totally make the song their own. With especially the harmony vocals on the album cut are so good. All the weird sounds, the synthesizer. How many S's can we use? I don't care. However many you feel are efficient. I mean, I'm just going to treat it as if you're saying triple S, so you're literally just wasting your time, but it's funny. So you can use however many S's you want. Cold Bowl Lin, SS tier, sorry, triple S, A, S. Yeah, I'm assuming this is gonna average out to S. Buckingham Green, oh boy. I would just immediately put this in triple S, but I genuinely want to see if there's anyone who's like, it's okay, B tier. Because I know that there are some people like that. Immediately. Now I understand why Blue FG, you were asking like how many S's can I put, because you're waiting to just put them all on Buckingham Green. Um, yeah. Uh, is anyone gonna say anything other than Triple S? That would be the first. I think that would be a first. The suspense is killing me. I want to give someone Buckingham Green. Wow, of course, yeah, Jebby. Or I'll come to your house and tickle you. I think you're gonna say tackle me, but tickling is like way worse. It's heresy not to. Yeah, this is like the. I think this is the first and probably only time we're gonna get Triple S. Yeah, and it deserves it. It's probably the best song. It's probably my favorite Ween song. It was the one that really got me into them. You can't go wrong with it. Gabrielle, another banger. Um, can't go wrong with this one. Let's see what y'all think. Um, what was I gonna say? I don't have much to say about Buckingham Green at the moment, just because everyone else has like said so much about it. I could talk about it for hours, but again, trying to get through this. I'm torn between A or S. Yeah, I would go A, or maybe no A, because it's real good. It's catchy. You Boy Flats, you said D. I kind of get that. I think it's a great song, but I heard some Ween fans say that they think it's a bit too poppy, or that's a bit too like straightforward. Um, but I like at the third verse he kind of injects some humor into it by kind of not scatting but doing some like classic kind of improv. Oh, Gabrielle, you're so nice. I really love you. I've got to love you, baby. I think that's funny. But and the chorus harmony vocals are great. Solo's great. But we do have a D. We have a D. So I guess that might pull it down to a B. But there's like A or S, S, triple S. I'm gonna say that's gonna bring it to a B. I think. Right. I'm assuming there's. I'd be funny. Ocean Man. We're up to Ocean Man now. I'm assuming there's going to be someone in the stream who doesn't get it yet, and they're like, they think that this is just how I rank all of them. Like, why did you put an F tier if you're not going to put anything in F tier? I will try. I hope we can just settle our differences. Let me know what you think of Ocean Man, but once we get to the Fruit Man, please do me a favor and just all collectively say F. Just do it for me. Just do it for me, please. I've suffered enough by accidentally insulting Spirit Walker, which I think is a good song and is underrated. I've suffered enough, please. Only good Ween song. Oh, Mal. Sorry, I know who you are, so just realize it. Oh, boy. We have a normie in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I mean, like I said earlier, ever since I first heard about Ocean Man as a kid, I always liked the song. I always thought it was a good song. Trust Mel. I think it's a great song. It's got so much energy, and Junior's vocals are really particular. You can tell, even though they're pitched down, you can tell he's really articulating with his voice. And the mandolin part, it's got so much fun packed into its whole arrangement and production. So we got a triple S, S, B. Is that going to be A? What's that going to average out to? I have no idea. I guess S, right? Yeah, because everyone, yeah, S. Okay. Sorry, Charlie. It's like the complete opposite of Ocean Man. Like album deep cut from the pod. Yeah, I do like that Ocean Man gets people into Ween. It got me into Ween along with the Loop De Loop song. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, especially when the song's actually good. Like if the song is just garbage and it's, it gets people into Ween. But Ween's unique because, well, they do have Push the Little Daisies. But, Push the Little Daisies has admirable qualities to it. Anyway, sorry, Charlie. And now, like, no one cares. No one cares about Charlotte. Sorry, Charlie. Sorry, the pod version's rough. Because the whole point of the song is that it's like a... Really? You Boy Flats? Are you talking about the... I I'm wondering if you're saying you're saying Sorry Charlie S. The whole point of it is like a story song. It's not a story, but it's like the lyrics are important. It's describing a guy because musically there's not much going on at all. There really isn't. It's super basic and kind of uninteresting. But on the album version, you can't understand what he's saying most of the time, and it's like why? I don't know if I just thought that was funny, but like why? So album version brings it loud. Live, it's better, but I would put this in like C or maybe not D, but honestly, I don't go out of my way to listen to it very often. Um, so I could go C or D personally, but S, S, A. Um, so pretty high. I guess we're going S for Sorry Charlie, which I would never say if this was my list. But it's interesting. I like hearing from you guys. Strap on that jammy pack. Yes. Yes. uh, Arthur, you said triple S for Sorry Charlie, or strap on that jammy pack. The goat of the pod. It's certainly one of the album openers of all time. It is one of the first songs on an album to ever be recorded. It's a great live opener. Well, kind of. It's so funny. It's incredibly funny. There's no denying that. But like, it's because it's so crappy. And the false endings are great. It has almost no musical actual value to it. Like objectively, it's not good. It's just not. But that's what makes it good. It's Brown, and it's funny, and the fact that it keeps false ending. I have a soft spot for it. I think like I would have to put it in D for me personally, because I do like it, but like objectively, I don't think I can rank it any higher than D. But it's okay. It's okay as an opener to the pod. It has to be an opener to the pod. Any other album would be the worst opener ever. So we got B. We do have a triple S. So I guess it's gonna go in A because of that. Screw it. Yeah, let's. Yeah, it kind of pains me to put. No, we put Sorry Charlie in A. Yeah, I guess we'll put. Yeah, I guess strap on that jammy pack next to Oh My Dear and Captain Fantasy is just ridiculous to me. But whatever. Take Me Away. Take Me Away. It's Take Me Away is it's not like a super great song. It's okay, that sounds a little too negative. Take Me Away is like a decent song. It's a solid song. It gets the job done. But it is a fantastic opener for Chocolate and Cheese. That's its greatest that's its greatest kind of quality that it has. Having a little bit of trouble with the stream. Anyway, so if you experience some trouble, that's on my end probably. But anyway, it works, and live it's a lot of fun. Like if I see it live, it's great that it still has so much energy. Jammy Pack should open every album. Stream stats poor. Ooh boy. So I guess I came across a little too negative. I like Take Me Away. It's a great opener for Chocolate and Cheese, and it is certainly a very good song to hear live. And the solo is great. It's got a lot of energy. It's a very simple song, but it works. So we're saying A, B. We're saying S. So I guess A. I'm going to give it an A. Monique the Freak is next. What do y'all think of Monique the Freak? Take Me Away is going in A. There it is. Monique the Freak. I like it a lot. It's very. It'll probably help because my stream might be lagging a bit for you guys. There might be a bit of a delay. Just say the name of the song whenever you vote for what tier it should be. Be like Monique A or whatever. Just so I'm sure what y'all are talking about. Yeah, Monique the Freak. I like it a lot. It's I know some people who don't like it. Monique Triple S. Yeah, it's a fun song. I'm going to assume that you boy Flats and Dr. Scotty are both voting Monique A. So I guess that's going to put it in S if that's the case. Yeah, I know some people think it's a little too like basic, which kind of surprises me. Like on the Podween Satan, they did an episode on this, and they didn't really like this song that much. They didn't like the chorus, and I think it's great. I kind of compared it to Dash Punk a little bit, but that was a bit of a gratuitous. It's kind of Princey. I mean, it's just sort of general funk with some electronic elements to it, but it's really good. I guess it's gonna go in S, right? Yeah. Don't Shit Where You Eat. I love Don't Shit Where You Eat. I think it's a great closer, especially after what Dean was talking about. Like, what could live up to that? Nothing. But Don't Shit Where You Eat is a nice album closer. It gets the job done as an album closer. It just puts everything at a rest. It's kind of funny, you know? It's kind of funny with the sentiment, but it's also really nice. I know that there are people who don't think it's a very good closer, and I'd like to hear why. Because is it just that it's like, what did you want for a closer? Did you want it to be kind of like fun solo? Ooh, Blue FG, are you talking about Monique the Freak or Don't Shit Where You Eat? Because I love Don't Shit Where You Eat's guitar solo. The more I think about it, it might be even more than a Tear for Eddie, because a Tear for Eddie is like a guitar, piece. It's a showpiece. My personal favorite, just like solo on the album, is probably Don't Shit Where You Eat. Off the top of my head, there might be a better one that I'm forgetting about. I just love it. It's so melodic and nice. The tone is awesome. It's not flashy at all, but it plays off the chords surprisingly well, especially towards the end. Yeah, I love Don't Shit Where You Eat. I would put it in S. Yeah, I would put it in S. Well, maybe A. Either A or S. A or S. It looks like the vote is split between A and S. But I'm seeing, okay, so I think it's going in S because I'm seeing at least two people appear to have voted for it to go in S. Golden Eel, oh my gosh. Golden Eel is next. Please pull through for me, people. Oh, and then it immediately gets followed up with that. But for now, let's focus on a good song, Golden Eel. Golden Eel's, I honestly, the more I think about it, I think I put it in triple S tier on my personal ranking. I could be convinced to pull it down to S. But, S is certainly nothing to be ashamed of. This is what I'm at. Like, this is probably, oh man, one of the best guitar solos. And I gotta say, live, this song is like an arena anthem. Billy. You're talking about Polka Dot Tail, but help me. Yeah, I mean, this is just an absolute banger. The live version's great, but I do think my favorite version is the one on the Mollusk. The mixing and mastering is so perfect. It's there's so much power behind it, and the solo is just amazing. That little out of tune thing is so good. But live, it absolutely crushes as well. It's like it's more psychedelic live. There's more like crazy effects going on or something. I don't know. I would probably put it in triple S. I love that song so much. I'm gonna put it in triple S because I'm seeing like S and then triple S. So I'm gonna put it in S. All right, and then this is the one we've all been waiting for, the one that you've all just been badgering me about. Like, when are we gonna get to Morning Glory? Well, here we are. Go ahead, just tell me why you think that this song is worth listening to, because boy, do I not. To me, it's just a waste of time. It's just a waste of time. It's worth a once over because it's funny. Screw you, Jebby. We listened to this together. And you didn't like it. Stop lying. You freaking frick. F, I love it. Good play, Blue. Yeah, I really don't. I mean, it's funny. It's funny, but like, it's one of three skips. So like one of the three Ween songs you think is like F tier. You don't remember any of it. Shut up, Jebby. You don't remember it. It was not incredible. I I love being mean to you in front of all these people. I appreciate it because it's brown, but I admit it's a hard listen. It's brown, but like to me, what's special about Ween is they take something brown, but what part of what makes brown brown is that it's wrong in a good way, right? This is just wrong. I think I just nailed it. I think I just perfectly stated why the song, because it's not a song, it's just a waste of time. It's funny at first. Oh, isn't it weird that it's this noisy thing? He's talking about pumpkins and why was he such a fucko to me? Why was he such a fucko? That's funny, but like I don't want to listen to it. It's just a waste of time. So we have an F. I'm gonna assume that's an F. Yeah, that's F. F. But we do have. Do we have any like genuine? Is everyone's vote an F? It kind of looks like everyone's actual vote is an F. Borvik won. Ooh, Arthur Dent says B. I desperately wanted to put in an F, but I'm gonna champion for Fruit Man even more because I despise that song. But yeah, why, Arthur? If you like Morning Glory, you're not going to change your mind. So I'm just going to factor that in and not like try to change your mind. So we have a B, and everyone else, the normal people, are saying F. So we have F, B. So D. It's going to go in D, which is about 2 spots higher than it has any right to go. But hey, we'll do it. We'll do it. So many people in the neighborhood. Oh my gosh, we still have... what is that, like 34 songs, I think? Yeah, because each row is like 11. So many people in the neighborhood. What do you guys think? I'll try and barrel through these. I really will. Okay, it says the connection's doing a little better now on my stream. That could change, but... Dregs Benedict, are you saying E for Morning Glory? You better be, because if you're saying E for so many people in the neighborhood, what I like about so many people in the neighborhood is that it's very brown. I've heard some people compare it to Primus, and I do kind of hear that, but to me it's just very Ween. It's brown. This is like the complete opposite of Morning Glory to me, because it's brown, but it's like a banger. It's cool. There's lots of cool sounds and cool synths. It's quirky, but it's also really good, you know. Dregs, you're saying that so many people in the neighborhood is E tier. You're not saying that Morning Glory is E tier. Or no, wait, you're saying that Morning Glory is. Okay. Just try and say the name of the song next to whenever you're voting for it to be in a tier, just because we're on the same page. So we have S and then C for so many people. I personally would probably put it in... I'll put it in B because it's good. I don't think it's like a fantastic song, but it's good. So I guess that averages out to like I guess that averages out to B, right? If it's just S and C. No Morning Glory E tier. Okay. You're saying. So yeah, S and then C tier. So I guess I'm going to say that averages out to B, because it could also be A, but I'm going to say B. You fucked up. Awesome song. And I'm going to savor how awesome this song is, because the next one I'm not looking forward to. It brings it down. Okay, thank God. Thank you for pointing that out. Where is it? Morning Glory. Yes. Thank you for pointing that to my attention. Okay, you fucked up. You fucked up is awesome. It's an awesome first song on their first proper studio album. And dude, if you've heard I forget what it's on. I forget which of the early tapes it's on. I don't know if it's Axis Bold as Boognish or Crucial Squeegee Lip, But listen to that version compared to the God Ween Satan version. It's night and day. Like, you know, it's so like bad on the tape, right? And I'm not blaming them. I'm not saying I could have done any better if I was them in the 80s and I was a 12-year-old making noise. But dude, it's so good. You Fucked Up is so good. There's so much good guitar work. It's funny. And when they play it today, obviously he's not screaming like he did, but he still yelps it out and they play it with a lot of energy. So we have triple S and S. I could go either way. I could put it in triple S or S. So I guess as of now, I'll put it in. To add a bit of flavor to our triple S, I'll put it up there, right? But Birthday Boy's below it, so that's a little funny. The Fruit Man. All right, I know. All right. Just to reiterate, just in case anyone doesn't remember, I want to set this in stone. When I thought I was talking about this song when I talked about Spirit Walker at first, and I said, "Oh, I hate this song. I despise it." I like Spirit Walker. I think I would put it in B tier. I have a whole video explaining why I think Spirit Walker is actually a good song. The Fruit Man's my least favorite Ween song. I despise it. What do you all have to say about it? Jebby, Jebby, you have listened to The Fruit Man. I showed it to you one time, but I don't think you remember anything about it. I guess you do. Maybe you do. I don't know. Wonder if anyone's actually... I listened out of spite. You listened... That's right, because I told you I think Candy's worse. We'll argue about that, but thank God you said F. Okay, so the only 2 votes we have so far is F. Yes, Arthur Dent, You Fucked Up is A. Wait, if you said Fucked Up is A, then I think that's... Wait, if you said You Fucked Up as A, then that would pull it down to S. So I'll do that real quick. Okay. The Fruit Man. Okay, so we have 2 votes. They're both for F. Please don't anyone vote any different, because I really... Just give me this, man. Obviously, I'm joking. You can vote whatever you want. I want to listen to you if you have a crazy opinion like that. I'll put it in F for now. But Jebby, just to be fair, you always do this. You're like, what's the worst Ween song? And I said, well, in my opinion, it's probably The Fruit Man. And you're like, yeah, let's listen to it. So you brought it on yourself. A Tear for Eddie. A Tear for Eddie. What do y'all think of A Tear for Eddie? Speaking of you, Jebby, this is like the definition of a song that you wouldn't like because it's just a guitar solo. It's instrumental. I mean, the fact that it's instrumental... D. Oh, no, Arthur Dent, no. Why would you do this to me? No, I don't want to have to put it up in E. I don't want to have to put it, how can you say that the Friends, the EP version of the Friends is on the same level? I mean, I know you're not saying that, but like, to me, that song, it's an actual song. It's a billion times better. Then in that case, E. Screw you, Jebby. I'm not changing it. Okay, if nothing else is in F tier by the end of this, then I will put it in F tier. But as of now, I will put it in E to compensate. A Tear for Eddie. It's awesome. It's great. It's not... I don't think it's... I think live, it definitely has its own energy. I do like the, pristine kind of qualities that the... Okay, we got triple S and we got A. So I guess I could put it in S or triple S. Well, since Jebby was being very rude and said it should go in Fruitman G tier, yes. Since Jebby's being a very rude person and said it should go in E tier, I'll put it in triple S tier. I don't know where I would put it. I would probably put it in A. And just to reiterate, like, A is not... People think an 8 out of 10 is a bad score. That's not true at all. If it was a certain live version, like whatever the best live version is, it would probably be triple S. I can't put my finger on it. All right, what do y'all think of this one? The live version is Tear for Eddie SS, triple S, sorry. Well, okay, so triple S. Yeah, I put it in triple S. I can't put my finger on it, ladies and gentlemen. What are we thinking about that tune? I really like it. I know a lot of people, and I get it. I think it's a perfect change of pace. I think that's really what solidifies the first four tracks. I can't always listen to it. That's fair. That's fair. The live version's even tighter, but the recorded version, I think, what really solidifies Chocolate and Cheese as like a buffet of just like it's their most diverse album probably is the fact that it's those first four tracks, right? It's those first four tracks of like going into um Take Me Away, then the Spinal Meningitis, then into Freedom of 76, and then into I Can't Put My Finger on It. That's what really solidifies it is like, whoa, this it's going all over the place stylistically. We got S, B tier, triple S. It's great. Yeah, and then goes into tier for Eddie. Ween C tier is the real triple S tier. Oh, Jebby, you're the worst, but you're great. Spirit Walker should be. Oh no, no. Arthur Dent, you're quickly becoming like my arch nemesis. You're like Spirit Walker is worse than the Fruit Man, and I'm like, you're a crazy person. But thank you for coming to my stream. So, but yeah, I agree, Blue FG. It's a great. The track sequencing is surprisingly delicate for Chocolate and Cheese, even though it seems like it's pulled at random. All right, so we got triple S, S, B. So I guess I'm gonna put that in S. Can't put my finger on it. Boing. Okay. Boing is not like annoying to listen to, like the Fruit Man or even Morning Glory or whatever. But I don't think that makes it a good song. It's just because it's short. Yeah, I mean that makes it better than a lot of other songs, but that doesn't make it good in my opinion. I did see them play it live. They played it live for the second time. Literally, the gig before was the first time they played it since the 90s. It was cool to see them play it, but like just objectively, it's just like a waste. It's I mean, it's D at the highest for me. Someone says B. You're going B for Boing. All right, it's a free country, All right. If you're the only person that votes that I can see anyway, vote. I'm trying to keep track of everyone's vote and see what everyone has to say. If you're the only one that votes, I guess we'll put Boing in B. B is for Boing. Okay. I guess that's some rock solid logic. I can't argue with that. So until someone says it's something else, it's going in B. Frank. We all think it's Frank. I like Frank. I think honestly the coolest thing about Frank is definitely the riff, but it's the riff and the whole musicality of the song, even though it's a super simple song. Your boy Flats and Blue, you guys are saying B and A for Frank. The musicality of the song, even though it's dead simple, it's literally just the riff over and over again. It's really cool because the bass line works great with that super odd drum loop. It's such a weird beat, but it's cool. It works and it's really unique. And it's just kind of a jam. It's kind of a jam bandy kind of song where it's just a riff over and over again. But of course, Ween is like everything that a jam band wishes that it was and then some. So it's infinitely better than anything that a jam band could do. Oh, jam bands. But people are gonna be like, oh, my favorite bands, whatever. Frank. So I guess it's gonna be either B or A. I'm fine putting it in. What's Boing off? The pod, which is really cool because if you just look at these little I don't know who made this. The coolest Ween fan ever made this tier list template where they have all the fonts and things are like after they're after the respective albums. It's really awesome. So you can look at just by seeing that, but it's kind of a small detail, especially in the stream. So I guess we're going B on this one. Is that fair? I think that's fair. All right, licking the palm for guava. What do y'all think about licking the palm for guava? Licking the palm for guava. The riff is cool, and like I said, you're saying Frank A. Okay, so I guess we'll put Frank in A. Wait, where's Frank? Where'd it go? Oh, here it is. Um, wait, what? Oh, wait, sorry. Um, I'm an idiot. I was gonna freak out about something, but C for Guava, the song. Yeah. Um, I just your boy Flats, licking the palm for guava is the song that plays right before Mushroom Festival in Hell that transitions into it. Right. I just think of it as like the first half of licking the palm for guava. Sorry, the first half of that 2 song thing. It's just like one song. They're both like a minute long anyway. It's such a simple song, and even both songs combined together, they're not complicated at all. So we have a B and a C. So I'll put it in. I'll put it in C, just to diminish Jebby's opinion even more. I gotta put the hammer down. I gotta put the hammer down. What do y'all think about? I got to put the hammer down. Down. Um. Hammer A. You think A? It's I used to be like, oh, I love that song. Now it's very Diener. It's probably honestly the most Diener song that I can think of that Ween has officially released. It's like almost a Moist Boys song. If it was just like a bit more vulgar, it could probably pass as a Moist Boys song. But I love the solo. The solo's great. I think licking the palm for guava in C tier. What were the other B and C tier? Okay, maybe I'll go back and put that one in C tier. Oh, sorry. Where is it? What song did we just do? What song did we just do? Shoot, licking the palm for guava. It's in C tier. Wait, did I put it? Yeah, I did. Okay, so that was just a giant waste of time. Uh, I gotta put the hammer down. It's definitely not S tier in my opinion, but we got an S tier, uh, and an A and a B. So that puts it in an A. Okay, I'm not upset about that. It's a good song. It's a good song. Alone, alone. I like Alone. It's for all that um Papa Crack, you're saying that Alone is a mess song, or you're saying that I got to put the hammer down's a mess song. Um, I I have listened to Bones in the Ground by Robin Hitchcock. I've listened to like basically no Robin Hitchcock other than that. Hammer and S. Ooh, what did I put Hammer in? Did I put it in? I put it in A. An A, B, and an S, and another S. I could still stay in A. I could still stay in A. I Alone is not the greatest song in the world, but it has its own atmosphere to it. It's just a bit repetitive. I think they should have played a bit more with the dynamics of it, because if you listen to it again on the album, there's these like more atmospheric strummy guitars that come in uh during like certain parts of the song. I think they should have had that been more pronounced, so certain songs like the arrangement opens up a bit more. As is, it doesn't really do that, so it's a little one note. It's a little repetitive. We're getting like one vote for Alone. No one cares. For C tier, I'll put Alone in C tier, unless someone wants to say otherwise. Shame Maker. By the power of Ween looks like. What power? I don't have any power, Jebby. Look at me. I don't even have the power to keep my hair not looking like I'm 20 years older than I really am and balding. I like the Dead. I was 4 minutes behind. Well, you can like no. Okay. Talking about jam bands. Oh boy. Everyone freaks out when I'm like, jam bands are not my personal thing, and people are like, "What are you talking about?" There's the Grateful Dead and blah 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 blah. And I'm like, you can like or dislike what Bish is gay. Bish is gay. The Dead are good, and Ween jams on stage. Ween jams, but they're not a jam band in my opinion. I might do a little editorial video on that at some point in the future. Shamemaker D. Alone B. Um, Alone's in C. It could if it's just you and if it's just one vote for C and one vote for B, it could still go in C. Dead blows C. Dang. The Dead are the Dead are fine. They're fine. I'm not here to, in my opinion, if you love, like, just say whatever bands you love. Just be honest and express yourself, right? Fish is gay. Yeah, Ween. I might do a little editorial video on like my opinion on whether or not Ween's a jam band. I don't think they are, but the Dead have good songs. They definitely do. I'm just not a fan of the whole jam band structure. I like jamming on stage and stuff, but it needs to be like focused. Wow, Jebby. Wow. Okay, I'm gonna ignore that. Shamemaker is as bad as Spirit Walker almost. Come on. See, I don't see how, like, to me, Spirit Walker is just an infinitely smarter song from a songwriting perspective. And I explain why in that video. What makes this song brown, Spirit Walker. And if I did one for Shamemaker, which I won't, I mean, maybe one day, I don't really want to, I wouldn't have nearly as much to work with because it's just like kind of not that smart from a compositional standpoint. And I guess that's the point. It's just kind of annoying to me. I get what they're going for. It's just weird to see Jeaner do a straight up impression of someone. Let's put it in D tier. I don't see anyone championing anything higher than that. B at least. Ooh. Then maybe I'll have to put it in C because we got D and C. I'll everyone improvises on stage just happens. Yeah, that's true. That's true to an extent. There's improvisation and then there's jam bands. It's a totally different thing. That's why I'm saying I like jamming and I like improvisation when it's with D and B. So I guess this will go in C. See, just seeing Shamemaker and Spirit Walker next to each other, it just feels wrong. I can't believe I'm looking at it. I still can't believe that I embarrassed myself earlier about Shamemaker, about the Fruitman and Spirit Walker. She's Your Baby. Oh my God, we're really shifting into really good songs again. She's Your Baby. What do y'all think of the absolutely fantastic song, She's Your Baby? I think Dead aren't that. They're the Dead. They definitely have like more, not just cred for being earlier, but like, yeah, I appreciate the Dead to an extent. And I think they have good songs. I'm not here to, I don't really like being negative unless it's kind of like in a positive light. Like I can just absolutely slaughter songs like The Fruit Man and talk about how it's the worst thing ever because it's over this umbrella of talking about something positive like Ween. And I like being constructive like that. I don't like just saying The Grateful Dead, I don't like it because I don't dislike them. It's just, and I especially don't like saying, oh, that band that you're into, I don't like them. Like if someone was like, oh, I love Fish, that's fine. That's your problem. No, you didn't get defensive, Bulletproof Panda. You didn't get defensive. I'm going insane. I'm getting tired. I don't know if I'm coming across as like negative or rude. I promise you, I'm not a negative guy. Most music has merit. I agree. Not all, but most. Baby, She's Your Baby. We got B, triple S, S. I would definitely say S. Baby A. So maybe it'll go in S. I'll put it in S unless I see someone else kind of shift the vote. Wow, look at White Pepper clearing house. Like most of the songs are in S. And I doubt Falling Out's going to be that low. So I'm in the mood to move. I know some people don't like this one. I love I'm in the mood to move. It's such a fun, like when you think this is gonna be like kind of a punk or hard rock kind of album, like aggressive album with some like punkier songs. They throw you for a complete loop with track 3, I'm in the Mood to Move. It's not that. I don't know what genre you would call this song, and there's lots of Ween songs like that. It's, god damn it. We got S, B, A. I'm glad that you all are like, yes, this is good. Mood isn't a skip B tier. Mood to Move B, S, B, B, S, A. So it's going pretty firmly in A because people are pretty fairly split between B and S. So we're going A. Yeah, great song. Object. We all think of Object. Apparently, we have some. I understand that we have some people who are not sold on the Cucaracha, and I was certainly there at one point. Object, I think, is definitely a standout. It is a brilliant song. It's not a fun jam of a song, where you're like, yeah, Object, let's, it's a summer jam. It's not that. But it's a jam in its own way, and I think it's brilliant. Like the lyrics are really good, but they're kind of funny, but they're also really dark. Like honestly, especially this is like late October now. It's perfect for the Halloween season. I know that someone made like kind of a fan video where they splice in footage from like Silence of the Lambs and stuff because it's kind of a serial killer song, but it's really good. It's really good. It's a good song. The solo is fantastic. I love the bridge. The bridge is my favorite part of the song. Object, triple S, B, A. I'm going to say that lands in an S. Boy. This is our first, oh my gosh, this is our highest song from La Cucaracha so far. Roses are free. Oh boy. Roses are friggin' free. You can't, I mean, come on. I better not see anyone, and of course, actually be honest, but I'd be surprised if anyone puts this lower than like A. It is the best Fish song. Well, actually, I'm not sure if I agree with that. Fish's version, oh my gosh. I mean, like I said, I'm not here to just trash bands that other people like without constructive criticism, right? Which is why I'm going to criticize it by saying that their version of Roses Are Free is the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. Okay, it's not the worst thing because their instruments are in tune and they're playing competently, but there's no life in what they're doing. It's so much less interesting. Huge Papa Knee live video I've seen. Dude, it's so great. It's such a great song. Ween just delivers it with so much more energy, and it's awesome. Your Boy Flats, it is not a Fish song. Ween originally released it in 1994 on their album Chocolate and Cheese, and they didn't really play it live much until Fish started covering it at their shows, and Ween kind of asserted that as like, okay, let's take it back. Let's start playing our own song at these live shows. And the reason they did it is because they wanted to take it back, but also because they have openly said that they hate Fish's version of their song. And that might seem harsh until you listen to it and you're like, oh my gosh, they're right. This version sucks. There's like no life to it. The vocals are bad. Like it's not great. If you like Fish, that's fine. But like, ooh, I do not like that version at all. It's real bad. I covered it. So we got triple S, S, A. It's pretty okay. This is pretty firmly S. All right, next up is Blackjack. Oh boy. All right, I think if there's another contender for like F tier, this is it. We're kind of running out of those actually. What do you all think of Blackjack? There's only like 2 songs left that I think are contenders. Not necessarily saying I think they belong in F tier, but Blackjack is triple S tier. Fight me. Okay, Jebby, I will. Next time we go to band practice, I'll bring a knife. I'll do it. I don't think I know this one. I want to say it's before Squelch the Weasel on God, Ween, Satan. Ween is like Fish if they could write songs. F for Forgettable, Blackjack D, E tier. Okay, I'm glad that everyone other than Jebby is like sane and saying that it's bad. Um, um, I don't think I know this. Yeah, yeah. It's 5 minutes long, and there's some creepy sounding like laughing and stuff, but it's I don't know. If it was on Pure Guava, I feel like instrumentally there would be more stuff going on there, unless it was Morning Glory. Um, so we're saying F, E, F, D, and then triple S. I guess I have to take that into account. So I'll say would be S tier on a fish tier list. Oh, Blue FG, that's so good. That's so good. You guys are like way funnier and smarter than I am. Why am I doing this? Especially when I have like one brain cell left. Anyway, so I guess I'm gonna say that averages out to D because it would probably be E or no, it'd probably be E. But because Mike Roch said triple S, I'm gonna bring it up all the way to D. You monster! I can't believe it. Blarney Stone. What do y'all think of Blarney Stone? Blarney Stone is musically, it's obviously very simple. It's clear what they're going for, and it's such a vibe. And of course, when they play it live, they always make it a giant party. It's the ultimate party song. They literally threw a party to record it. You can't go wrong. It's a classic. It's a classic. Best encore, yeah, it's like the ultimate encore song. I'd be infinitely more. Well, I guess they don't usually play your party as an encore, do they? They usually just end the set proper with it. But yeah, and ending your set with your party and then hearing this as the encore, it's definitely a good skip. It's a mood vibe. It's a skip sometimes. That's fair. That's fair. You're not always in the mood for it. I think it works perfectly on the album though, and live it's great. So we got S tier, triple S, we have A. So pretty clearly it's S, right? Blarney Stone, Live in Chicago is life change. Yes. That's like, I mean, I imagine your favorite version of the Blarney Stone is whatever version you've seen live, like whatever concert you've been to. If you've been to one of their concerts, is probably your favorite, but that's a great version, the Live in Chicago. Learning to Love. Learning to Love. Loving to Learn. A lot of people find Learn to Love annoying. I love all the fish hate. Just saying Blarney Stone is A. Yeah. Again, this is, yeah. Any fish hate is incidental. This is not an anti-fish YouTube channel. It's just a pro-Ween YouTube channel. And therefore, I'm just naturally going to have to knock fish off their throne a couple times. Anyway, my hair looks awful. I've said that like 20 times in the stream and it hasn't changed. I've never gotten into Learning to Love. That's fair. Some people are saying D. Some people are saying A. I think both of those viewpoints are valid. Because it's a blaring song. It's Learning to Love. It's that's just how it is, right? And so people can find it annoying. I really like the vocal harmonies, and that solo is kind of dorky sounding a little bit. Nah, it's cool. Also, fuck fish on the side. Never gotten to Learning to Love. C tier. Yeah, I guess this will go in C tier, right? Maybe B. I think C. The official fish hate channel. There's probably like at least 20. There has to be. I mean, they're fish. Anyway, so we're gonna say C. I think that's what it's. Nicole. What do y'all think of Nicole? They're the third and final. Well, technically, it's the first. Ween kind of reggae song. And it's also the longest. It's funny because I would say I like Nicole. What makes this fish song stink? No, I would just have Pat Finnerty, right? I would just tell him, hey, talk about every fish song. King Billy's already ranked, but that's my all-time least favorite Ween song. That's understandable. Better than Cold and Wet. All the S tiers. Really? Nicole, E. It's too long. Trash channel, I agree. Live Nicole's great. I don't agree. I don't think it makes the song that much better. Nicole C, need to play it live more. if someone really wants to see a Ween song, like even if like, well, I will be like, okay, I want them to play it for the people who want to play it. For me personally, like I don't think it makes the song that much better of them playing it live. They don't really add upon it really, and I think when you look at what they add to it, not much. Like my favorite thing on the album version, like if the song was like 4 minutes, I think I would like it infinitely more. And you could still fit in a lot of the weird sound effect stuff that happens. 4 or 5 minutes. You could fit in a lot of the weird sound effect stuff where he's talking about like, I want to flush Nicole down the toilet. All that weird stuff. You never call my buggy, Nicole. You never call my buggy. That's great. It's weird and it's kind of scary, but it's cool. But it's just too repetitive. It doesn't need to be 9 minutes. I have listened to the God Ween Satan live, and I love that album. But that's probably it. Just I don't know. It's like it's fine, even on there. In my opinion, Shoemaker live again. I don't think it give it this saloon vibe. I'll have to keep an ear out for Glenn's keys on Shoemaker live. Next time I do that. Thank you, Trash Channel. Nicole, it's just too long. And it's funny because I would say I like Nicole more than King Billy, and I like King Billy more than the Fruit Man, which is weird because Nicole's the longest, and then King Billy's the second longest, and then the Fruit Man's the shortest, but that's the one I hate the most. It's so bizarre. So we have like all the S, we have S, triple S, E, D, C. This is weird. So I'm going to say it's kind of all over the place. I'm going to say C, right? That's fair. That's fair. Friends, the La Cucaracha version of Friends. We're coming towards the end here. I say that and we still have 15 songs. Oh boy, that's like literally the length of Quebec. You can tell I'm working on like one brain cell. There's a lot of debate. It's the only song worse than the Friends EP. So Papa Crack, you're saying that the Fruit Man's awful. Yes, I agree. I want it to be an F tier so bad. Garacha Friends is better. Yeah. I think it's fair to say neither version of the song is significantly better or worse than the other. I think that's fair to say. Would you all agree on that? That's what I would say. Has to be higher than the EP version. I think they're kind of interchangeable in terms of quality. D, E, C. I guess people just don't like the techno aesthetic of the EP version. Friends, I will definitely say the La Cucaracha version feels more Ween. It feels more like a Ween song. I think I would probably say I prefer the EP, I think. But it kind of goes... I've said it before. I think it needs to... The song would have been best if it... Come on, Fruit Man's better than... No, it's not. No, it's not. Fruit Man is garbage. There's like no value. Nicole has that like talk box, wah, 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 wah. And there's some really funny, all the weird, you never call my buggy, gonna shove Nicole in the toilet. Fruit Man just sucks. EP version's just annoying. That's fair. I think they should have combined both versions, elements from both. A bit more of the atmospheric qualities from some of the elements in both, and I think it would have been a much better song. So we're saying C or D, E, seeing a lot of E's. I think we're going to settle on D. Why the fruity hate? Fruity hate? I'm talking about the Fruit Man. We're going with D. Wow, you can very clearly see the non-love for La Cucaracha. All the songs are down here in this cluster, and then Objects sitting up here. It's interesting. I didn't think that was going to be the song that everyone was going to agree was like really great, but I love that song. So I'm glad. Light Me Up. Light Me Up. Speaking of the Friends EP, this is the last song that we have on it. Not the last song, but the last song that we have to rank on that is on that. And it's probably the best. Well, no, Slow Down Boy. But Light Me Up and Slow Down Boy, or it's like that's the ultimate party jam and the ultimate like ballad. Like a Lost Eiffel 65 song. Yes, kind of. Yeah. I mean, it's supposed to. But it's just weird that Yeah, the talk box in LMLYP is way better than Nicole. True trash channel. Yeah, it's supposed to. Yeah, Light Me Up is probably my favorite. Woman and Man should be S, to be honest. Yeah, no. Well, I mean that's fine if you. I understand why some people think of it in that regard. I just don't. Light Me Up B, C, triple S, S. Um. So I guess this is gonna be A, right? I'm gonna say that's gonna round up to A, which I think is fair. I would probably put it in probably A or S. Okay, Candy. All right, this is probably the last chance that we have. So if this does not go into F tier, I will put the Fruit Man in F tier. What do I think? I got to put the Hammer Down as my favorite on the Friends. Kind of synth style, and with Dean's. Yeah, it feels like they added a synth element into a song that they had. Well, specifically a song that Mickey had, and they added that synth element in there. It works better. Gee, it's a big piece of shit. What do I think of Candy? Uh, it's obviously the worst thing on. It's obviously the worst song on Chocolate and Cheese. Chocolate and Cheese is just like bangers wall to wall, and then that's that. But it's it's um it's got an interesting bass line. Um, it's bad because it's in the middle of an awesome album, and I don't know why they included it. The album would be better if it wasn't on there, but I don't hate it. I used to, like everyone else. Um, there's some interesting stuff happening. I take it back, Candy D. Oh, you said Candy B, and then never mind D. Candy is cool, but it's the worst on Chocolate and Cheese. So we're saying C, D, E, D, B. Wait, yeah, someone said B. Candy going into Buenos Tardes is so jarring. I kind of like that. The transition from Candy into Buenos Tardes, I like. Um, and I love the transition. And if you've listened to the whole album front to back, you know what I'm talking about. Buenos saves us. Yeah, it kind of does. It's such a jolt. It's such a different kind of song. But I love the transition from Buenos Tardes into HIV song. It is the funniest thing I've ever heard in my life. It's awesome. So is it gonna go in D, right? Yeah, D. Okay. For her, jarring Ween transitions are the best kind. Yeah, it's like with the false ending. It's just something they love doing. When I was in my band, we recently played a little while back. We played with a band we love called Crab Action, which I've done a review of their records in the past. And I was talking to him about false endings because we kind of do a song that has a false ending. Falling Out. What do you guys think of the song Falling Out, by the way? Um, that's a fun song to play on the guitar. And I was talking to him, and we have like kind of a false ending in one of our songs. And I was like, yeah. And I didn't tell him about Ween, but Ween's kind of a reason I love false endings when they're done right. And I told him the good thing about false endings is that they make a good song better and a bad song funnier. And he got a pretty good laugh out of that. And I stand by that. So that's why Poop Shoot Destroyer, when they do it live, they do what they do. But it's also, Sarah. And Sarah's a great song, but it has a false ending. So you're like, oh, that's good. Falling Out, S or triple S. Falling Out is A, one of my favorite Ween tracks to play on guitar. It's a really fun one to play on guitar. That solo is surprisingly good. They haven't played it a ton, right? They haven't really played it a ton. A, triple S, S. So this is going to be in either A or S tier, it looks like. I guess I'll go ahead and put it in maybe S. Falling Out and Take Me Away. Best playing guitar. Yeah, Take Me Away is fun playing guitar, especially if you're playing it right. If you want to learn how to play it right, then watch my tutorial on it. I played it at one of their Brooklyn Bowl shows. At Falling Out? Wait, they played Falling Out at one of the Brooklyn Bowl shows? Was this like, how recent was this? I'll put it in S tier. Good Lord, White Pepper is just cleaning house. Look at that. It never got into triple S, but like the divisions, I think this is probably one of the best things I'll take away from this whole tier list is like you guys make it very clear, like if you look at it, which albums are in which level of quality according to the overall Ween fandom. I Got's a Weasel. We all think of I Got's a Weasel. Oh my god, we're almost done. I'm having fun, and I hope that you all have been having fun, but I also want you guys to not have to obsess over what I'm doing and get some sleep. Maybe they don't play it because, yeah, I've heard some people theorize about they don't resonate, like the lyrical subject matter is maybe a little too close to home. Vallejo is fun to play. Yeah, it is a fun thing to play, and it's actually, if you want to like play it at a high tempo to really and get that little extra stuff to work on your rhythm. Maybe they don't play it because of Dean and Gene's falling out. I have to check and see if they did falling out in March this year. Okay, I thought I heard that they did recently. I Got to Weasel, triple S, A, S, A, B. You showed me play. Thank you. Oh yeah, it's only 9 p.m. for you. That's awesome. That's earlier than it is for me. It's about to turn 11 p.m. for me. I'm glad that that's good. That's good. I'm glad to teach people like you, Papa Crack, for how to play these songs. It's a really fun song to play. It's very simple, but it's great, and the solo is awesome. Anyway, back to I Got a Weasel. There's not much to it. It's fine, honestly. Like, it's fun. I feel like they should have done a little bit more with the alternating vocals. Got a weasel, got a weasel, got a weasel, weasel, weasel. Right? And I feel like the B section of the song, there should have been like it's 2 p.m. tomorrow for me. Wow. Okay. It was blowing my mind that this many people are like tuning in. That's awesome. Weasel, triple S, A, B. So it's gonna wind up in A, right? Dying to learn to that's gotta do a tutorial on that. Yeah, I definitely want to get around to teaching songs like that at some point. I do. Someone actually sent me through social media. They requested a non-Ween song, and I haven't done it yet, and I don't know when I'm going to do it. I want to get to it. I haven't turned my back on him. I just, I told him I was going to do it eventually, and I will. I'm just trying to find time. So I guess I Got to Weasel is going in A. I would put it in, honestly, like I could totally put it in C in my personal list, but I would also be fine putting it in B. Lullaby. We all think of Lullaby. As soon as we get to the last song, I am tossing the Fruit Man in F tier. Unless you all, literally all of you, simultaneously for some reason put one of these songs in F tier. Like Poop Ship Destroyer is probably the worst song left, and it's not F tier as far as I'm concerned. But what do y'all think of Lullaby? Should cover some Moist Boys and Neem Group songs. Well, I'm assuming you're talking about teaching a lesson for them, or you mean covering them, like actually recording a cover. You're probably talking about doing a lesson. Yeah, maybe. It's just a matter of like, I am more familiar with Ween. I've been listening to the songs longer. That was your, I guess some people find Lullaby boring. I could kind of get that, but Lullaby. You say an E for Lullaby, but it's so nice. And remembered how the Fruit Man sucks. Yes, you made the correct, but I guess I haven't really heard. I guess there are a lot of Ween fans who don't like this song, and I don't get it at all. I love this song. It sounds very basic, and like it almost sounds like the first song ever written. It's so simple, and the language that Janer uses in the writing of it is very interesting. And there is, there's that beautiful harp part, and apparently the harpist that contributed that was super happy about contributing it. They were like very satisfied. So I'll have to look into that later. But lullabies C, lullaby C, E, C. Oh man. Oh geez. Y'all are. I mean, at least you're not all saying it's F. Because then I would actually throw a I would, I would not really, but I would probably throw like closest I could ever get to a temper tantrum if I had to put Lullaby below the Fruit Man. But you guys are not. Lullaby a B at least. See, Gerald is coming through for me. So I guess it's gonna go in C, right? Yeah, because most people are saying C, and then we got an E. Lullaby F. Oh, I'm assuming that you're all just. Do you all just find the song boring? Is that your main complaint with it? Because there's not much to it, admittedly, but I think it's a unique song. I think the fact that it's so simple is it's moving because it's so stripped down. Um, it's such a like delicate sounding song, but I'll put it in C tier. Well, one person said F, but once a person said B, someone said E. It's going in C. It's going in C. Spinal meningitis got me down. This is, according to Brown Base, I take back the F. Okay, so you put it in like E or D maybe. But Spinal Meningitis is, according to Brown Base, the song that they have played. It bored me when I first listened to it, but I grew up on it. It grew on me. Again, thank the Fruit Man. Yeah, the Fruit Man makes you appreciate the rest of the album way more. When you're first listening to it and you're like, man, Learning to Love is kind of annoying. And then you hear the Fruit Man and you're like, man, the backup vocals in Learning to Love are pretty cool. But yeah, Spinal Meningitis is the most often played song by Ween live, according to Brown Base. It's been played like 600 something times. I would have to go back and check right now, but I'm not going to do that right now. It's like probably close to 700 now. I mean, you can't beat live Spinal Meningitis. Yeah, it crushes live, and the recorded version, it's one of the first times where, I mean, the recorded version's always had the charm that they have, the unique charm on the first 3 albums, but this is the album, Chocolate and Cheese, where they really first start to get it right on the recorded version, and it has its own, like, it's a legitimately awesome version. It's super tight, and it's super cool, and it sounds great. Yeah, live, it's great. It works kind of anywhere in the set list. It can work in the middle. And it can also work as like the second song, just like how it does in Chocolate and Cheese. S. Wow, everyone's saying S. Finally, we get some agreement again. Literally everyone's saying the same thing again. Yeah, it's a song I've heard over and over again, but I honestly don't get tired of it because it's such a... The lyrics disturb me, A. Well, we're putting in an S. I get why people are disturbed. I apologize. What a bunch of pansies. Well, yeah. Polka Dot Tail. What do you all think of Polka Dot Tail? But also, Spinal Meningitis. I think part of the reason I haven't gotten tired of listening to it, not just because it rocks, because it's a really cool beat for the song. Musically, it's really cool. But also, it's just such a disturbing, weird song the first time you hear it. And by the time you've listened to it for like the 500th time, you're like, yeah, it just feels right. But you're also... Wow, this is some like weird, disturbing lyrics that I'm just so used to hearing. Polka Dot Tail. Well, Jebby, you misspelled tail, so your opinion's now invalid. I'm joking, of course. I would never say that to any of you guys, but of course I gotta say it to Jebby. There are people like that where they bring up like an interesting argument or an interesting thing to a question, and then the person will be like, oh, but you made a small typo because, you know, you're typing on the internet, and like everyone makes typos on the internet, so I'm going to ignore you. I would never do that to you guys, but for Jebby, I will. Well, you've listened to, Jebby, how much of the Mollusk have you listened to? I'm not sure about that. And you need to listen to the rest of their music. Gosh darn it. Like a third of the songs you've listened to by Ween is Fruit Man, and that's a problem. We have Triple S, A, 2 of my top 5, 2 of your top 5 in all. That's awesome. That's awesome. Some of the best guitar work and tone. Yes. I mean, the whole Mollusk album really does have some awesome guitar work and tone stuff happening. But I love the guitar work on Polka Dot Tail. It's a very simple song, but the lyric, it's fun. I mean, so many Ween songs are simple, but this one's like dead simple. It's just a simple waltz. And it's a really great third track. After the Mollusk is kind of whimsical and fun. This one's whimsical and fun in its own way. The Mollusk, I think, was their most consistent. That's fair. I would say their most consistent is probably White Pepper. I think that's fair to say. Most consistent, yeah. Well, I mean, you could also say the country album stylistically, but anyway, we got all the country songs done like a while ago. There's like no, which makes sense because there's only 10 of them. So we're saying people are kind of split. We got triple S, A, B, A, S, B. So A or S. I'm gonna say A is probably. It's what looks like you all are agreeing on the most is A. That's when I'm trying to determine what tier to put it in. I'm trying to determine it based on what your guys' consensus is. I'm not like, okay, you guys are saying it should go in A, so I'm going to put it in F. That's not what it's like. Well, okay. Poop Ship Destroyer. Poop Ship Destroyer. This is probably the worst song of the final 7 songs we have left. So this is your last chance to stop the Fruit Man from being an F tier. Please don't do that. Poop Ship Destroyer. Well done, Ween. It's a bad song. There's so much rage. I missed the beginning. What is S? What is Matthew McClory? What is triple S and S? S is awesome. S is like a 9 out of 10 song. And like it's almost perfect. It's an amazing song. Triple S is, I call it Golden Greats. It's like a 10 out of 10 perfect song. One of the best songs you've ever heard. That's what those are. Maybe a hot take, but the Grove is the weakest on White Pepper. That's not a super hot take. I forget what I would say. I guess maybe Panty Fackler would be my vote for weakest. Maybe. I don't know. It's a consistent album. But E, F, A, A, S. Only the 20. Well, it's 26 minutes. You know what's funny? When I made my most recent video, my What Makes the Song Brown on Stallion Part 1, I mentioned Poop Ship Destroyer, and I mentioned I don't regularly go out of my way to listen to the 26-minute version, but when I took the take, I accidentally said 28 minutes, and so I literally had to like dub over myself and say 26 minutes, and it was really funny. And you can kind of tell if you watch the video back. So people are saying E, F. So the reason I'm okay with Poop Ship Destroyer is because the album version is super short. And yes, there's like, I mean, they play it both to punish and reward people. It's weaponized music. It's the coolest thing. And my favorite Poop Ship is probably the version that they did. Honestly, the version they did with the country on Live in Toronto is pretty awesome. The whole album's pretty awesome. But I love the version they did on some live TV program. It was like MTV Australia or Germany, some MTV related live thing. I love that version. I think it's the perfect length where it goes on a little too long, but not 26 minutes. And it's kind of, it has a groove to it, right? But it's still kind of slow and stuff. Yes, I love it, but I also really love Live in Toronto version. So I would put it, but on average, you know, I'm not going to listen to every version. Honestly, I think the recorded version is one of the like weaker versions. Even though it's short, it kind of like, it's just kind of whatever. It's funny sounding because the rhythm's awkward and stuff. Yes, when they destroy the drum kit, it's great. Which is every musician's dream, to just destroy the drummer's kit and his feelings. So we got E, F, A, triple S, but that's from Jebby, so take his opinion with a grain of salt because he doesn't matter as much. E. It's going to be so fun the next time I see him at band practice. He's just going to murder me for cyberbullying him. E, B, we're kind of all over the place. I can understand and sympathize with literally all of these. This is beautiful. I understand all of you. S, so literally it's all over the place. Do we have, yes, we have F, E, A, triple S, literally all over the place. I think everyone's voted for like every tier. Literally every tier. That's beautiful. No one's voted for C, which is, no, someone did vote for C. I like Bulletproof Panda. I like your comment. Poop Ship is great. C tier. Uh, singer is worse than drummer, but at least singers are musicians. Yeah, Bulletproof Panda. I can tell that you've like played with other musicians because yeah, because drummers and singers are just the worst. Well, and bass players, musicians are the worst. Just don't even get involved. Okay, I've been dancing around it. Where are we gonna put Poop Ship? Because literally, I think honestly, I should probably put it in like C tier because you guys have voted for every single tier. I think that's I think this is the only song to do this, and that's perfect. That's awesome. I'm gonna put it in C tier, I guess, because you guys have voted for every single tier. So it literally see any song that can do that and have that effect on people is doing something noteworthy, right? Fruit Man just sucks. Which I'm gonna put. Well, I'll wait. If you guys for some reason put any of these absolutely amazing songs and Zoloft in F tier, I'm gonna have a word with you. So you better let me do it. Happy Colored Marbles. Happy Colored Marbles, people. Awesome, awesome song. Love this. I didn't think it was an awesome song when I first heard it, even after I heard the awesome outro ending. I was just like, well, that was cool, I guess. And every single time I've ever listened to Quebec since then, I'm like, oh my god, it's so good. It's the lyrics are so good. It epitomizes what I love about Quebec. When you think of a band that does like they had going through like their dark period, right? Ween, the way Ween did it is so effective because it's undersold. It's a creepy song, Borvik. I agree. Yeah, the Carson was it Carson Daly that did it on? It was some Australian thing. Um, Molly end up in E. At least B or A. Well, don't blame me. Blame all these people. Um, yeah, it's all Ween has to do. All these other bands that try to sell you like we're going through our sad period. This is a sad, creepy song, and they try really hard and just all Ween has to do is have a little keyboard with like a xylophone kind of sound and a low kind of warbly voice go, most people are not okay. And that's all you need. You totally get what they're doing. And it's brilliant. They're great at creating that. Um they're awesome. So we got triple S, S, and the whole outro bit's awesome. It's awesome live and on the record. I think we might put this in triple S. Oh my god. We have like an equal amount of triple S's as S. I think we are going to put we're gonna put it in triple S. That's awesome. Okay. So we're down to our final five here. Baby Bitch. What do y'all think of Baby Bitch? It's it's a true songwritery song because it's literally just verse chorus verse chorus verse chorus. It's very songwritery. There's like no flashiness to it. A lot of triple S. um, yeah, it's cool that I just kind of randomly all these songs were in random order, but we're ending with like some real bangers. We really are. Um, Baby Bitch, it's again, it's never been like my oh that's my favorite Ween song, but it's Ween does Elliott Smith. I've heard people say that. To me, it's just Ween. It's just Ween. Their style and the lyricism on here is so good. The callback to Birthday Boy and it's like I wrote Birthday Boy for you and this is how you treat me and it's like that is such a mind blowing reveal and it's so cool, but it's also really sad. It's really well written. Could you do a final rundown of all the songs and what they got real quick at the end? Um, well, yeah, I'll show the tier list and you can see. Um, one of the most popular for a reason. Yeah, well, I was gonna say it's accessible and like sonically it is. It has a very childlike, innocent sound to it, um, and the production's really cool. It's a great song. Because of the simple structure of it, it doesn't keep me coming back to it quite as much. But it's a fantastic song. You gotta listen to it. Like just drops his debut, Chocolate and Cheese. There's no way he could have influenced it, but so strikingly Elliot. That's cool. Yeah, it's like I think it just comes from the same mold of like singer songwriter type stuff, you know. So no flashy musicianship, and you don't need it. Um, I do like when they play it live and Glenn adds like the piano. That's like, oh, they should have. It almost makes me wish they had that on the album version. But the album version has that like kind of thinner, higher pitched quality to it, which is cool. My voice is like dying. So like A, triple S, S. Pro. I guess we're gonna put it in S. Kind of funny when fuck you, you stinking asshole. Yeah, it's funny. It's a perfect balance because like he swears, but it's like the most tasteful swearing ever until he intentionally does that at the end where it's not tasteful, but it's not supposed to be. It's tasteful from an artistic perspective of what he's doing, but like it's kind of funny. It's great. Voodoo Lady. Let's talk about Voodoo Lady. Probably one of their biggest songs. The guitar riff in Voodoo Lady is real cool. And the percussion on the album cut is awesome. And the lyrics are kind of, dumb, but that's fine. I mean, I don't care. It's a jam. It's a jam of a song. I'm not the real thing that kind of sours me a tiny bit on Voodoo Lady is your boy Flats. I like Voodoo Lady live. The longer the version, the less I like it. I'm not a fan of the like 10-minute guitar solo on Voodoo Lady. It's just, I don't know. They have more interesting songs that they jam out on. I never listened to it outside of the album or live performance. That's kind of fair. That's fair. It's because it's really a simple song, and I don't think it benefits that much from jamming. There's good versions of Voodoo Lady live. I like the I think the version on. Well, I really like the Live in Chicago version, and I like the what am I thinking of? The Paint the Town Brown version. That's cool, but again, it's still it's a bit meandering, and sometimes it's. I mean, this is another problem with a lot of jam bands where their whole identity is they just jam. Is sometimes like the whole song, because the whole song is a jam. Like the jam determines whether or not the song is good, and sometimes it's really good, and sometimes it's not that good. That's fine if you got a good solid song, and because that's just part of performing music. That's part of the magic of performing music live, is that it's sometimes it's going to be better than others, and that's awesome. But with jam bands, it just feels like this is probably like when they play this song, this is like the most jam bandy they feel. Not just because they jam on it, because there's other songs that they jam on, right? I don't think jamming makes you a jam band. It's the like building your whole thing around jamming. And this kind of, but I know it sounds like I'm being super negative. I'm not. I really like Voodoo Lady. I would put it probably in A, is where I would put it. Triple S, A, S. So we're gonna say A. We're gonna say S is where it's gonna. Never listen to outside of the album. Talking Heads Remain in Light feel? There's not really a synth solo. That's just, I believe that is, Diener said that all those weird sounds are Diener messing around the guitar and it getting fed through all sorts of like feedback and pedals and stuff. I think he said delay and stuff, but it doesn't sound like delay. It sounds like a bunch of noise, and they're probably like doing a kill switch or something to turn it on and off. Yeah, Bulletproof Panda, I agree. Like Spring Theme, there's tons of other examples of songs they jam on. I like jamming when it's done in a tasteful, good context, and Ween usually does that. Voodoo Lady live, they do it a little bit less, but sometimes they do it really well, and I'm not going to complain if they play Voodoo Lady live and I see them, So we're going to put this in S because it feels like that's the general consensus. Good Lord, I'm about to die from insanity. And we have an absolutely undeniable, well, I was going to say undeniable triple S tier, but I'll let you all be the judges of that. Down to our final three, our final song, the best song from Delay, where you turn repeats all the way up. Yeah. I never would have seen a connection with Remain in Light either, Caleb. Don't Get Too Close to My Fantasy. Yeah, I like the jams, the weird, like, a spoken word or, like, he's kind of channeling tongues thing. And I can't put my finger on it. It's cool. Saving Mercy of Pure Guava's B. The Saving Mercy of Pure Guava's B side. It's interesting that you say that. I think Pure Guava is kind of all over the place in terms of consistency, but this is definitely the best song I think from Pure Guava. It's like pretty undeniably so. Right? Don't Get Too Close. Fantasy. I mean that whole acapella bit is just awesome, but the song, it's triple S. I mean it's just awesome. It's a great vocal melody, and the chorus is great. Chartone. The whistling's actually really cool. I like the bridge with the strumming guitar. It definitely rocks more live than it does on the album, but it's real cool. You think this is behind Push the Little Daisies? Sarah, I can see. Sarah is a wonderful song, but I mean, Daisies is a fun song. It's just the vocals are a bit much, right? See, even Jebby knows that Don't Get Too Close is a triple S, and he's Jebby. Everyone's like, who's Jebby? What is you talking about? Am I Jebby? Does he not like me? I don't dislike any of you. I love all of you. But Jebby, you're the worst. He's gonna destroy me next time I see him. You enjoy the vocals on? It's funny when I was first getting into Ween, and I was in high school, and there was a kid that everyone kind of knew at the school, who was like in like lower middle school, and I guess he heard about the fact that I liked Ween, or there was a teacher at school that I was talking about Ween to, and he was cool. And he was like, so I just listened to that song Daisies, and it's the worst song ever. But it also could have been like, I mean, like I said, when I showed someone Mutilated Lips for the first time, they thought that was like weird and didn't immediately like it. So, you gotta get settled into the water, right? Because Mutilated Lips is amazing. Anyone seen that video of them playing in the studio with the guitar solo? Forgot who played the solo. I want to say is that Ed Wilson? Is Ed Wilson the name of Diener's, the guy who taught him the chords that he used on Freedom and came up with the chord progression, I guess? Is that Ed Wilson? Am I getting that name right? Anyway, yeah, I guess we're going triple S tier for Don't Get Too Close to My Fantasy. They pretty much played at every show, you think? They didn't play it at my show that I saw. But they should play it at every show. Also, the vocals at the very end, the acapella bit, they go really high. He sings like a high C, I want to say. Like, don't get too close to my fantasy. That's hard to sing, especially at concert volume. That's tough. All right, last two songs, people. Zoloft. What do you think of Zoloft? Mutilated Lips didn't repeat the chorus in a higher pitch. Oh, I disagree. I love that Mutilated Lips does that. I love that vocal inflection he does. A, S, S, S. Zoloft S. Okay, people are saying Zoloft S. Zoloft is... It's a bizarre... for those of you who don't know... and they talk about this on the Podween Satan podcast when they get to Quebec. They talk about how Quebec had like an alternate track list. And at some point, oh, dang. I'm assuming you're just saying that for the pun because I'm like, geez, dude, it's not that bad. Saying it's in Z tier. But they said that, this album was originally going to have an alternate track list on like the Japanese version or whatever, or European. Japanese was a different regional version that had a completely different track sequencing. And it also included Uvala, I believe, as either a bonus track or was just straight up included, which they should have included. That version, Uvala, the electronic kind of somewhat reggae influenced version, that is by far my favorite version. I like it more than the Caesar version. That's an awesome song. They should have included it on the album, really, instead of the Fuck Jam, definitely. And maybe resequenced it to compensate. But every even 5 hours on Don't Sweat It, got a raw deal. Lauren, Don't Sweat It. I agree with you on Don't Sweat It. I would have put Don't Sweat It higher. Laura, I'll come around on it one day. Anyway, Putting Zoloft as the second track, especially after It's Gonna Be a Long Night, it's a weird move because I get that they're doing the abrupt change thing. But I don't know. I feel like there was a better way to transition into that, and it was completely different. I don't know. But anyway, Zoloft itself, lots of cool stuff happening musically. I love the Make Me Love Me and how it sounds like you can hear birds chirping, all sorts of wacky sound effects, but it's also really dark song. So there's lots to love about it. But at the same time, it's, I don't know. It's certainly, the alternate track list is displayed on the website. Yeah. I'll have to look at that because there's lots of pros and cons between both track lists. I almost wish I could include Uvala, remove the fucked jam, and resequence the album. But it just doesn't include Uvala. I'm pretty sure there's some pretty significant differences in the track sequencing. Anyone else can miss them playing with the drum machine live? I think Transdermal Celebration is deeper in the track list. It's it's in the back half of the album or the middle somewhere. Poop shit. Hey, I'm not the one saying these. These are you guys. Anyway, so Zoloft, I know we're nearing the end here and you all probably want to go to bed, and I'm sorry for keeping you hostage. Triple SS. People are. I guess this is gonna balance out to A. There's some couple S. People are saying S. Yeah, people are saying S. It's gonna go in S. When bass are loaded, I'm whacking the ball. It's so good. Did they make it? I remember If You Could Save Yourself ended the album in both versions. I could be completely. I'll have to. We'll all just Love Come Down. Oh, there's so many good unreleased songs, but we'll see. We'll have to look up after the fact. We'll put Zoloft in S. I think that's where it balances out. And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we are down to the final song. The final song. If you could save yourself, you'd save us all. So what are we thinking? Maybe C tier or maybe D, right? You guys are maybe I could understand E tier. I mean, it's not, it's not a good song. It's pretty awesome. I swear this was completely unintentional. This just so happened to be the order it was in. This is the perfect last song to end the tier list on. So that's pretty cool. Things you already know. Yeah, could be wrong. Transdermal. Borvik, you're watching it. I'm assuming you have the audio on, right? And because I think it'd be even funnier if you just had the audio turned off watching that, and you're just they're messing around. A lot of people are saying triple S. Ooh, some people are saying C, B, S. Checks all. Okay, the front line is everywhere. That line that you just said. I know. Obviously, the whole line. No, Narv. No. Yes, a trash channel. That line. So, I think If You Could Save Yourself, You Save Us All is an amazing song, an amazing closer. I really don't like that line. It is my one problem, and unfortunate, because anytime anyone listens to that song, they're like, this is great. And then they hear that line, they start laughing. Okay, your boy Fly. I know everyone else loves that line and thinks it's hilarious. I guess, I mean, I know what the song's about, or well, okay, I don't know for a fact what the song's about, but I get the vibe. It's about Junior's life kind of going off the rails, or someone he knows. I mean, the subject matter of what he was going through in his life. And I think the part of the song that he's describing is a bunch of things happening and chaotic, weird things happening. And that being in there, it should work for me. I go back and forth. Sometimes I like that line being in there, and sometimes I'm like, ugh. It's not. It doesn't ruin. It does not ruin the song for me. Trash Channel. It's fun to have funny lines, but that is like an emotional high point. This is the most dramatic thing ever. This is supposed to make you feel like the world is ending, or it's this big dramatic tragic ending. And when Gina goes up at the end, it's great. But it's it kind of takes me out of it, you know. Yes, Gina's vocal is amazing. I'm just saying that's honestly, I would probably have it in triple S if it weren't for that one thing. So I would have it in S, which by the way, like S tier is nothing to be ashamed of. But that's just me talking on my whole. I'd rather listen to a whole song of him saying that than the Fruit Man or King Billy. Yes, I would too. But the thing is, the whole song's not that. The whole song is this amazing Matthew McClory prudes. Yes, that's true. I am a prude, and I'm a shill, and I'm a smoker, and I'm a toker, and I hate myself. And but I love Ween, so I have that going for me. I'm fine with them being crude in songs. I like Piss Up a Rope, but when you combine Piss Up a Rope with I don't know, like the most dramatic thing ever, it's kind of weird. But what I'm trying to say is, like, I know it sounds like I'm making a big deal out of this one thing. It's a perfect album closer, and it's an amazing song. Like, that is my only complaint with the song, and it does not ruin the song for me. Not even close. It's just a tiny little blemish that I thought I'd bring up. I would give it an S personally, but if it weren't for that, I would absolutely give it triple S. And even then, sometimes I'm like, I like that line, sometimes I don't. So I'm looking through where everyone says triple S, 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 B, C, S. F because I'm evil and we need at least one F. No, Narv. S. We'll have it. Oh, we'll have an F. I'll make sure of that. It's about his divorce. Yeah. Someone lose their job. Yeah, that's the yeah, I agree with you, Michael Corcoran, about the overall message and theming of the song, and that line kind of works, but it doesn't 100% work for me, and that's my only fault with it. Still, amazing song, amazing album closer, fantastic song, and if they play that song live, I'm not going to sit there and complain and be like, I don't like that one line. Don't get that impression at all. Anyway, we got S, triple S, so it's definitely between triple S and S. I think that's fair to say. So, although some people said B and C, so that's probably going to bring it down to an S, right? I think it's because it's between triple S and S. This list is for the people. Demands Fruit Man be an F tier. Well, okay. So, this being our final song on the tier list, second to last, technically, because of what I'm about to do. If you could save yourself, you'd save us all. Proudly goes an S tier. Strong S tier. Very close to being up here. And I'll make one final little tweak by doing this. And now everything is at peace. I played off legit in A. Yes. I was very saddened by seeing you all spread around this slander for played off legit. But I guess we can have a final little look around at this tier list, right? So we can see that the Fruit Man is the only occupant of F tier, and honestly, if it wasn't for me overriding someone, it would not be an F tier. Molly, Morning Glory, the Fuck Jam, the Friends EP version. I think, to me, the Friends, the EP version is clearly the best of these four, and I honestly don't get how anyone could dispute that, but clearly there was some very vitriolic thoughts about this song, and again, this will be in the same tier as that if it weren't for me doing that. So you're welcome. Yeah, Fruitman kind of sucks. I disagree with your use of the word kinda. If you could just remove that word from that sentence, I would agree with it. We should rank tier lists of a tier list. Yeah, people have done that. People started doing that like immediately as soon as the tier list trend happened. Morning Glory S tier, no. Ween sucks, I agree. You put Fruitman on the bottom? Yes, of course I did. Even if you don't stay forever. Oh, absolutely. Well, it's funny if you look at so my least favorite song might be Fiesta. I talked about that a while ago of how a lot of people seem to hate that song, and I don't get the hate. But you do you. Flies could be C, yeah. Isn't Flies on My Dick like? Is it in? Oh, it's in D. Well, yeah, it could be C, but other than the guitar solo, it doesn't have much going for it. And Blackjack could go down a peg. Yes, I agree. I don't like Blackjack. As you can see by the tier list, look at all of these La Cucaracha songs. Look at they're all bunched down here. And then there's one up here. One, as Mr. Henry Rollins would say, but there's Object and the rest are down here. Including Lullaby, which does a little disheartened by. And then like literally exactly half of the country album is in good. And yeah. So this really illustrates kind of the differences in preference among Ween fans in terms of albums on the whole. What about Your Party? Prefer the EP version of Friends to La Cucaracha. Yeah, I'm kind of the same way, but I could go either way. Yeah, Fiesta is certainly like I think Ween work to make it their own enough. Used to play Fiesta in the company speakers when my Mexican coworker came in. I am Mikola, however you pronounce that. That's awesome. That's awesome. You that's awesome. Was he annoyed by it, by you doing it, or did he like love it? He probably loved it. I would. Part is one of the only songs I like on that album. Like Object, Sweetheart. Yeah, a lot of people only like a handful, but honestly, I think the album's pretty like consistent. Whether you hate the whole album or not, I think the album's pretty consistent in its quality for the most part, with just some very low lows at certain points. He loved it. That's awesome. Oh, that's awesome. Of course he did. As you should. I would love that if you played what's like the worst, most insulting song that you could play every time I walk in. Oh, obviously Big Fat Fuck. If you played Big Fat Fuck every time I walked in the room, I'd be like, dude, yeah. I'd be like, yeah, and then I would start crying and whatnot. But so what is what is sort of I want to just do a little experiment and see what do all of you think is the best and worst Ween song. And I'm not sure if I'm going to do a voting thing for this. I just legitimately want to hear what all of you. I'm going to look at the top. One time I had to make up a quiz after class and the Fruit Man was playing. Ooh, who did you murder that day? Like, what did you do wrong to earn such karma? The frowny face. I'm so sorry. But according to some people, that they would rather have that. Some people in this chat, the front line is everywhere, would rather have that happen to them than listen to the EP version of Friends. I don't get it. Would you rather listen to a song or garbage? I'm just teasing y'all. But so what I want to do is we'll see what the worst is first, because there's less to pick from. I'll include the Fruit Man. So I'll include these bottom three tiers. Look at these bottom three tiers. The Fruit Man, and then Molly through the Friends EP version, and then Blackjack through the Friends La Cucaracha version. Look at these and tell me, of these songs, which one is your least favorite out of all of these? Which is your most hated, least favorite of all these songs? Best, tough one. We're talking about worst right now. We'll talk about best in 1 second. I just want to see what y'all are gonna say. Like, just say what your least favorite Ween song is among those. If it's like, Your Party or something, or some random song, then that's a different thing. I just want to see because we've already whittled the songs down. I think some White Pepper tracks are too high. Never Did It For You. Really? See, I don't get that at all. It's just such a banger of a pop song. I guess if you don't like pop, but honestly, if you don't like pop music like at all, I kind of get that if you like Ween, but honestly, that's what makes Ween special to me. It's not that they do weird songs. It's that they have great songwriting sensibilities and they're like competent musicians. What about having to listen to Fish? That would be pretty torturous. There's a Fish fan here who's like actually really mad at me. Like, cool people who happen to like Fish, they're like, oh, whatever, like, I'm a normal person, so I'm not going to get upset over this guy on the internet. But then other people are mad, and that's the funniest thing. Fish is the worst Ween song. I agree. Their cover of Roses Are Free is the worst Ween song. I think we've got a lock on it. I should create a custom like card to put on there. Fingers best. Oh, you guys are talking about best. Candy is the worst. Fruit Man, Spirit Walker. Where is Spirit Walker? Spirit Walker's in C. I'm surprised it made it up that high. And I'm thankful that it did, because I know everyone hates Spirit Walker except for me. You know why? And I'm gonna point to my video. Watch my video if you haven't already. What makes this song brown? Spirit Walker, and hopefully I'll shine some light on why you should give that song a second chance. I'm not asking you to like it. I'm just saying, don't just say it sucks and then move on. But if you really don't like it, that's fine. So we're saying Candy, a couple of votes for Fruit Man, a couple of votes for Spirit Walker. Mike McLean music. Those are all awesome ones. You think all the songs in D through F tier are awesome? Puffy Cloud, I guess. Yeah, that's fair. It's just boring. It'll be a lot more emotional when, unfortunately, one or both of the brothers Ween passes away. I'm going to listen to that song. I'm going to cry. But as of right now, it's just boring. And yeah, Puffy Cloud, Spirit Walker, The Fuck Jam. I'll skip Spirit Walker. I love Puffy Cloud. I don't know how anyone could not like that song. That was pretty innovative in the 90s. Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming you're being sarcastic, Michael, because you're a smart person, because you're here talking about Ween, but that is actually how some people think sometimes. And I'm like, ugh. Actually, I skip Woman and Man more often. That's fair, but that's not in this. That's not in D through F. Spirit Walker is funny and has a cool chord progression. Yes, I agree. I love Spirit Walker musically. And I think the lyrics are interesting, and the autotune is not as much of a deal breaker for me as it is for a lot of people. It's funny when they play a 40-minute version of Puffy Cloud. Did they do a 40-minute version of Puffy Cloud? Morning Glory Higher would recommend. See, I don't respect that song at all. I have no respect for just literally making noise. Like, what I respect about Ween is that they're great at what they do. And literally, I could just make noise, and I'm not inspired by that. And not only am I not inspired by it, I don't want to listen to it. But that's just me. If that's how you feel, then whatever. Okay, I'm gonna try and quantify. A lot of people are saying Spirit Walker. Some people are saying Fruit Man. Some people are saying, well, no, only one person said Puffy Cloud. When's the Morning Glory lesson? Never going to happen. Literally, what do you want me to do? I'll just do an April Fool's video and be like, hey, this is how you play Spirit Walker. Sorry, this is how you play Morning Glory. Okay, video's done. Bye. I want to listen to Morning Glory. Okay, Mike McLean music. You think you've confirmed that you think every song in D through F tier is like good. um, well, that's your cross to bear. Um, Morning Glory got me into Ween. How? That's like, how do you determine anything from an artist other than that they have the guts to release 5 minutes of noise? How do you determine who they are as like songwriters or artists? There's nothing to interpret because anyone could do that. It's not a style of songwriting. It's just garbage. Friends is the worst. See, I just don't get that in comparison to these songs. The Pumpkins. The Pumpkins. I think more is just noise. A little deeper than that. But it's literally so okay. It's noise with a distorted voice telling a nonsense narrative about pumpkins on top. That's what you mean by a little deeper than that. Is that he's telling a nonsense story about pumpkins, and he's saying Flaco. It's funny the first time you listen to it. I'm just saying it has like pretty much no replay value. I mean, if you like it, that's fine. I mean, that's why I'm asking you. I love hearing these contrasting opinions. Put that CD on and fell asleep, woke up to Morning Glory. Yeah. I think I've heard more than one story by someone who said that. What's a story about Morning Glory? Get it? Story, Morning Glory. We're just having this giant Morning Glory. Have you ever taken acid? Me? No, I don't do drugs. We're having this giant discussion. Might cover Morning Glory one day. See, I could do that. Like, if I had never learned how to play an instrument, I could do that. I could just take a microphone, turn a washing machine on, turn the gain all the way up until it's just like noise. You probably need something a bit louder than a washing machine. It's just bang out random notes on a synthesizer and hold it out. Morning Glory is a great song to wake up in the morning. Boys Club, you listened on a loop many times. Fruit Man is at least a song. Yeah, well, true, but at least Morning Glory is kind of funny the first listen. The Fruit Man, I wish I had never listened to it. I don't totally regret hearing Morning Glory the first time I heard it. I just have no desire to re-listen to it. I actually regret listening to the Fruit Man. And to be clear, Ween is not the only band to make a song as bad as the Fruit Man. It's not, I mean, I love this. Gotta go, fun stream, man. See you, man. I'll just ask like one more question and that'll be it. I'm trying to, as soon as I determine what you guys think is the worst Ween song, and answers are kind of all over the place, it seems. So I guess I kind of shot myself in the foot there. I guess a lot of you are saying Spirit Walker. I guess that's the answer that you guys are going with the most. I guess. Heavily influenced. Yes. No, I definitely think it was. It definitely was. What they probably did is, hey, we're gonna trip on acid, and we're gonna record it and see what happens. And then they did it, and they thought it was funny, and they put it on an album. And that seems like a really funny, smart thing to do when you're 22. But I'm not even like. Then you realize, wait, maybe Anyway, that's just my opinion. Is there any guitar on Molly? I don't think there is. I think the Fruit Man was filling their reggae hole. They've done almost all other genres. They experiment with reggae on King Billy and also Nicole to an extent, and also if you want to get into deep cut, rarities, there's also the alternate version of Uva La, which I prefer to the Caesar Demos version. You could do that. You didn't do it, and they did, and they get it on a major label debut. Yes, that's true. That is amazing that they did that, but also they have Don't Get Too Close to My Fantasy, and I Saw Jeter Crying in His Sleep. Some really awesome, weird songs I play it off legit, Wonder if you hate John Zorn and music like that. I don't know who John Zorn is. I'm not an experimental music person, if that's what you're wondering. I like quote unquote like normal music, not normal as in like Uh, I mean, I like pop, not pop, but like old school pop, not like modern pop or whatever. But enough about what I like. It's not important. But I'm not here to take people's enjoyment of Morning Glory away from them. I'm just saying, like, I do not get the same phenomenon when I listen to it compared to when I listen to something like I Saw Jeaner Crying in His Sleep or Going Gets Tough from the Get Go, where I play it off legit, where I'm like, these are songs and there's a lot of craft behind them and there's a lot of charm behind them. I know I'm complaining about Morning Glory too much, and it's not even my least favorite. That's the most insane thing. Imagine the people who bought Pure Guava because of Push Little Daisies. Yep. But to be fair, Morning Glory is like super deep in the album. I think as soon as you hear Little Birdie, you're like, what? This is not a real album. I'm being pranked. All right, yeah. So okay, I kind of failed in determining what the least favorite was. I think the vote I saw the most of was Spirit Walker, which kind of blows me away. I mean, I only saw like 2 or 3 votes for it though. If I actually counted, which I don't have the energy to do right now, I'm just gonna say Fruit Man because it's my least favorite. It's just completely biased. Okay, so everyone say you can say. I guess you can say what your favorite Ween song is, but since we determined overall that everyone thinks that these are like the cream of the crop, this triple S, the Golden Greats. What you're looking at is the Golden Greats, the 6, 9, wait, 12, 14 Golden Country Greats. Even though there's no songs from the country album on here. So just say of these, like, what is your favorite of these, since we've determined that these are the best. Or you can just say or you can just say whatever your favorite is. Buckingham Green, best Ween song easily. I agree with you, Jebby. Don't get used to me telling you that, because I never agree with you. Okay, not never, but you know what I'm saying. Gerald, are you saying Fruit Man for bests? Buckingham Green has that amazing build-up, has those great big thunderous drums, great lyrics. Maybe his best solo ever. Yeah, Michael. Hitting the nail on the head. Just a fantastic song. Nan, that's great. Nan's great. It's quintessentially Ween, and it's also, it's also really good, like, musically. Don't Get Too Close, awesome. Tear for Eddie live. Yeah, that's probably like it's a live experience, but the record version is good too. I Don't Want It. Yes, Frontline is everywhere. I adore that song. Adore it. So emotional, simple. I met this girl named Nan. So overpopulated my senses. Transit. Yeah, we ranked Transitions. Transitions is where did Transitions end up? I love Transitions. It ended up in S. Pass the Bong would be triple S if it was here. Young Shaolin. I don't know if I mentioned that, but I was working on a cover of Young Shaolin, and it's more or less finished. I just have sat on it because I'm not sure if it's like, my goal isn't just to be different from the original, but it's really not that different from the original. I just kind of added a little bits here and there, but it's mostly the same. So I'm not sure if I should release it. I'm tempted. Fruit Man and Morning Glory are both better than Happy Colored Marbles? I have to assume that you're joking, Mike McLean music. That might be the most insane take I've ever heard. Well, the guitar is slightly out of tune. Yeah, it's awesome. It's so well integrated. We do this again with live versions of the songs. I was kind of taking that into account when we were doing it. I would like to pretty soon at some point, I would like to, um, I would like to, I actually created a bracket, um, on that bracket fights place. I created a bracket, a tournament bracket of rarities, which I thought was pretty cool. So I could like change it up. Um, so there's a tournament bracket that I created where it's all about Ween rarities, and it'll definitely be a shorter stream than this because it's like 165 songs, and it's not even all the rarities because there's too many. Then it would be like 5 times longer than this since this is already 6 hours. But I'll try and do that where I created the bracket and everything. I don't know when I'll do it. Probably like within at most a month from now. If I could do it like tomorrow, then I would, but I probably won't be able to. So at some point in the near future, I'd like to do that. If you guys would be interested in watching and again participating, I would want you guys to vote, especially if it's a tournament bracket and it's just okay, which song is better, A or B, and you guys vote. That would be so much more efficient and what we did here. But I had a lot of fun doing this. So let me know, would you guys be interested in the not too distant future of doing this kind of similar thing, but it's a tournament bracket and we're talking about Ween rarities. So it would be like, Wash Me Down versus Where'd the Cheese Go? Would you guys be interested in that? Because I want to do that. And I could do it, and it could honestly be like at most 2 hours long because it would be much more efficient than this. So it would take up less of your guys' time and you guys would have an easier time participating. I tried my best to like keep track of everyone's votes and stuff. I really did. And you guys were all awesome. Yeah, I made the bracket and stuff. Where the Cheese Go outtakes. I always think of that as I combine the two. Like I consider Where the Cheese Go and the Where the Motherfucking Cheese Go. I consider those as like one track. Glad we aren't paying you by the hour. Would die for things you already know. Where the motherfucking cheese go, bitch. I don't even remember what Fruit Man sounds like. That's why you didn't say it was the worst. You're going to listen to it and you're like, oh. That's why. That's why he doesn't like it. Morning Glory is not even a song. How could you possibly like it more than Fruit Man? Oh. I know. Oh yeah, it's not lost on me that this is all subjective. It's just fun. I do this to gauge. I do this so that I can hear people with those kind of opinions, because I like to create this atmosphere where we're all like genuine. Doesn't matter if you disagree with me. I want us to disagree because it's fun. My buddy who loves Ween called Pollo Asado the worst Ween song ever. I was dumbfounded. Yeah, that's Yeah, see, like Pollo Asado, it's definitely a song. It has musical elements, but it's not like a traditional song. It doesn't have a verse and chorus and stuff. But that song's amazing. It's so good. It's so funny. When Glory feels like a big truck trip, loving you through it all. I guess, yeah. Z-Rock Hawaii, I guess I think it's fair to say I'm not crazy about it, but dude, The Meadow is an amazing song. I really like I Get a Little Taste of You. That's like, those are great songs. I love how like kind of cheesy and jaunty I Get a Little Taste of You is. Oh, it's so good. And the scream, it's so good. But The Meadow is like legitimately awesome. So that album has its highlights, but I have not listened to the whole thing. I've only listened to like maybe half of it. It's hard to track down. You can just listen to it online though. Well, I, I, I'm gonna, I don't know what the general consensus is on the best or worst Ween song, but that's kind of the beauty of it, isn't it? Is that there isn't really one definitive answer that everyone can agree on. Do you mess with their song they did with the band Co-Stars? I don't know why. I don't think I've heard that. You're talking about... Wait a minute. That's right. The Front Line is Everywhere. You're talking... Ween did a song with the Co-Stars, right? Is that what you're talking about? Or are you talking about the Boredoms? Because I know that Ween did some song with the Co-Stars, I think. I listened to it once. I need to listen to it again because I remember liking it a lot. I remember thinking that Gina's vocals were incredible. I should probably... Okay. I need to listen to that. I need to listen to that again. That's awesome. It's probably even... It's... I don't remember anything about it other than that I remember that the vocals are great. So I'm going to need to listen to that again. Maybe Don't Know Why by the Co-Stars is the best Ween song. All right. All right. So officially, I think we can all agree that the best Ween song is Don't Know Why by Co-Stars featuring Ween. And the worst Ween song is Fish covering Roses Are Free. Can we all agree on that? I think I've solved all... I think we've achieved world peace through what we're doing. Is that fair to say? Back to Basim is great. Dr. Scotty Jones really is. Yes. Yep. Oh, you guys are the best. Not only do you like Ween, but you're psychotic enough to like come down here and best Ween song is Lil Wayne covering Roses Are Free. Honestly, I mean, who wouldn't pay to see that train wreck? I would. I'd pay to see that. Not like more than $10, but I'd pay to see it. Friends say Gene and Dean. Real Freedom Boys. Post Malone covering Roses Are Free. It's an obsession. Well, oh my gosh. I meant to bring this up. I meant to bring this up like forever ago. Post Malone covering. We're just naming random artists to cover Ween now. How about when Lemmy was alive, they do Stroker Ace or It's Gonna Be a Long Night. We could just name bands that they sound like and be like, what if they did it? Salt Lake Cucaracha was probably on the Friends EP. My brain just forgot about it. Yeah. You want to talk about if one song wasn't on it? If Fruit Man was not on La Cucaracha, if I had to give it like that album a rating, I'm not saying this is my definitive rating right now. If I just gave it an arbitrary 6 out of 10, if the Fruit Man was not on it, I'd probably give it like a 6.5 or a 7, just automatically. Nothing else is different. Just remove that one song. But again, I'm not saying that Ween, like the Fruit Man, is like. I'm not saying these are like by Ween standards, because I did adore this band, and I know most of you probably do as well. Yeah, I know all the AI stuff. B-sides and rarities, yeah. So good. Is there have you guys seen, I meant to bring this up earlier because commenter and subscriber Hayon Puds he mentioned that he's British and he's a Ween fan, and I asked him about like what people view of them as, and I saw on Instagram, I wish I could share it, but there was some post that mentioned reviews in the paper when Ween went to play in the UK back in the DAT days. And it got me thinking about reviews. And have any of you guys seen Robert Kirstgau's review of Pure Guava? Dude, it's embarrassing. And I don't care. I don't care if anyone gets mad at me, because I hate Robert Kirstgau. I despise Robert Kirstgau with a fiery passion. He, I um he like I get that he was super important and influential as a music critic. I get that he was the one thing. Where's the note brown? It's a ballad. I don't have fish. I have Ween. Or he only joined the Beatles because Ween kicked him out. I despise Robert Kurtzgow. I get that he's important. He moved music criticism away from the old timey stuffy kind of version of it that was occurring. Like when I think of old school music criticism, I think of the infamous like Beatles, like when stuffy old critics reacted to the Beatles and they called them like the crown kings of anti-music and stuff. That's what I think of, and I get that Robert Kurtzgow helped move that away from that, and it was a bit more like sly and sarcastic and witty. But I don't think his reviewing style's aged well at all. I think he comes across as really as a jerk and really like annoying sometimes. It's unclear what his actual opinion is, other than the fact that he has the number or the grade next to it. I don't like it at all. And I don't like he did not like Ween. That is the one thing that I do like, is that they have a website with all of his reviews and stuff, so that's a good resource. But dude, he's the worst. He's the worst. He's so bad. His review of Pure Guava, you can look it up on your own. But it just is so annoying. He said he liked your party, and one of the songs that he wrote, it was a lullaby. Other than that, do with it. You're talking about Jeaner said that. Shout out to Fantano for calling Chocolate and Cheese classic. Yes. That's another thing. People can complain all they want about like critics like Anthony. Oh, Fantano gave this album that I really liked a 6. Whatever, you know. People will disagree with you. At least you know how and why he feels about the record. And I get it. Like Robert Kurtzgow, he didn't have videos that were like 20 minutes long. He just had these little blurbs and papers and stuff. I still think I don't think his reviewing style has aged well. It's important and it's influential, but he just comes across as just a complete jerk. And it's not just because he didn't like Ween that I don't like him. I don't think his reviewing style's aged well. I think people like Fantano and guys like Todd in the Shadows, I think they're way better music critics. Even if I was just reading a little blurb written by them, I feel like I would like it way more, because they're not just trying to sound smarter than the artist the whole time. And anyway, well, I've gone off the rails like 15 times over. You all are crazy, awesome people. I love all of you. Don't laugh, but I love you. And I'm so glad that this stream went over relatively well for me. Hopefully once I stop this, it'll actually be up on YouTube. It should be, hopefully. Brad Taste in Music. Yeah, Brad Taste in Music's better. Like, you know, anyone's better. Anyone's better than Robert Kurtzgow. Yes, we've been here for 6 hours. I'll get off here. For McClory. Wait, what did McClory say? Are you just saying that arbitrarily, or or was it, did he have some take that you really didn't like? Yes, archive the video. Well, I'll try. I'm not sure how exactly to do that. I don't know if you have to, like, after the stream ends, if you have to hit some prompt that'll archive it or whatever. But I'll figure something out, hopefully. Oh, okay. That's cool that like friends are watching me talk about Ween. I'm embarrassing myself in front of such a variety of people. It's awesome. But yeah. Thank you for watching this, and thank you for participating. Sometime soon. I'm always working on videos and stuff, so don't worry. I'm working on covers and stuff. I'm even working, quote unquote. Yes, he does. He uses the N-word in the Robert Kurskow uses the N word in his review of Pure Guava. I'm not accusing him of racism or anything. If you read the review, he's trying to make a point about how the people in the band that he's talking about, Ween, are just like he's saying that they're just irreverent for the sake of it and they're being unintelligent. And I completely disagree, of course. But I'm not accusing him of being racist. But yeah, he's clearly, he just comes across as like an edgelord. But anyway, I don't want to end on a super negative note like that. But hey, I've said a whole bunch of positive things about Ween and you guys because you guys are great and awesome. And I've trashed Robert Kurskow. So all is well that it ends well as far as I'm concerned. Thank you guys so much. I don't know if as soon as I end this, it's just going to get archived or what. I'll see. But cool hanging. Yeah. Well, thank you guys. I'll do something relatively soon with that bracket I mentioned, and I'm always working on videos, and maybe I'll do a. I want to work on an album, actually, my own original music, and just throw it out there. So yeah, thank you guys very much. You have yourselves a fantastic night, and keep on living.